Chapter 1 of The Pocket Measure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pocket Measure by PANSY. Chapter 1. The Sum Total. It was just the speck of a house, only 4 rooms all told, and those so small that a housekeeper of the olden time, rich in blankets and bed and table linen, would have thought of them simply as good-sized closets. A fashionable lady would have been in despair. I doubt whether she could have found room for her trunks. Even reasonable, present-day housekeepers, with moderate views and small families, would have looked doubtfully about them, and wondered where the sofa would stand, and what could be done about the large wardrobe, and whether the piano could be gotten in at all. But to Mrs. Spafford the house was simply perfect. I do not know that she would have had a door or window in it altered. She had no piano, and no large wardrobe, and the sofa was just a cunning little box of a thing, made by Warren on leisure evenings. There was plenty of room for their furniture. Indeed, there was more room than they needed. One, the least sunny and the most exposed to northern storms, had been closed and locked, and the key hung on a far-up nail in the upper hall, until such time as they could furnish the room. When they said this, they looked at each other and laughed. Hardly anything in life seemed more improbable to them than that they should ever have means to furnish that unoccupied room. The furniture in their bit of a house, though so limited in quantity, had been the subject of much thought and care. Each individual chair, could it have spoken, would have had a history to relate. There were only 6 chairs. "After all, what do we need of more?" Callie had said, putting on a sober face as soon as she could, after the laugh which their leanness had called forth. "There are only 2 of us, and we can't occupy more than a chair apiece, and it isn't in the least likely that we shall have more than 4 visitors at a time. Even if we should, they could sit on the sofa." "Or on the bed," Warren had suggested, and then the silly young couple laughed again. So 4 of the prim little chairs had been duly installed in the parlor, 2 of them to come out to the dining room at mealtime, but on other occasions, when the dining room became a kitchen and washroom, they would simply be in the way. These 4 chairs, with the meek little oval table and the homemade lounge, constituted the furnishing of that parlor. Oh, yes, there was a carpet on the floor, a pretty pattern, small-figured and pleasantly harmonizing colors. Not very fine, it is true, but decidedly pretty. Mrs. Callie Spafford had studied over the pattern long enough to drive the impatient carpet clerk nearly to distraction. "For an upper hall, ma'am?" he had asked her, civilly enough, when, after long waiting, and many thoughtful steppings from one roll to another, she made the selection, and named the number of yards, astonishing the clerk by the smallness of the cut. She had answered him quickly, "Oh, no," with heightened color, and then had turned quickly and bent over a roll of stair carpeting, to hide the laugh in her eyes, and also to avoid looking at Warren, for she knew, by a peculiar little cough which he gave, that he was laughing inside. "Can I sell you a stair carpet today?" the watchful clerk had asked her, as he briskly rolled away the chosen carpet and gave orders concerning it to the cutter. "Oh, no," said Mrs. Spafford again, speaking as quickly as before. The idea of their buying a stair carpet! And this time they did look at each other and laugh. "2 young things just getting ready to play housekeeping," said the clerk to himself as he grew interested and sympathetic. And carpet clerk though he was, followed them downstairs through the many departments of the great store, advising, suggesting, reducing prices wherever it was possible, and as interested in all the purchases as though they had been his friends for a lifetime. He was gray-haired, and he remembered the very morning he went with his wife and helped her buy dishes. He sold dishes on this occasion with great care, and by his timely bits of advice saved the young couple from several mistakes. So, little by little, had the little house been furnished. Their sleeping room was guiltless of a carpet. One had been as much as their purse would allow, and of course that must be given to the parlor. But a bright rug of Grecian pattern, and of Callie's own make, occupied the bit of space between the pine-board washstand and the neat little bedstead. These, with the 2 chairs, filled the room. I have forgotten one article of furniture. Downstairs in the parlor, over the mantel, there hung one of those old paintings, done in oil, whose subdued colors and graceful outlines tell the touch of a true artist. So did the eyes, those soft, tender, almost speaking eyes, which smiled down on you as soon as you entered the door, and turned and followed you into whatever corner of the room you went. A womanly face, kind and tender and pure, with certain lines about the sweet old mouth that told of quiet firmness and strong resolve, and certain lines in the forehead which indicated that the resolves had been carried into action. A motherly face, placid now, but suggesting the sort of rest that comes after one has gotten above the storms. A rare work of art it was, fit to grace the parlors of the wealthiest, but the original was a rarer work of God, fitted to grace the palace of the king, and she had long since gone to take her place in the mansion prepared, Callie Spafford's mother. A woman who had lived and suffered and endured, and come off more than conqueror through him that loved her, and gone away to abide with him forever, leaving the memory of the strong, true life she had lived, to brood over the little new house where her daughter Callie, with the husband of her choice, were to begin life together. They sat down under the shadow of the dear face that first evening in the new home. It had been a busy day, and everything now was reduced to spotless order. The little new tea kettle had been tried, the small round table had been drawn out, and Callie had placed on it her finest tablecloth, none of the finest though, and they had sipped their tea and eaten their bread and butter, and pretended to pass the cake and sauce to each other, and laughed merrily over the absence of both, and enjoyed to the utmost this their first meal alone together. They were old married people. That is, it had been fully 3 months since they had publicly pledged themselves to each other. Since which time they had been as busy as bees getting their new home ready, or getting ready for it, hemming and hammering of evenings, for all day Callie had spent at her duties in the schoolroom, and the husband stood behind the desk and worked at his rows of figures. Both husband and wife dreaming of the day when they should begin housekeeping. Now they had begun. They sat in the pretty little parlor, it did look wondrously pretty to them despite its barrenness, and watched the play of light and shadow made by the dancing flames in the open grate, and talked, gaily at first, then as the evening waned, more quietly, of their plans and prospects and hopes, saying nothing, either of them, of any fears. Why should they have fears? They had furnished their house, and bought 25 pounds of flour and a bushel of potatoes, and paid a month's rent in advance, and they owed no man anything. "There is one thing, Warren, that I want to talk to you about, right away at the beginning of our life," Callie said, drawing what she called their one extravagance, a small, light rocker of delicate workmanship, closer to her husband's side, "and that is about our giving." "About our giving?" repeated her husband with a bewildered air and tone. "Yes, don't you think we ought to begin right, about that as well as in other things?" "Assuredly, little wife, we want to begin as right as we can, but what do you want to give away, and who needs it? What are you driving at?" "Why, Warren, I'm not speaking about any particular person, you know. I mean systematic giving. I want to begin as I hope we shall continue, and give regularly to whatever Christian people should support." Her husband tried to maintain a becoming gravity. "That is a very large desire of your large heart," he said. "Don't you know that Christian people should support about 100 charities, more or less?" "I know," she said, speaking quickly, And I know, of course, it is very little we can do. Perhaps we cannot include them all, but the more prominent ones. We can give just a little to each of those, can't we?" "Always provided we have anything to give," he said, speaking lightly. "You are to be provider, you know. I'll furnish the monthly installments, every penny of it shall go into your hands. I have enough to do with figures for other people, don't want to make any for myself, so I give you leave to contrive and scrimp and twist and turn ourselves and our clothes, and if at the end of the month you have a blessed shilling left, which I more than doubt, you shall have my full permission to divide it equally on all the benevolences of our boards." The comical side of this idea, which had seemed to grow on him from the beginning of the sentence, finally controlled him entirely, and he closed the sentence with a ringing laugh. "I beg your pardon, Callie," he said, at last, seeing that she joined his merriment only by a quiet little smile. "I began as soberly as a judge, but the fun of the thing got hold of me. Why, see here, dear, I believe I shall have to figure a little for your benefit after all. Now let's put it in black and white. $12 a month for this little nest, and you know it was impressed upon us that it was ruinously cheap, that is, $144 a year to begin with. Now take coal. These grates burn up a good deal. 1, 2, well, mind you, I don't believe it possible to get through a year for $20, and we'll call it that. Now suppose we put down our board at $6 a week, 3 apiece, you know. We can't keep it as low as that, because there will be a friend dropping in now and then, and accidents occurring whereby things will be spilled or spoiled. Oh, I know you are a capital housekeeper. I don't say I expect such things oftener than would occur in any well-regulated family, but it is reasonable to expect a few such leaks. There are 52 weeks in the year, but we'll play that we go a-visiting for 2 weeks, or fast, and call it around 300, without any calculation for leakages. Too low, you see. You would wear yourself into a shadow trying to keep within such figures, but for the sake of the argument we'll put them down. Now clothes, even wedding ones, will wear out, and dishes will break, and pumps will go leaky and have to be repaired. Allow $100 for clothes and repairs, yours and mine, and the pumps, you know. It wouldn't furnish some of the ladies with one new gown, but it will you. Now, what is the sum? Just $564, counting out those 2 weeks that we are to visit. I don't know who on earth will visit, do you? But when you add to that an estimate for sickness and accident and car fare, I declare I forgot car fare. That will be, let me see, up and down, morning and evening, 8 cents a day, 300 and... What a pity there are so many days in the year. But then it is a blessing there are so many Sundays to take out. 8 times 3, $25, as sure as I'm a mathematician. Who would have supposed it? Well, now, my dear benevolent little woman, when you sum that all up, and add something for 10,000 million things that we haven't thought of at all, and that will spring up and insist on being paid for, and subtract the amount from the enormous sum total of $600, what do you fancy will be left for us to be benevolent on? During this rapid estimate of their worldly affairs, Callie had listened intently, and laughed with her husband over the queer way of putting things. But when he confronted her with that appalling sum total, she met the laugh in his eyes with an undismayed face, and with no abatement of the earnest look in her steady eyes. "That is all very true, I suppose, only, my dear husband, I think you began at the wrong end." He regarded her with a good-humored inquiry. "If there is any end to begin at that will make this sum total look more inviting, I'm ready to be convinced," he said gaily. "Don't you see, dear, that you have planned for the daily living, even to the burnt meats and sour bread, and you have left the duty of giving subject to the accident of having something left after all our wants are supplied? Is that really the way?" Her listener looked more and more bewildered. "Callie, dear," he said, speaking gravely, "I really have made a very low estimate, and of course there will many expenses occur that we do not think of now. Do you see any way we could plan to avoid any of these? Or what have you in mind? What is it that you think we ought to do?" "I can tell you just what I would like to do. I have been thinking a good deal about this subject of late, studying about it, and what I should be glad to do would be to begin now, even with our little income, to lay aside 1/10 of it for the Lord." 1/10! Not even the solemnity of the conclusion could arrest the unbounded astonishment in his voice. "Why, Callie, dear, have you thought what you are saying? That would be $60. How could we possibly spare it from our income and live? We must live, you know." "I know it, Warren, and the Lord knows it too, and yet I believe if we should start out with that determination, and adhere to it closely, He would own and bless the offering." "I don't know, dear. I don't think I have your faith. It seems to me that I ought to provide for my own household first. Isn't there something about a man being worse than a heathen who neglects to do that?" "Oh, Warren, I don't feel in any danger of starvation, and I do want to try this way. It lies very near my heart. I believe it is the right way to do. That one verse has lingered in my mind ever since we were married, ever since we planned this little home, and thought of all the delight it would be. I think we can do it. Your estimate of clothing I believe was larger than necessary. I know how to be very economical in my dress." "What's the verse, Callie?" "Oh, the verse, it was Jacob's vow. 'And all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee.'" "Jacob! Well, if I remember the circumstances, he wasn't a very reputable party to imitate. I never approved of his proceedings about that time, nor for years afterwards." "Oh, but Warren, you remember how the Lord blessed and prospered him. I believe that one thing that Jacob did was right, and it is that I want you to imitate, not the other part of his conduct. Warren, I'll tell you, I don't want to influence you unduly in this thing. I should like it very much, and I believe it is the right way, and that we could accomplish it. Of course we could, you know, if it is the right thing for us to do. But I won't urge it any further. I'll just ask you to kneel down now, while we set up our family altar, and make it a special subject of prayer. Ask the Lord Jesus if he would like to have us give that $60 back to him." It seemed to the young husband a very startling way to put it. He could have argued somewhat longer, on logical grounds, but to ask the Lord Jesus what he thought about it was making the thing a tremendously earnest one, sort of obliging a man to abide by the reply which should be received. Nevertheless, he felt unwilling to say that he was not ready to pray over it. So they bowed before the Lord for the first time in their new home. It was an earnest prayer that followed. A listener would have felt sure that the young man who prayed was very sincere, and would certainly abide by the decision which should be reached. And the tone of the prayer changed gradually from that of inquiry to something very like assurance, so that Callie was not surprised to hear him say, as soon as they arose, "We will try it, Callie, and see whether we can pull through." But she promptly shook her head at this. "Don't put it in that way, Warren, as if we were willing to try the Lord for a little while, and see whether he would do as he said. I know you don't mean that, but perhaps it sounds like it to him. Let us take Jacob for our model, for this time at least. I will surely give the 10th unto thee. Let us say it with the surely very prominent." "But, Callie, dear, that is very serious business, an absolute promise, you know. It is of the nature of an oath, and I am afraid we are poor." To this his wife made no sort of answer, only stood, with hands clasping his arms, looking up into his face with very grave eyes. A moment of silence, then he laughed. "I see precisely how it sounds, Callie, as though I was willing to make a trial of the Lord's service, but unwilling to swing off entirely without a rope to cling to. Come now, I swing off. Let's repeat it, Callie, trusting in strength from him to make it good." And seizing her hands, He clasped them in his own, and raised them in the attitude of prayer, while both voices repeated the words, "And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 Their Jewels. Among Mrs. Callie's wedding presents had been an elegant velvet-covered, gold-mounted jewel case, the gift of one of her school friends. Callie had smiled when she saw it, and speculated as to the amount it had cost, and wondered when she would be likely to possess jewels elegant enough to repose in such grandeur. The plain gold watch she wore, and the simple pin and cuff buttons that did duty every day, comprised the extent of her stock. On the very morning after the new covenant relations had been entered into, Callie went, with bright eyes, to the clothes-press shelf, where, for want of a better place, she had set the beauty, carefully wrapped in many papers, took off its wrappings, turned the tiny golden key, and looked in on the delicate pink cotton reposing there with intense satisfaction. She had suddenly fallen heir to jewels which she meant should sparkle therein. She took it downstairs with her and set it on the parlor mantel, while she robed the little dining table and prepared the morning meal. The tea kettle was already singing, and the aroma of coffee and faint odors of delicately browning toast presently filled the air. It was as complete a little photograph of Eden as Warren Spafford cared to see. So he thought at that moment, as he pushed open the side door, letting in the fresh, morning air, and bearing in either hand a scuttle of coal and a pail of water, that were to save the steps of the presiding genius of Eden during the day. These were fresh, healthy young lives, and the prose, which had constantly to interfere, had no way jarred the poetry that they felt sure they were living. His wife turned toward him with sparkling eyes. "Oh, Warren, I have such a nice idea! Isn't this the day your month's salary is due?" "The very day, you small miser. I expect to bring it home with me this evening. Do you burn to spend it?" "Just as fast as I can," she said gaily. "But see here," and she brought out the blue velvet treasure. "Warren, don't you know how we laughed over poor Florrie's gift, and wondered what use we should ever make of it? I have thought of a use. You know that $5, the 10th? Well, could you bring it to me in little bits of gold dollars, and let me keep it in here for our jewels? Then I'll wear the key on my chain, and whenever we want to give, the money will be at hand." "Until it is spent," he said in a tone of intense amusement. 5 little bits of gold dollars every month. Our boards can surely pay off their debts when they hear of it. My dear Callie, I hadn't the least idea you were so sentimental. Wouldn't it be a great deal more prudent to keep the money in the savings bank, and draw it as you have need?" "I will be patient with it. I truly don't think it is a fortune, and I presume the idea is just as silly and unbusinesslike as possible. But I do so like the thought of seeing our little gold offering nestling in that pretty box, and thinking that they are the Lord's jewels, and He will guide the using." For a moment her husband was entirely silent. Then he said, in a low tone, "Whether it is sentimentality or not, it moves me strangely. Perhaps we are both sentimental, and perhaps it is, even in so small a thing, the Lord's leading. We will put the jewels there, dear, and they shall be His." It was the next morning that Mrs. Spafford, having set her small house in completest order, arrayed herself for the street, and then sat down in the parlor opposite that box wherein she knew gleamed 5 golden jewels, pencil and paper in hand, prepared to plan her battle with life at $45 a month. At her feet sat the small market basket, in which was to be placed her purchases for the day. The question to be determined was, what could she afford to buy? "Let me see," she said, making small, swift figures. She was as rapid an accountant in her way as her husband was in his. 31 days in a month. I mean to count in that way, when I shall have a little surplus for extras when those good months come that have only 30, and on that blessed February we'll have a real feast." "I entered into a speculation," her husband had explained the night before, when the monthly salary was talked over. "I discovered that by buying a month's car tickets in advance, I could get them for $2. That is a saving of 8 cents a month, 96 cents a year, I want you to understand, and you will have the goodness to give me credit for the same on your day book." This sentence, gotten off with many a flourish, ended in a laugh, in which Callie joined before she said, "Now we can laugh, but really that is worth a good deal. Suppose by careful management we can save $1 a year on each of our expenditures, we could keep a savings bank account against that rainy day that people are so fond of getting ready for. I know I have met people who, it seemed to me, would rather trust their rainy day fund than the Lord." "Keep a bank account by all means, if possible," her husband had answered, and he had gone away with a laugh that he did not mean his wife should know covered a little sigh. No one would have liked better than he to so fill her purse that she should have no need to puzzle her brains about the small economies with which he thought he foresaw her life was to be filled. But she, with serene brow, sat this morning fingering the bills that all told amounted to $43. $43 to be divided between 31 days gives me $1.38 a day, and almost 1 cent over. That 1 cent shall be counted on the savings bank fund. I will have one if Warren does laugh at me. He shall not know anything about it until some dreary day when the wind is blowing and the rain is driving against the windows, he staggers home and tells me he is on the eve of failure, and I bring out my savings bank book and show him that the sum exactly meets his awful needs, a la dime novel style." Whereupon she laughed aloud, a free, glad laugh that covered no thought of a sigh. She even rejoiced that her husband's position, as a mere clerk, saved him from any fear of bankruptcy. Callie Spafford had that sweet, rare spirit which knows how to find cause for joy in each of the appointments of life. 75 cents a day ought to buy our food and the fuel to cook it with. I wonder if it will. Dear me, I keep forgetting Warren's lunch downtown. What a pity he has to do that. I could furnish him with a so much nicer one at cheaper rates. Well, 25 cents a day for that is $7.75 a month. What dreadful creatures figures are! They go and multiply themselves so unfeelingly before one. Now I just wonder if we could have breakfasts and suppers each day on the 50 cents left. As for my dinner, that won't amount to much. Who wants to eat dinners all alone? I don't mean to starve, and I don't mean to have Warren think anything looks starved, but what is the harm in my experimenting as to what can be done? I've wanted to try it ever since I boarded with poor Mrs. Perkins, and she gave us tough beefsteak and sour baker's bread, or at all events baker's sour bread, at 3 cents and a half a week. And lost money every blessed week. I don't believe a word of it. I mean, I don't believe she managed matters as she might, if she hadn't spent so much time weeping over the hardness of her lot. Now, Callie Spafford, shoulder your market basket, and see what you can do for a hungry family at 50 cents a day. It shall be that, until further notice, at least. "Oh, there is Callie Howell!" a clear voice exclaimed, as the young matron, market basket in hand, entered the narrow court, which at that end of the city served as a market-place. The voice belonged to one of the dear 500 friends of her maidenhood, none of them so very dear, yet she was glad to see them all. This one, Jennie West by name, was one with whom she had, perhaps, been least familiar, so far as real friendship goes. But there was a ring of gladness in the voice. Everybody had liked Callie Howell. The brisk young bookkeeper, near whom she was standing, was the first to respond. "Miss Jennie, I am shocked at your familiarity. Don't you know that is not Callie Howell at all, but Mrs. Warren Spafford?" "Yes, she is Callie Howell. I am going to forget that she has gone and spoiled our circle by consenting to be an old married woman." And, market-place though it was, Miss Jennie, who was perhaps at all times a trifle too loud-voiced, came forward eagerly and bestowed her hearty greetings, even to kisses, upon the little market woman. "A market basket!" she said, still speaking in loud tones. "Do you do your own marketing? How very funny!" "Why, who would do it, my child?" the matron said, in nowise discomposed, and she looked at the yellow feet and pink ruffle of a chicken lying near, with the air of a skilled market woman. "Mr. Spafford has to take the 7 o'clock car down. He has little time for family duties. What is poultry worth to-day?" "I'd make him get up early then, and do it all before 7 o'clock," Miss Jennie interposed. "Isn't housekeeping horrid, Callie? I know all about it. Mother was away for 3 weeks, and I had all the care of the house. I thought I should die, certainly. And things got themselves into the awfullest confusion while she was gone. Oh my! It makes me shiver to think of those 3 weeks. Mother said she never saw such a house." "How much hired help does your mother keep?" queried Mrs. Spafford, with an amused smile. "Why, we only keep 2 girls, and you know we have a large house to look after, and quite a family. It is too much. I wonder that mother doesn't die. It nearly killed me. Now honestly, Callie Howell, you needn't laugh at me. You always did laugh at me, you know. I was completely worn out, and had to come up here to rest. Mrs. Evans is trying to nurse me up. Do you know Mrs. Evans? You ought to. She belongs right here in your neighborhood. Mrs. Evans, Mrs. Spafford. She is my dearest friend, Callie, or she used to be before she was so foolish as to get married, and wear her life out with housekeeping. How you girls can do it is beyond me." "I don't believe we feel in the least like martyrs," Mrs. Spafford said, laughing, as she acknowledged this public introduction by a cordial grasp of the hand. The slight, fair-faced woman, with a somewhat perplexed face and unnaturally flushed cheeks, was the same who had attracted her admiring attention in church the Sabbath before. The market-place was an unpleasantly public one in which to form new acquaintances, but very little in the way of propriety could be expected from Jennie West, so she accepted the situation, laughing meantime over the thought that the gay young girl, the very picture of blooming health, had come up to be nursed by this fair, frail woman. Meantime, Jennie had jumped to an entirely different line of thought. "Oh, Eva, here are strawberries! Don't they look perfectly lovely? Who would have expected to see them so early? Why, they fairly make my mouth water! You must have some of them for dessert. They will be delightful with cream and sponge cake. Eva, my dear, attend to business. Don't you see the treasures will all be gone in a few minutes?" This last, with a touch on the lady's arm, and a pretty affectation of importance, as Mrs. Evans, with cheeks heightened in color, appeared to be absorbed in examining some scaly fish. Meantime, the class of customers who were always eager for things out of season was surrounding the strawberries. Mrs. Spafford, meantime, seemed to have forgotten her chicken, and was watching Mrs. Evans with thoughtful eyes. She turned at Jennie's peremptory summons, with the flush still deepening, and with a hesitating air. "I don't know," she said doubtfully. "Well, you will know in a few minutes," with a half-impatient little laugh. "They all will be gone, and that will settle the question for you. Callie, don't you want a box of these strawberries for your market basket?" Mrs. Spafford was glad for this question, and answered promptly, "No, indeed. I am too wise a housekeeper even to inquire the price. The idea of any but millionaires buying strawberries at this time of year. Even then I fancy I could find happier ways of disposing of my money." "Oh, you horrid little miser! You were always saving your pocket money in school. I thought you would get over that habit when you took a husband to support you." Callie paid no attention to this sentence, though the tone was so loud that ordinarily it would have annoyed her, on the score of good breeding. She was engaged in watching the effect of her words on Mrs. Evans, and was glad to see a little letting up of the look of pained perplexity, and to hear her answer her gay tormentor's next appeal with something like decision. "I believe, Jennie, the strawberries are too expensive for my purse today. I didn't get enough money from Dane for any special extras this morning." "Oh, you horrid housekeepers!" said Jennie, with a becoming little pout. "What a prosy life you must live, counting the pennies and asking your husbands whenever you want even a strawberry. I wouldn't be in your shoes for the world." "It is well you are a privileged person, Jennie," Mrs. Spafford answered her, laughing. For herself, she was as indifferent as possible to what the saucy, foolish tongue might say, but it was evident that Mrs. Evans winced under it. She looked worn and harassed, and Callie, as she watched her, felt an unaccountable pity stealing into her heart for the pale woman, and made a sudden resolve to shield her further, if necessary, from Jennie's attacks. "Perhaps she hasn't made a pencil and paper calculation this morning as to what she will spend and what she won't, and so feels weak." This she told herself by way of excusing her companionship, and then plunged boldly in. "Isn't poultry unaccountably high this morning? I was going to indulge in a nice little chicken for our dinner tonight, but really I can't afford it much better than the strawberries. You see," with a bright little smile, "although I have been keeping house for myself but one day, I am nevertheless a practical housekeeper, and I don't like to waste money on extravagant purchases. I don't believe I should if I had the money to spend, which I haven't." Mrs. Evans regarded her with a sudden accession of interest. "Are you really a practical housekeeper?" she asked. "I wish I were. I have been keeping house for 3 months, but I didn't know anything about it when I commenced, and I don't seem to have learned a great deal. How did you learn?" "Mother and I kept house together for 10 years. I was a school girl most of the time, and a teacher during the last 2 years, but still I was my mother's market woman, confidential clerk, and, a good deal of the time, her cook and table waiter, so I learned all about it. My mother was a wonderful teacher." "And does your mother live with you now?" A swift, tender shadow passed over the bright face, and the voice dropped lower. "She went away to her home a little more than a year ago." Mrs. Evans reached forth her hand and laid it impulsively on Callie's. "My mother died nearly 2 years ago, but I miss her so." There was a real heart cry in this sentence. Jennie's loud voice recalled them to practical life. "Come, you two are sentimentalizing, I believe, and the result will be you will neither of you have anything for dinner unless I help. After all, I believe I could make a better housekeeper than either of you. Will Coleman, can't you come here and figure out the respective dinners of these 2 matrons? They are in danger of starving unless some judicious person comes to their aid." Thus challenged, the young bookkeeper got down from his perch, came over and shook hands with Mrs. Spafford, and chatted with Jennie. He was a recent importation to that end of the city, from the main store downtown. He had known Callie Howell in their set as a teacher, and he had the same feeling of hearty respect for her that she had always inspired. He did not feel sufficiently intimate with her to suggest her bill of fare. Still, he was in no sense averse to a chat with Miss Jennie. Truth to tell, he had been no uninterested listener to the queer snatches of conversation that had been going on. He was a rapid accountant, and, if Miss Jennie had but known it, a good deal of mental arithmetic had been gotten through with during the 5 minutes. He had speculated as to the probable amount of Warren Spafford's salary, the probable house rent he paid, the possible cost of living with such a manager as Callie Howell at the head of affairs, all the while giving certain thoughtful glances toward Miss Jennie, that showed whither his hopes were tending. And then, as she acknowledged her dislike for the cares of housekeeping, her ignorance of details, and exhibited her utter disregard for small economies, not to say her contempt for the same, he had drawn a little sigh and plunged into the column of figures before him. Still, he liked to get down from his stool and come and talk with Miss Jennie. He liked also to think that she was a friend of Callie Spafford. That lady, meantime, had really not been idle. She had given certain swift glances up and down the rows of eatables, made her mental calculation, determined what she could have and what she couldn't, and was now prepared to act accordingly. "Is the poultry very high?" questioned Mrs. Evans in a sudden confidential whisper. "I think Jennie is fond of it." "Ruinously high, and not very good at that. If Jennie were my guest, she would have to wait for prices to lower." "That is true," she added brightly, as Jennie caught the sentence and shook her pretty, curly head. "Spoil all my plans," said Jennie, with another pretty affectation of a pout, while Mrs. Evans looked in admiring awe at her new friend for daring to avow her economies so boldly. Then Jennie, with a sudden, bright smile, "If you'll buy some of that asparagus, I'll desert Eva altogether and go home with you to dinner." Mrs. Evans blushed crimson in deprecation of her friend's rudeness, but Callie promptly shook her head. "Your tastes are simply ruinous," she said gaily. "Not even for the pleasure of having you to lunch with me can I be guilty of such treason. You see, I held a conference with my purse before I started from home this morning, and I know exactly what amount I can spend today, and it won't include chicken or asparagus or strawberries." "Asparagus is good for digestion," said Jennie, pointing. "So is a clear conscience," laughed Callie, and the trio separated. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Cake and Benevolence. Mrs. Evans stirred her coffee with an irresolute air, occasionally studying that portion of her husband's face which could be seen from behind the morning paper. She had that to say to him which always made his face grow more or less gloomy. She was trying to decide whether this was a propitious time, though daily growing more doubtful as to whether there would ever be a propitious time for like topics. Presently determining that, whether safe or not, it must be done, she entered her hesitating interruption. "Dane, if you have a few minutes for me this morning, I would like to talk with you." The paper dropped promptly, and the husband waited, courteously enough, but in silence, and with a face that told of habitual perplexity in some direction, perhaps in many. "I think I shall be obliged to have a little more money today. That is, if we bake for the festival. The ladies are going around this afternoon to see what each one will do, and I suppose I shall have to say what our part will be." "I thought they hadn't decided yet whether to have a festival or not." "Well, it isn't quite decided. That is part of the work of the committee this afternoon, to see whether the people approve of the festival, and if so, what they will give toward it." "Then, if I were you, I would say I didn't approve. I'm sure I don't. The whole thing is a first-class nuisance from beginning to end. I never approved of that way of doing business, and I don't change my opinion as I grow older." And the husband, who could not have been more than 30 at the utmost, albeit he talked so wisely about growing older, drank his coffee almost scalding hot, and ate his steak and baked potato rapidly, with a gloomy face. "Yes, but Dane, I don't suppose our opinion will be asked. In fact, they have taken it for granted that we are in sympathy with them. I am on this very committee for soliciting this afternoon." "I wouldn't have served. Of all hateful business that a woman can do, I should think that would be the meanest. Talk about drudgery! I'd rather drudge at the wash tub all day, if I were a woman, than to tramp all day through dirty streets, stopping at people's houses, begging them to give. I shouldn't say you were suited to that sort of work." Mrs. Evans checked a troubled little sigh, and tried to smile as she said, "Oh, well, I don't suppose I will need to say much. I am just chosen for company. Mrs. Bacon is to go with me. Or rather, I am to go with her. She is a good solicitor, they say." The gloomy-faced husband sneered. "I should think very likely she would be. She has just about impudence enough for such work. 'Well now, Mr. Evans,' she says to me, 'don't you really think you ought to do a little more for the sake of the cause?' For the sake of the fiddlestick! As if a man didn't know his own business without having Mrs. Bacon trot after him to tell him of it. She cares about as much for the cause as her yellow-haired poodle does. I wish, if they must put you to such disagreeable positions, they would at least send you out with a woman who has common sense. It is wretched poor policy in them to send her, if people are any like me. I always give at least 25 cents less than I would if anybody else asked me. How came they to choose you, almost a stranger, for such work? Wasn't there anybody else willing to be imposed upon?" This time Mrs. Evans's sigh was not suppressed. "I hardly knew how to refuse," she said at length, hesitatingly. "They knew I had very little to do. In fact, they mentioned me as one who had leisure, and I thought perhaps I might help a little in that way. I always used to help at home in whatever way I could." "Help!" Mr. Evans's voice was getting into a regular growl. "Who are you helping, pray? Don't get into the habit of talking that nonsense about the good of the cause. That will do for idiots like Mrs. Bacon to peep. I wish to goodness there was a church to be found that didn't undertake to pay its honest debts with cake. I believe I'd move tomorrow and go into its vicinity. I'm tired of this eternal begging to get stuff to put into people's stomachs, and let them call it benevolence. I wouldn't have anything to do with it, Eva, if I were you." Mrs. Evans's naturally pale cheeks were a deep crimson now. She protested earnestly, "But Dane, how can I help it? We belong to this congregation, and I at least am pledged to do what I can for its support. I thought you wanted me to help in any way that I could, and I really didn't see how to refuse." There was a little quiver in her voice, such as always subdued the tendency to growl in her husband's. He drank his coffee more slowly. "Oh, of course," he said at last. "I suppose you are in for it. I'm not blaming you, Eva, you understand, but I hate the system all the same. So do all honest men. That is the reason I hate to see you mixed up with it, in the name of a church, too. Well, how much money must you have?" This question set Mrs. Evans to cutting her steak nervously into little bits. "I don't know just how much money it takes to make cake, Dane, but we are out of sugar, and the butter will not last, if I have it used for cake too. Then I shall need eggs and raisins, I suppose, or flavoring of some sort. I never calculated the price of cake, Dane. I just used to go down to the kitchen and weigh out whatever materials I needed and make my cake, without any regard to expense, so I don't know how to plan." "I wish women ever did sit down and calculate the expense of cake. They would discover that it is an awfully extravagant way to be benevolent. But, Eva, how does it happen that we are out of sugar again? It can't be 2 weeks since I sent up that great box full." The fair blue eyes were swimming in tears, and the wife's voice was half choked as she answered, "I'm sure I don't know. Kate seems to be careful with the sugar, but we have been using a good deal of fruit lately, you know, since Jennie was here, and puddings and custards take a great deal, it seems. I never used to think so, but they do. I have really tried, Dane, to look after it, and be as careful as possible, but the sugar goes in spite of me. I'm almost discouraged." "Poor little mouse," with an attempt at a laugh. "You can't keep track of the sugar, eh? I have a suspicion that your husband's fondness for apples baked in sugar may account for some of it. Besides, aunts sometimes make havoc with sugar, you know. This time I think it is cousins. I never could quite understand how Jennie West happened to be your cousin. I'm glad it is 2 removes. Third cousin, isn't she?" "Second," Mrs. Evans answered, meekly. She knew her husband was not fond of Jennie. "Well, I wish you could teach her a few lessons in common politeness. I never supposed it was etiquette for a guest to arrange the bill of fare. When is she coming back?" "Not until next week. Shall I make 2 cakes, Dane, or would you say you could only furnish 1?" "Oh, I suppose you will have to do what the rest do. If they say 2, we say 2. That's the benevolence of it. But now, seriously, Eva, this matter must be carefully considered. I have a pretty good salary, you know, so called, and there are only 2 of us, and yet we are running behind all the time. We went to housekeeping, you remember, to save money, and we are spending it as fast again as when we were boarding. In fact, we are spending more than I get. Running in debt, you understand, and nothing to pay it with unless we begin to save somewhere. I don't understand these things, but I suppose you women do, and it will have to be looked into closely. Kate wastes. I presume all girls do. At least that is what Will Coleman says his mother says. Will, by the way, is wonderfully interested in the expenses of housekeeping. I told him it was 10 times cheaper to board. Now, my dear, I hate this whole business. I'd like to feed you on fruitcake and dress you in silk velvet if I could, but you see the trouble is we can't do what we can't, either for ourselves or for others. This cake matter must be attended to now, I suppose, but when we have a little time we must talk it over and see if we can't think our way out before another festival or fair or something of the sort pounces down on us. As to money, I haven't but $2 to my name. I'll give you one of them and send up the sugar and eggs from Bacon's. I'll tell him to charge them to Benevolence. There comes my confounded car. We must contrive to get around earlier in the mornings. Mind, I'm not blaming you, wifey. You do your best, I dare say. I must go this minute." And he bent over her with a hasty farewell kiss, and strode through the dining room in haste, whistled the already passed car, and was off for the day. Mrs. Evans sat still where he had left her, stirring the fast cooling coffee, pushed her fork into the untasted bits of steak, and drew it out again, and presently arose from her uneaten breakfast, touched her little silver call-bell for Kate, and walked away to the sitting-room before she came, to hide the flushed face and tearful eyes. There were unmistakable tears in the eyes now. It seemed to her that she had reached the extreme limit of endurance in this matter. It was all so different from what she in her girlhood days had planned. She had been one of those petted, only daughters in a beautiful home. Father and mother had vied with each other in surrounding her life with sunlight. Her tastes had been comparatively simple, her ideas quiet, therefore she had not needed what people of wealth would call large sums of money with which to carry out her plans. So, to her mind, money had always been plenty. She had only to ask for what she wanted, and it was invariably forthcoming, given with a smile and a kiss. Her father was not wealthy, he was simply well-to-do, but even this she did not know. He might be very rich for all she thought about it, he certainly was not poor. It was with her in all her relations in life exactly as she had explained about the cake. When she had wanted to do anything she did it, asking no questions, giving no thought as to expense. She had been benevolent in a sense, that is, she had taken her place in the church work, not as a leader, she was not destined by nature for a leader, and she had not grace enough to assume the position, but when the fairs or festivals or benevolent associations of any sort sprang into periodical activity, and the managers thereof talked cake and cream and oysters, or tidies and pincushions and toilet sets, as a way out of debt or into opulence, she unhesitatingly and sweetly bore her share of the burden. Indeed, hers was apt to be among the first voices to say, "I will make cake," or "We can furnish cream at our house," or "You can use our parlors." All these things were pleasant to her, were in no sense sacrifices, were done spontaneously. Giving, as a matter of principle, she knew nothing about. And yet, like so many others, she thought she knew all about it. Less than 2 years before this day of which I am telling you, the pleasant thread of life that had unraveled so smoothly before her suddenly snapped asunder. At least one of the main strands gave out, without word of warning. In the morning the father went away, kissing his wife, kissing his daughter as usual. In the evening he lay cold and silent in his parlor, never again to be a living presence there. From this shock the gentle mother never rallied, but sank almost immediately into a state of invalidism, nurtured and lovingly thought of day and night by the daughter, whose purse opened lavishly as usual to supply her needs, until one morning she awoke rudely to the frightful fact that the money was gone. The well-to-do man of business had been, like many another, living beyond his means, and had left nothing but $500 in cash for his wife and child to live on. Even the pretty home that had been theirs ever since the daughter was born went to pay the outstanding debts. As for the $500, it melted away like snow in springtime. The daughter had not the slightest idea where. She had never been taught to manage money. Of one thing she was glad, at least she came to be glad, after the first stunning sense of grief was over, that her mother had no need to know of this later blow. She sank away out of life sooner than any had feared, soon enough to fondly suppose that she left her daughter mistress of the home and with plenty of money at her disposal as heretofore. And there was barely enough to furnish the requisite amount of crepe and pay the enormous bills for carriage hire. All of these sad events, hurrying so rapidly on each other, had in their turn hastened the marriage of the daughter to the enterprising young clerk of the firm of Briggs & Bowen, a clerk who was said to be receiving an unusually good salary for a man of his years. And his young wife, if she had thought of it at all, which she didn't, would have imagined $1,000 a year to be a small fortune. As for Dane Evans, he was the sort of a young man who knew that it had been amply sufficient for his wants, therefore it would do very well for both of them. As soon, then, as the customs of society would admit, for I suppose you surmise by this time that these people were both of the class who pay careful attention to the customs of society, they were married, and organized their home very much as if they had $5,000 a year to depend upon, instead of $1,000. Their first rude awakening was the discovery that the fashionable boarding house which had been a home to Mr. Evans for 5 years would not do for the two, or, in other words, that $20 a week for board, fuel and lights extra, was simply not to be thought of. They went higher, not in price but in stairs, and tried $16 a week, and were appalled to discover that even this painful reduction left them in debt, and their necessities increasing every hour. What was to be done? After many talks, and some tears on the wife's part at least, they concluded to try housekeeping, Eva being sure that it must be cheaper a great deal, for "Mamma never had any trouble." At that time her husband was too young and too fond a husband to sneer, but he smiled, and did not remind her that he himself was only a clerk, while her father was at least supposed to be the sole owner of a good business. Then began a wearisome round of house hunting. Then, too, did the young couple take their first lesson in rents. They were amazed and utterly dismayed to discover that the whole salary would not pay for what they were pleased to consider a suitable house in a decent neighborhood. They tried other neighborhoods. They climbed higher and higher toward the limits of the city, and at last found, fully 6 miles away from the center, the queer little box in which they now lived. That was the husband's name for it, and certainly to them both it was unlike any house of their experience. Yet it was a pretty enough house, and even up here the price to be paid was something that made them give doubtful glances at each other. They were growing wiser as to the capabilities of $1,000 a year. Yet not much, else they would never have spent nearly that sum in furnishing the house. The young husband, who had been receiving his salary of $1,000 for 5 years, had in the days of his bachelorhood managed to save a trifle over $200 a year, and congratulated himself often upon being a thrifty fellow. He did do better than many a young man of his acquaintance. This $1,000, carefully invested as it had been, was drawn out, and furnished the rented house with pretty carpets and delicately upholstered furniture for the parlors and spare chamber. Eva, the wife, was gifted with rare taste in this matter of house furnishing, and if she had not been restricted in means, could have made the queer little house into a bower of beauty. As it was, she believed herself to have been a martyr. She had crucified her tastes in a dozen particulars. She had studied economy until her fair face was wrinkled and troubled, and yet the $1,000 vanished in the most extraordinary manner. Long before the house was completely furnished, the means were gone, and, as is usual in such cases, it was the kitchen and the everyday living rooms that had to suffer. Then began a season of daily struggles with kitchen expenses. Sugars and teas and coffees and oils and meats and coal, and all the long, long list of necessities. Poor Eva wrestled with them and tried to plan and save, and was afraid of her girl in the kitchen, and afraid of her pantry, and afraid of her pocketbook, and grew to hate the very name of sugar. And yet, week by week the bills and expenses increased, and her husband's face grew graver, and his tones were growing, occasionally, a little sharp, even to her. And she saw no way out of the problem. What was she to do? Here was this fearful church supper looming up before her. When had she ever shrunk from a church supper before? She hated the very thought of it now, and this thought made her cheeks glow with shame. She hated to have to hate such expenditures. She wanted to give, to be benevolent, in her narrow understanding of the term. She liked to be able to smile and say, "Oh, certainly," when the cake or coffee question came up. It made her blush like a criminal to think that possibly the time was coming when she really must say, "I can't afford to do thus and so." Her unfortunate education had been that, some way, it was a confession of sin to be obliged to say, "I can't afford it." She was learning through bitter experience to look ahead a little. She had pored over figures enough lately to discover that even going on as they had been, and she could not see how it was possible for them to live on less than they did, would plunge them into debt. She saw that Dane's face was constantly troubled, that he shrank from any conversation or suggestion that would involve outlay, that he read the morning paper a great deal for fear she would ask him for money for dinner or to pay Kate. It seemed to the poor bewildered wife that Kate was always needing to be paid. It made her wince and flush to take the $3 weekly from her delicate, gold-mounted portemonnaie and bestow it on the great good-natured German who daily scorched their steak and served them muddy coffee. Every expenditure made her wince. Her second cousin, Jennie West, had been like a long nightmare to her during the 10 days of her visit, and she shivered to think of her coming back next week. She rubbed the steam made by her breath from the window pane with her delicate cambric handkerchief, then stared guiltily to see the soil, and to remember that even that little act had added another item to the weekly wash, which was another of her trials. Church suppers looked like anything but interesting inventions to her, and there was no use to wipe the window pane, for the tears were falling on it thick and fast. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Cake Mathematically Considered. Viewed from some standpoints, Mrs. Harvey Bacon dressed for a trip to secure contributions with which to carry on a church festival for the purpose of paying a church debt was a curiosity. As she waited in Mrs. Evans's neat little parlor, casting pleased glances about her on the taste everywhere displayed, critical eyes also, for she could tell to the fraction of $1 the cost of every article, an interested person might have studied her. She was arrayed in the costliest of black silks, carefully made and more carefully trimmed. Not "fussy" by any means, and indeed, to an unpractised eye, I am not sure but it would have been called very neat and plain. If you have ever heard wise gentlemen discourse on the subject of dress, selecting the individual whom they would like their wives to copy, you are aware that they are apt to select material at $4 a yard, and lace at 7 or 8, and pronounce the toilet very neat and plain. Mrs. Bacon's outer garments matched her dress. Her silk mantle, made in the newest style and trimmed without regard to cost, and her delicate spring hat, with its long plumes and its broad satin ties, were entirely in keeping with each other, and the whole effect was pleasing in the extreme, if viewed by a person who had no occasion to think of dollars and cents in the same connection. She gave Mrs. Evans a swift, critical glance as she came down ready for the street, and was satisfied. There was nothing in her appearance to make a discord. The dress, it is true, was not so rich, nor the sack and hat so costly as her own, but they were rich enough to make a very respectable appearance, and were in perfect taste. On the whole, Mrs. Bacon was pleased. "I hardly know where to call first," she remarked, as they carefully held their skirts from contact with the spring mud, and crossed the street preparatory to going down Green Avenue. "I suppose it is not worth while to make any stops on this street. Scarcely a person living here is able to contribute anything if they felt ever so much disposed. My dear Mrs. Evans, how came you to locate on this street? The people will be so uncongenial, I am afraid, so unlike what you must have been accustomed to. Don't you find it very lonely?" Mrs. Evans, with pink cheeks, explained that she had done very well during the short time that she had lived there, and met some rather pleasant people. She ignored entirely the question as to the reason for her choice of residence, because she actually had not the moral courage to explain that the lower rents had been the attraction to the street. "I am so sorry you live up so far," explained her companion. "I told Mr. Bacon I couldn't think what your husband meant by isolating you so from us all. Why, nearly all our set live down at the lower end of Green Avenue. Such a walk! And during the calling hours of the day there is never a car along at the right time. I had to wait 20 minutes for one today. I hope you haven't taken the house for a year, as I am almost sure you will want to get further down before the season is over." In almost trembling haste, Mrs. Evans assured her that they had leased the house for a year. The bare thought of incurring the expense of another removal was appalling to her. Then she made haste to change the subject. "Mrs. Bacon, have you met Mrs. Spafford? They are quite recently moved here, I believe, and live nearly 2 blocks above us. Wouldn't it be well for us to call there before going to the avenue?" "Why, would you call there, do you think?" questioned Mrs. Bacon, stopping near the corner irresolutely. "I have heard of them, and I am told that they are very poor indeed. Not even the necessities of life. Sad, isn't it? Who was it told me about them? Oh, I know, your cousin, Miss West, was telling me last week. We were walking downtown together, and we happened to meet Mrs. Spafford, and I was remarking upon what a fine walk she had, quite as though she belonged to the cultured portion of society. I understood Miss West that she had known her as a girl, and that she was quite a superior person. What a pity it is that she married so badly! Do you really think it is worth while to take up our time in calling there?" "Why," explained Mrs. Evans, dismay as well as genuine interest in her tones, "has she married badly? I did not know it. Is her husband dissipated?" And a vision of the bright face that had beamed on her so hopefully and cheerily in the market, overclouded with bitter sorrow, came upon her, calling forth sympathy. "Oh, dear, no, I didn't mean in that sense. He is a very estimable person, I believe. At least I have heard so, but I really don't know much about him. But he is only a clerk, I mean," she hastened to explain, catching a sight of the crimson cheeks of the wife of the clerk beside her. "He is a very young clerk indeed, has a subordinate position and a meagre salary, not a suitable one to marry on, you know. And really, from what your cousin said, I shouldn't be surprised if we should be called on to help them before long. It is such a pity that people will foolishly throw themselves right into the responsibilities of life. Miss West said she never felt so sorry for any person in her life as she did when she met Mrs. Spafford one day in the market, struggling to buy something for dinner. She said she had to twist and turn in order to get anything, and that it was really pitiable to see her, for she had been used to better things." "Jennie talks at random sometimes," responded Mrs. Evans, speaking quickly, and feeling ashamed that her cousin had been guilty of talking over the affairs of one whom she called her friend to a comparative stranger like Mrs. Bacon. What might she not have told that worthy lady about their own affairs, hers and Dane's? "Well," said Mrs. Bacon, still irresolute, taking slow steps forward, "perhaps it would be as well to call on her. People like to be counted in, even when they can't help any. And as you say, she may feel hurt if we pass her by." Had Mrs. Evans said that? She could not remember anything of the sort. Mrs. Spafford had not impressed her as a woman who would feel hurt over the fancied slights of even Mrs. Bacon. "What a perfectly comical little house!" was the elder lady's exclamation as they passed around the neat grass plat that led to Mrs. Spafford's door. "It really doesn't look as though there were room for even 2 children to play at housekeeping. Poor thing! What a doleful time she must have away up here, if she really has any culture." The poor thing looked very unlike an object of pity. She answered her own bell, appearing at the door in a neat spring suit of delicate design and careful finish, and ushered them into her bit of a parlor, with evident pleasure at the sight of their faces. "I was wondering only to-day," she said, with a bright look bestowed upon Mrs. Evans, "whether your sense of hospitality would not lead you soon to call on me. Jennie promised to bring you, I remember. She is not with you now?" While Mrs. Evans explained, the third lady regarded their hostess with wondering eyes. "Are you intimately acquainted with Miss West?" she asked as soon as opportunity afforded. "Oh, yes, we were intimate in school, after the manner of schoolgirls, you know. We were in the same classes, and occasionally appeared as rivals in some of the examinations. I have seen but little of her since. I commenced teaching as soon as I graduated, and Jennie commenced party-going, and, both the occupations proving absorbing, we saw each other rarely." "A poor schoolma'am, who married for a home," was Mrs. Bacon's mental comment. "Poor thing, what a dismal little home she has secured, though I must say she has done wonders in the way of disposing of her few things. What a curious parlor ornament! A jewel case! I wonder if she has any jewels to put in it?" The 3 ladies talked pleasantly together for a little, Mrs. Bacon acknowledging to herself that the unfortunate woman was certainly a person of a good deal of culture, and finally, since she was proving herself so intelligent, she determined to broach the subject of the church festival. "Such persons often help a great deal by their executive ability and their skill in setting tables and the like," she told herself before she launched forth. But Mrs. Spafford proved not to be a person easy to explain things to. She developed into an animated interrogation point, asking questions right and left as to what had been done in the past, what was hoped for in the future, what had been the success of others in the same line, and a dozen other embarrassing questions. "What is the debt?" she inquired abruptly, at the close of a long sentence from Mrs. Bacon about sacrificing for the good of the cause. "What is the amount?" "Why," said Mrs. Bacon, with an embarrassed little laugh, "it is only $100 all told. but you would be surprised to know how long it has hung on us. You see, the church is small, and by no means wealthy. In fact, I think there are very few persons in it who can really be said to be wealthy. Mr. Bacon and I are from the Clark Place Church, and you may imagine it is a change to us, but we thought it our duty to cast in our lot here and help along what we could, though we have never taken our letters from the Clark Place Church, and, of course, have to help there, and can't do so much here. But we cheerfully give our mites." And she brushed an imaginary particle of dust complacently from the rich silk, and looked the picture of serene benevolence, waiting for Mrs. Spafford to state her ability or inability to furnish cake. "How much money do you hope to realize from this festival?" was the next question. "Well, of course we cannot estimate much about that. We have a very fair attendance generally, and sometimes make as much as, well, I've known us to clear $40 in an evening. But then, we are not apt to do as well as that. Ice cream is so expensive, you know, and but little of the cream is donated. That is almost as scarce an article as money in this region. I should say if we cleared $35, we are doing very well. Shouldn't you think so, Mrs. Evans?" And Mrs. Evans, who had thought nothing about it in any way, save to feel with dismay that she must bear her share of the expense, whether she felt able or not, from force of habit sweetly acquiesced in this statement. $35 net? Was the next clear-cut question. I mean exclusive of all expenses, cake, time, and the wear and tear, if you can estimate that. Mrs. Bacon arched her eyebrows in astonishment. "Why, dear me," she said at last, "we don't estimate the price of cake, of course. That is a free will offering. So indeed are our time and strength. We don't expect to be paid for those." "I presume not," spoken with dancing eyes, "but as a business matter you expect to estimate them and discover how much you have actually made. Of course it takes money to make cake, and of course if I can afford to make cake, I can afford to give the money outright that it would cost to make it. And if, in addition to that, I could do something with my time, by which I could increase the amount, it behooves me, as a sensitive business woman, to discover how much net profit there is in the enterprise." To Mrs. Bacon this was certainly a new way of presenting the entire subject. So, indeed, it was to Mrs. Evans. She looked her astonishment mingled with genuine interest in the matter, and was betrayed into inquiring further. "My dear Mrs. Spafford, don't you think there are some people who, having little or no money to give, can, by making cake and such things, help along?" "Cake and such things are money," replied Mrs. Spafford with a smile. "Therein lies the difficulty, in my opinion. People who unhesitatingly tell you they have no money to give will unhesitatingly agree to furnish a rich cake, or an unlimited number of sandwiches, without seeming to have an idea that they have thereby furnished money." "I perceive that you belong to the class of people who do not approve of social gatherings connected with the church. Of course we were not aware of that, or we should not have intruded." Mrs. Bacon's voice reminded one just a little of a winter day. Her hostess turned toward her brightly. "Oh, not at all. On the contrary, I am one who thinks the church is not social enough. I would have a great many more gatherings in the name of the church and for the cause of Christ than there are now. But I thought you were talking about paying a church debt, and the quickest and easiest way of doing it." "But suppose you can combine the two objects? Is there any harm in that?" "I beg pardon, but I don't believe they combine well. People never succeed in being very social who have come together for the purpose of making money, and the people who are obliged to feel that they have contributed to the cause only by eating some of the cake and cream, and paying a fair price for the same, seem never to be able to look with comfortable consciences on the affair, and it really seems to me a waste of effort. I have often helped in these enterprises, and we almost invariably fell short of the amount we had hoped to make, and offended one or two persons, and tired ourselves out, and went home disheartened." This was so entirely Mrs. Evans's experience that she could not help bestowing a smile of approval on the bright-faced lady; while Mrs. Bacon, still with the air of one who had been defrauded of her position as leading speaker, said, "Pray, how would you raise this church debt if you had your way?" "Well," said Mrs. Spafford, briskly, "in the first place I should make an estimate. Wait, let me get pencil and paper. I have been a school teacher for so long that I am very fond of actual estimates put in black and white. Now, how many cakes, for instance, did you propose to secure?" "We calculated about 20, I think, did we not?" was Mrs. Evans's timid appeal to Mrs. Bacon, who chose to maintain a dignified silence. "Isn't that a very large number?" questioned the mathematician, stopping, her pencil poised in air. Mrs. Bacon was tempted to explain. "We are liable to have quite a large attendance, and our young people are apt to try 2 or 3 kinds, and it is so unpleasant to run out of cake that we decided to secure as many as that number. Some of the committee always stand willing to buy them, if there are any left." "Well, 20 cakes then, of 20 different people." "Oh dear no! We haven't more than 10 people on whom we can depend in the matter of cake making. It is by no means a large church, Mrs. Spafford." "Very well then, 10 persons, 20 cakes. Of what sort, Mrs. Bacon?" "Well," said that lady, growing interested despite her determination not to be, "we let each person make what she chooses. We want nice rich cakes, of course, and that is generally understood, so we don't dictate as to the precise kind." "Frosted?" "Why, yes, generally our cakes have been frosted. They look prettier, you know, for a festival." "And what price would you set as the valuation of each cake?" Then the two ladies looked at each other doubtfully. "I haven't the least idea," said Mrs. Evans, who, nevertheless, was deeply interested in the question, being anxious to know whether it would be possible that Dane was right, and cake was an extravagant way of being benevolent. "I'm sure I don't know," said Mrs. Bacon with a little laugh. "Who ever heard of estimating the cost of cake?" "Oh, I've estimated it often," said the mathematician, making neat little figures on her paper. "It is very easily calculated. The average expense, you know. Suppose we say half a pound of butter to a cake. That is a fair average, for some of the cake makers will be sure to use more and some less. Butter is 40 cents a pound now, so we have 20 cents. Next we have eggs, and I suppose 6 to a cake is as low an average as frosted cake will admit of. Or, to be very economical, shall we say 4? Eggs are somewhat scarce now, you know. 30 cents a dozen. A third of a dozen, 10 cents. Now the sugar. I am always amazed at the way sugar disappears. It is such insignificant looking stuff, and costs so little by the pound, that you think it is hardly worth calculating, yet most housekeepers find that it insists on being calculated." "Yes, indeed," said Mrs. Evans, with a sympathetic laugh and a bitter memory of her constantly emptying sugar box. "Let me see. Frosting takes a great deal of sugar, and pulverized sugars are expensive. I don't think that allowing 10 cents for each cake is too much. In fact, I'm inclined to think it is hardly enough, but we want to make the estimate as low as possible, so I'll put in 10. Now, counting flour and flavoring and milk, do you really believe a fairly good cake can be made for 50 cents? I don't." To this both ladies agreed, and each of them knew so much or so little about money that they felt slightly triumphant. Certainly 50 cents was a very small sum to give for benevolence. "Very well. Then, Mrs. Evans, if you make 2 cakes you will give $1 to the cause, counting out entirely your time and strength, which, in this age of the world, should certainly be worth something to every woman. 10 other ladies do the same, and the cake is secured. Then come the coffee, and the cream, and the sandwiches, and the pickles, and the fruits, and so forth, and ever so many other, and so forths, besides the dishes that will certainly get broken, and have to be replaced, and the dresses that will be sure to get stained with coffee or something. That is part of the program, you know, to tip something over. And when you have made a conscientious estimate of the whole matter, how much net profit have you? End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Interrogation Points. Then the ladies looked at each other again. Mrs. Evans could not resist the temptation to laugh a little. She had never been statistical before, and she was vaguely surprised and a good deal amused that the results were so small. As for Mrs. Bacon, her face expressed as much annoyance as a well-bred face allows itself to show in a lady's parlor. It is possible that she had been brought face to face with inexorable figures before. "I think I must be obtuse," she said, speaking coldly, "but I fail to see as yet any plan proposed by which more can be raised than we can secure in this way." Mrs. Spafford laid aside her pencil and paper. "I beg your pardon," she said courteously. "I did not propose to interfere with your plans. I was talking for my own information as much as anything. I have been led to think a good deal about these matters of late, and I was wondering whether a much more comfortable way would not be to raise the money at once." "Oh, undoubtedly. You need not fear any opposition as to that opinion," Mrs. Bacon said, with a little laugh that was almost disagreeable. "I assure you we don't bake cake and prepare refreshments merely for amusement. We are capable of entertaining ourselves in pleasanter ways. We would very much prefer to raise the money outright if it could be done, but the lamentable fact is that it cannot." "I don't see why." Mrs. Spafford was not one to be turned aside from her purpose by a bit of sarcasm. What would have flushed Mrs. Evans' cheek and hushed her voice only roused in this woman a determination to prove her point. "Now, let me suppose, for the sake of the illustration, that you have 20 ladies who will assist in getting up this entertainment, at an expense to themselves, exclusive of their time, of 50 cents each. Is that sufficiently low, Mrs. Bacon?" That lady, under direct appeal, was obliged to admit that she should be surprised to get off with so little personal expenditure as that. "That is," she added, "if you count cake and such things. I have never been accustomed to taking note of such trifling expenditures." Whereupon Mrs. Evans immediately thought of her husband, and of his stormily expressed wish that people ever would calculate such expenditures. "Then, according to your estimate, something of this sort must be resorted to 4 or 5 times before the amount is raised. Now, why would not the 20 ladies rather pledge themselves to give, say 50 cents a month, for 10 months, and save their strength and their dresses?" "My dear madam, I am afraid you are a novice in church work. Mrs. Evans, how would you like to go around to our ladies and make such a bold proposition as that? Wouldn't you be afraid of being told that they were capable of expending their own money without our assistance?" Mrs. Evans's cheeks were crimson, and she evidently knew not what answer to make, so her hostess, feeling sorry for her, came to the rescue. "I don't believe she is afraid of any such thing. Surely no lady would be guilty of such language. Besides, it is really a trifle less than you are preparing to do, if I understand your mission. You propose to ask the ladies to take the 50 cents and spend it on a cake, and spend their strength in making it, and then come and wait on people while they eat it. Surely my proposition is the simpler of the two." "But then, you know, we only ask it for once," ventured Mrs. Evans. "Ah, yes, but that doesn't pay the debt, doesn't begin to pay it, and of course their penetration is equal to seeing that they will be called upon again and again in the same direction." "But, my dear Mrs. Spafford, you don't understand. People who would be annoyed by the very suggestion that they ought to give money will bake beautiful cake for us. You see, they don't realize that it is the same as money, and so they are willing to help in that way when you cannot get a cent of money out of them." Mrs. Spafford, who had been conducting the conversation up to this point in a half-laughing way, was grave enough now as she said, gently, "Isn't that one of the objections to these ways of raising money? Self-deceived people, who have never given much thought to domestic economy, are led into cake-makings that they can ill afford, under the mistaken impression that they are giving for the cause of Christ. And other people come to festivals and buy their cake and cream and mats and tidies, under the mistaken impression that they are giving to the church, when in reality they are receiving a full and fair equivalent for their money. Where is the real giving in any of these plans?" "Well," said Mrs. Bacon, "I'm sure I don't profess to understand all these nice points. Mrs. Evans and I have been appointed by the church to do its drudgery, and I suppose we must do it, leaving to you school teachers the discussion of metaphysics." Mrs. Spafford's eyes danced mischievously. Her caller's ideas regarding metaphysics were evidently mixed. But she saw that it would be wisdom to leave the subject. "Well," she said brightly, "I didn't mean to discuss domestic economy, or church economies either, when I commenced. I hope you will have success in your mission. As for myself, I will bake the 2 cakes, or give the $1, whichever you say. Of course, as a matter of economy, I would rather give the $1. Yet I am willing to do the other way if it will please you better. And if you decide to make an effort for the money instead of the cake, you may count me as one of the ladies pledged to 50 cents a month for 10 months. Or, let me see, you are paying interest, I suppose? Then we ought to say for 12 months. That would cover the interest, and leave a little bit of a surplus for something else." Then she turned at once from the entire subject, and began to question in regard to other matters. What sort of benevolent work was the church doing? Had they a sewing society? She saw a great many poorly clad children as she went up and down the streets. Were they in the Sabbath school? Didn't they need clothing? Were their parents attending any church? Was the church interested in home mission work? Were the prayer meetings well attended? Had they a ladies' prayer meeting? A perfect storm of questions. Mrs. Evans gave up the slightest attempt at answer, and sat a silent and interested listener, while Mrs. Bacon attempted to impart information. As to poor children, there were swarms of them belonging to worthless people for whom nothing satisfactory could be done. She was not aware that any organized effort had been made to reach them. Oh dear, no. The parents never thought of attending church. Home mission work? Oh yes, of course an annual collection was taken for home missions. She really didn't know how much was contributed. No, it wasn't sent to any special field, so far as she knew, just applied for the general good. A ladies' prayer meeting? No, their ladies, not being Quakers, had no objection to attending prayer meeting in company with their husbands. She really could not say whether the general prayer meeting was well attended or not. It was such a long walk for her, and Mr. Bacon was so late in getting from the city, that they rarely got to prayer meeting. A trifle embarrassing were many of the questions. It was so apparent even to Mrs. Bacon that, efficient woman that she was, when put through a regular course of cross-examination, she knew very little about the practical work of the church. "Did you hear anything like it?" was her exclamation to Mrs. Evans, almost before their hostess's door had closed after them. "Calculating the price of the sugar and flour and milk that are used in cake! She must be a mercenary little body anyway. But then I suppose, poor thing, her circumstances make it necessary. That is one of the difficulties inseparably connected with poverty. People grow so small in their reasonings, narrow down their lives to such trivial calculations. The price of a cup of sugar and a few eggs. Dear me, isn't it depressing?" Mrs. Evans's answer was an inarticulate murmur. She was unaccountably interested in the brisk little accountant and her deft figures. What if she should be able to learn of this woman so as to make figures that their weekly expenses would come within the week's legitimate allowance, and so remove the wrinkles from Dane's forehead? If she thought that, she would certainly ask to become her pupil. Thinking it over, she gained courage to offer a timid demur. But Mrs. Bacon, she seemed very willing to help after all, and was as liberal as most people. You know she said she would pledge herself to give 50 cents a month until the debt was paid. I don't believe we could find a great many other ladies who would do the same." Mrs. Bacon laughed. "She doesn't believe we would either. She is entirely safe in making the proposition. That sort of giving is easy. For instance, I would just as soon as not offer to be one of 50 to give $1,000 for a new church to be built this season. Do you suppose I would ever be called upon to pay it?" "But 50 cents a month isn't so very much," said Mrs. Evans doubtfully, disturbed by the speciousness of the illustration, yet unwilling to give Mrs. Spafford over as a quick-witted hypocrite. "Oh, no, it isn't much. It sounds like a very businesslike suggestion, but it would involve endless rounds by committees, and much talking, and amount to very little in the end. Some of us, of course, will have to give a great deal more than that, to make up for the delinquencies of others. But as I said, it sounds well. Besides, teachers are so accustomed to a sort of red tape arrangement of matters, you know, that it seems to them, reasoning from their narrow spheres, as though everything in life could be reduced to figures and added and subtracted." Poor Mrs. Evans thought, with a weary sigh, that almost everything in her life had been reduced to figures, and that an alarming subtracting process was always going on, but she had said all that in her timidity she dared to say in defense of Mrs. Spafford, save this, born partly of her own mental wanderings over the matter, and partly because of an earnest desire to suppress gossip. Cousin Jennie must have been mistaken in her surmise that they were very poor, for she was as ready to make the cake, or give its equivalent, as any lady could be. "Oh, as to that, I don't know. She is probably one who has resolved to make as good a showing as she can out of nothing, and what she lacks in funds make up in argument. Some people will do almost anything to maintain, before the public, a position that is not theirs by right." This sentence made her companion wince inwardly. Truth to tell, she was sometimes troubled with grave doubts as to whether she and Dane were not trying to do that very thing. And she wished, within her weary soul, that she could find her own level, wherever it was, and step down into it and be at peace. But she went home, and in due time went into her kitchen, and measured her flour, and weighed her butter and sugar, and beat her eggs, and stirred her rich compound with skillful hand. There was one redeeming feature about cake: she knew how to make it. She felt almost certain of the result. Her practiced eye could tell by a critical glance at the sticky compound whether there was just flour enough, or whether it needed a trifle more; and her practiced hand could tell by the very feel of the spoon in the mass whether it had been stirred to just the right degree of lightness. The obnoxious Kate was engaged at that very hour in moulding the bread, and as she looked with doubtful eyes on the soggy lump that Kate was tossing and rolling, and thumping her red knuckles into, the mistress wished, from the depths of her heart, that she knew as much about that suspicious-looking lump as she did about the batter before her. She felt certain that the results of such knowledge would have brought smiles to Dane's face. But alas, she knew nothing about bread. So Kate pounded away, making her sour mass of dough grow every minute more soggy, and the skilled mistress prepared her tins, and dropped her batter skillfully into it, and felt of the heat in the oven, still with a practised hand, and held like a general at her post through all the processes, until her loaves came out just the requisite shade of creamy brown. Then, while Kate went to the cellar for coal, she hurriedly lifted the cloth and gave a surreptitious glance at the lump of dough. It looked discouraging and smelled uninviting, and she turned from it sighing, and went away. By this time you are aware that the project for raising the money without the cake was not carried out. In fact, it was not considered for a moment. I am not sure that any besides the cake committee even heard of it. Mrs. Bacon chose not to say anything about it, and Mrs. Evans had not moral courage enough to do so unhelped by others. Therefore, Mrs. Spafford's skillful figures, so far as she knew, dropped uselessly into oblivion. It was not so. They lingered in the troubled young housekeeper's heart. Her perplexities did not lessen. She was inclined to think, before she finished her rich cake, that Mrs. Spafford's estimate had been entirely too low, and so indeed it was, for her individual cake. She knew nothing about averages. The weekly accounts loomed up before her larger than ever. The wrinkles in her husband's forehead seemed daily to grow, and he studied the morning paper more industriously and conversed less. The festival was held, and Mrs. Evans's dishes were lent to help set the table, and 2 of her delicate cups were dashed into fragments. She had not the courage to suggest that they be replaced before the pattern became obsolete. Besides, she was one of the unfortunate victims on whom the traditional cup of coffee spilled, and of course she wore to the festival a dress that coffee stains hopelessly ruined. She looked at it ruefully, one of her bridal stock of dresses, and calculated what it would cost to replace that in her wardrobe, and her eyes opened by Mrs. Spafford's figures, she could not help sitting down and deliberately calculating how much she could have paid toward the church debt, supposing she had known that 2 of her cups and 1 of her dresses were to be added to the cake, and was alarmed at the sum total, and resolved, then and there, that at the very first opportunity she would certainly learn from Mrs. Spafford exactly how she managed both the household expenses and the cake question. For Mrs. Spafford came to the festival, and with her came 2 cakes, as carefully made and as satisfactory in results as were Mrs. Evans's own. She belonged to the class of workers who, failing in leading in what they firmly believe would be a better way, are able gracefully to drop into the accepted way, doing heartily their share, often more than their share, even though the way of doing it is not of their choosing, biding their time, and looking steadily to an improved future. Such people invariably become leaders in the end. One bit of information did Mrs. Evans seek. "Do you know Mr. Spafford?" she asked her husband, on one of those mornings when he read his paper less than usual. "Spafford, who clerks it for the Holdens? Yes, I know him when I meet him on the streetcar. We have never been formally introduced, but we chat together coming up. He is an intelligent fellow. I enjoy talking with him." "Do you know what his salary is?" This question was timidly put. Whatever had to do with money, either directly or remotely, was sure to bring the wrinkles. They came creeping up his forehead at this moment, and he answered in a changed tone. "I do, to a penny. He gets $600 a year." "600!" "Exactly that, and commenced housekeeping on a surplus of $250, which he had saved, goodness knows how, and doesn't owe a penny, and I get $1,000 a year, and run behind all the time." "Perhaps his wife has money?" This was Mrs. Evans's tremulous suggestion, and at that moment she almost felt as though she would sell her right arm for the sake of being a wife who had money. The gloomy-faced husband shook his head vigorously. "No, she hasn't. I knew Carrie Howell, by reputation at least. She supported her mother for years, and was considered a marvel for the way in which she managed. People used to wonder how she kept herself and her mother looking so trim and comfortable, and their little home sunny. There is witch-work about some people's lives. I never could understand it, and I don't want to try. Just pass me that paper, please." And he gave himself to the study of current items. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Social Problem. "Believe in it, Callie?" They were having a family council in the evening. The wife had her bit of sewing, in which she was now and then taking stitches while she talked, and the husband, as he asked the question, arose and walked to the window to throw out the stump of a cigar, smoke from which still curled about the pretty parlor. She did not believe in that, at least. It had been a surprise to her, and a pain, when she had discovered, after their marriage, that her husband occasionally smoked a good cigar. That was his way of putting it. She had not known quite what to say, so had said little, until a day or two after the serious compact had been entered into, to consecrate their 10th to the Lord. Then she had, half playfully, but with an earnest undertone of meaning, said to him, "By the way, Warren, we have made no allowance for cigars in our schedule of expenses, and yet I smell the odor of smoke. How is that?" And he had flushed, and there had flashed over his face and manner a slight touch of haughtiness, gone the next instant, as he explained, "I saved the amount from the sum allotted for my dinner, Callie. I found I would rather have the cigar, and go without the cup of coffee I am in the habit of taking. Don't be afraid, dear, I shall not break our compact for the sake of personal indulgence." Then she hastened to explain that she feared no such thing, and tried to impress him with the belief that the coffee would be so much better for him than the cigar, and he had laughed and assured her he was in perfect health and needed no coffee for a stimulant, that the cigar was a mere habit, company sort of. He cared comparatively little for it, and should never be tempted to inveterate smoking. And the wife had believed that she must drop the subject and bide her time. None the less did she disapprove of the cigar. It was rarely that it found its way into her parlor, but the fact that it appeared there at all showed how entirely ignorant her husband was of her true feeling on the subject. Meantime she answered his question. "Why, yes, I believe in social life. Perhaps those things are not as well managed as they might be, but I have always recognized the importance of the social element in society. Indeed, it has seemed to me that we were not, as Christians, doing half that we might in that direction." "Do you suppose Christian culture is at the bottom of Mrs. Bacon's social scheme?" her husband asked with laughing eyes. "Still," he added, answering himself, "we have no right to pick flaws in her motives." "Especially when they are plain enough without picking," Mrs. Spafford answered, and then these two, who understood each other so well, and were tempted to say what they would not allow others to say, laughed at their own thoughts. The fact was that Mrs. Bacon, despite the fatigues following upon her vigorous efforts to get the little church out of debt, and which, the evening proving rainy, had resulted in a net profit of only $20, had yet rallied her forces and resolved to give an evening entertainment, a select affair, attended by some of her downtown friends. To this entertainment, strangely enough, Mr. and Mrs. Spafford were invited. They had exclaimed over the invitation in genuine surprise, but had refrained from discussing the reasons for it. They each, however, in reviewing the matter, had arrived at the same conclusion, as was evidenced by the husband saying gravely, "I tell you what it is, Callie, it is a lucky thing for us that General Ward Howell happens to be our uncle. Only, it will necessitate a new necktie, just as sure as you live." And his wife had flushed over Mrs. Bacon's motives, and laughed, and then answered the reference to dress. "Now you have touched upon a bewildering point. It doesn't trouble me much just now, because fortunately I am a bride, and have a toilet that will do very well. But suppose that these entertainments continue, and we continue to be General Ward Howell's niece, it will involve expense, and I don't see how we are to meet expenses of that sort." "I don't either. In my opinion, we shall have to remain by our own vine and fig tree, finding our pleasure in domestic life. That is the reason why I asked you in a general way whether you believed in it. Not exactly in social life, but in our ability to enter into it. Ought we not to commence as we can continue?" I think so, and for that very reason we should arrange for some social gatherings. We cannot sit down like hermits at home, at least I suppose we have no right to. We must mingle with other people, and get and give. These phases of life are opportunities, not accidents, I suppose." Mr. Spafford surveyed his wife thoughtfully for a moment, and then answered, "Upon my word, Callie, I believe you have a different way of looking at every object under the sun from that of common mortals. Who, for instance, ever dreamed of finding a duty in party going? Save the class of people to whom Mrs. Bacon seems to belong, who make it a sort of affectation of the term, thrusting it in people's faces when it means nothing. But I thought that Christian people looked upon these things as bores at the best, that must be endured occasionally, for the sake of courtesy or custom, or something of that sort." "I don't believe I look upon the ordinary party, with its dancing and card-playing, as an institution which a Christian is ever called upon even to endure. But I do look upon social gatherings as so many traps that may be set for the feet of the young and gay, good, honest traps, I mean, by means of which they may be drawn in, from time to time, to the family of Christ." I regret to tell you that Mr. Spafford answered this remark with a whistle. "How many people do you suppose go to parties, or to social gatherings of any sort, with that end in view?" he asked, stopping in the midst of Hail Columbia. "I am a Yankee, Warren, and so may answer your question by asking another. Do you think that Christians, whose rule of life reads, 'Whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God,' have any right to go to social gatherings, or anywhere else, separated from this end?" "Witness declines to answer," said Warren, with becoming gravity. Then, "Well now, Callie, suppose for the sake of argument, that I am convinced, what are we going to do about this cravat and glove business? Those two articles will hardly do as illustrations, either. It will come to coats and dresses soon, because, you see, I know enough about the question to understand that the sort of dress which will do for ordinary occasions will not do for these social gatherings." "I don't believe that," she said, shaking her head earnestly. "I believe, Warren, that Christian people of today ought to enter the lists resolved to battle against this foe to social life not only, but Christian life. I think the great trouble in our churches, or no, I won't put it that way, one of the troubles, is too much dressing. Why, look at it in this neighborhood. There are ever so many nice, respectable-looking people whom we don't see in church. I asked Mrs. Bacon about that Burns family only last evening, and she said, 'Well, the fact is, I suspect they haven't clothes that they think suitable to wear to church.' 'Why,' I said, 'I met Mrs. Burns and her daughter on the street yesterday, and they were very neatly clothed.' 'Oh, neatly, yes, of course, they are quite respectable people, but they are, like a great many others, poor and proud. If they can't dress as well as the rest, they won't come to church at all. Such sinful pride!' That is the way she finished the sentence, but it set me to thinking afresh. No doubt it is sinful pride, but I came home with this verse running continually through my mind. 'Woe unto him by whom the offense cometh.' Warren, I would like to go to this gathering of Mrs. Bacon's, and to every other gathering which we decide to attend, dressed as simply as is in keeping with my ideas of neatness and propriety." "It will take a good deal of moral courage, you will find, little woman. Are you equal to the buzz of tongues that will tell in confidence to their intimates, 'Don't you think that Mrs. Spafford wore a calico dress to the social last night? They must be dreadfully poor.'" "I believe I am equal to it," she answered him, laughing, "especially since General Ward Howell is my uncle. But I don't intend to wear my calico, that would excite unnecessary remark. I have a nice fresh muslin, prettily made, and as simple and inexpensive as it well can be, that I fancy will be just the thing." "Then you won't even wear your black silk?" "Too warm. These June days seem as warm to me as any that I remember in August. Besides, you foolish man, When shall I be able to have another black silk on $600 a year? I must make this last for state occasions, until I am a grandmother at least." "Isn't Mrs. Bacon's tea party a state occasion?" "I don't mean to make it such. She assured me that it was a quiet little affair, just a few friends to spend an hour or two, not a party at all. I am going to take her at her word and dress accordingly." "I'll venture you 50 cents that you will be the only lady there out of rich silks and real lace and things." "Very well, I haven't real lace and things to appear in, and don't expect to have, and I am entirely willing to appear in what I have. But what about your necktie?" "Oh, I'll appear in the same old one. It will match your muslin dress. Will you dispose of the glove question in an equally economical manner?" "I never could see the necessity of putting on gloves in order to spend a social evening with one's friends. I don't mean to wear any gloves." "All right, that relieves me of the awful necessity for encasing my hands in them, to say nothing of the joy of escaping from buying them. But, my dear little woman, this matter had better be looked at from all sides, now that we have it up. What do you think of the propriety of accepting these invitations from various sources, and never being able to return them? We can't give parties, you know, even such quiet and inexpensive affairs as your friend Mrs. Bacon proposes." This last with a gleam of mischief in his handsome eyes. "What about enjoying the hospitality of other homes and closing our own?" "I don't want to close our own, Warren, do you? Of course we can't give parties. At present we can't even have a dozen friends at once to take tea with us, because," with a gay little laugh, "we haven't cups enough. But what is to hinder our inviting first Mr. and Mrs. this one, and then Mr. and Mrs. that one, to take a dish of tea with us? We have good bread and butter, and in fruit time that is as inexpensive as anything. And I can even make some of the all-important cake occasionally. And I think our friends would enjoy meeting us in that way ever so much." "Callie, my child, do you really mean that you ever contemplate inviting Mr. and Mrs. Bacon, for instance, to take some bread and butter and tea with us?" "Why not? If on acquaintance it seems to me that she would enjoy such a quiet little bit of home life as that, and we would enjoy giving it to her, why should we not? The idea that obtains in some circles of being indebted to this or that one for hospitality was always a distasteful one to me, making a sort of barter of social life. I want to entertain my friends as often as I can, and as well as I consistently can. If they entertain me oftener, and in a better manner, why, I shall enjoy it gratefully, without keeping account of the difference in expense." Mr. Spafford seemed to feel that there was no way of expressing his feelings better than by resorting to Hail Columbia again, and finishing the bar he was whistling, he closed it with a laugh, and went to fasten the kitchen door preparatory to ascending the stairs for the night. "Warren," his wife said to him, rising and going forward to meet him as he returned, "you have laughed and whistled, but I wonder if you know that you haven't expressed an opinion on the entire subject. Won't you tell me what you think? Do you believe all this is as visionary as your whistling would seem to indicate? Don't you think that we, as Christians, and as poor Christians, can have our place in social life, and meet our friends, and contribute our share to their enjoyment, and get their help?" He was a tall man, and she was a little woman. He had a way of putting his hands on her shoulders and looking down into her eyes. He placed his hands so at this time, and in the handsome brown eyes, mischievous eyes, dancing half the time with a sense of the irresistibly comical, there was more feeling expressed than that of mere amusement now. "Callie," he said, "dear little wifey, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe in you heartily, and in your religion. Some of your ideas are new to me, and I won't deny are startling. I am by no means sure that you can bring other people, any other people, mind you, to your way of thinking. I have an idea that when you assail the customs of society, as regards dress and entertainments, You touch very tender points, come close to hearts, women's hearts anyhow. But I like the fun of trying it. I'm with you heartily. There is a dash of the romantic about me that makes anything like a sensation especially agreeable. We will go to this quiet little gathering in muslin, and gloveless, and do our best." As they went up the stairs, they severally thought this: "I wonder," deep down in the wife's heart, where there quivered a little sigh, "if Warren really means that all these things are simply funny to him, and he sees no underlying principle in them, nor cares for them, except as they suggest a sensation." He, on his part, grand little woman, trying to make believe that her struggle to hold her own in the society in which she is calculated to shine is a matter of principle, and has nothing to do with her having married a poor clerk. I would like to shield her alike from the pity and the sneers of the miserable world. But, since she is too brave to be shielded, we will make believe it is all a play, and push through. And he actually thought it was all because they were poor. Mrs. Bacon's little gathering was the subject of talk and thought in other homes, and that other subject, the attire in which to appear, also claimed attention. In Mrs. Evans's home the whole matter was productive of pain. She, too, was a bride of not many months' standing, and the one rich silk, which, poor as she was, had seemed to her an indispensable accessory of marriage, would still serve her as an elegant dress. She thought of it with complacency, and brought it forth. But when was a dress laid aside by even a moderately fashionable lady for a few months' time, without there occurring changes that involved letting out this loop and puckering in that? Mrs. Evans's dress proved no exception. It had to go to a fashionable dressmaker's to be puckered. Its mistress knew no other. She had spent her year of mourning at an uncle's house, and had been married from that home. The uncle, with an expensive family to support, had done for her what he could, namely, given her an elegant wedding, and as showy an outfit as he had dared, and the benefit of his elegant wife's and grown-up daughter's expensive advice and habits. So by nature and education Mrs. Dane Evans knew exactly how the silk should look in order to be elegant, and exactly where to go to have the elegance added. Also, she knew and thought of it with bitterness, just what the bill would be likely to read, especially when it became necessary, according to the decrees of fashion, to have the arrangement of the lace trimming altered, and to add 1.5 yards more to the original pattern. Several other very little additions became necessary to the eyes of the artist, and when the reconstructed fabric came home, its owner surveyed it with a curious mixture of satisfaction and dismay. If only the bill for the same did not lie on the bed beside it! How could it cost so ruinously just to make a few little alterations in a dress? Then came the question of gloves. Mrs. Evans no more thought of going to the little gathering with ungloved hands than she thought of going in blue and white muslin, and her tormentor, Jennie West, having completed her visit elsewhere, was by her side to exclaim as to what could and could not be tolerated. Altogether, taking into consideration the discomfort of Dane, the new wrinkles that would undoubtedly gather about his forehead, the gloom that would be a family guest for weeks, perhaps, as the result of those bills, and the memory of the blush of shame that arose to her cheek when she asked the dressmaker to be kind enough to wait a few weeks till another installment of her husband's salary was due, Mrs. Evans attired herself for the gathering with a heavy heart. She was not comforted by the fact that Dane pronounced the whole affair a confounded nuisance, and refused to get any new gloves for himself until 2 hours before the time for starting. To be sure, he bought them at last. Unfortunately, Dane Evans was one who, like his wife, recognized the necessity of doing as other people did. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Measuring Brains and Hearts. It happened that the little woman in the pale blue and white muslin found herself at the small social gathering in a position not to be envied by most ladies. She had accepted Mrs. Bacon's statements in reference to the nature of her entertainment with more literalness than the result justified. The spacious parlors were quite well filled, and the larger number of the ladies were dressed as they would be for a fashionable party downtown. It made the blue muslin very conspicuous. The wearer felt that she would either have compromised with the black silk dress or remained at home, had she understood. I do not wish you to understand that she was miserable. What would have sent poor Mrs. Evans home with a nervous headache, and have held her for 3 days in alternate fits of weeping and indignation over the trials of poverty, only brought a heightened blush to Mrs. Spafford's cheeks. Still, no lady likes to consider herself the subject of curious remark, and for the first half-hour it was hard for my friend to put away from her the pleasant occupation of contrasting the blue muslin with the delicate lavender and fawn and ecru silks that shimmered around her. "Am I really not above this sort of thing?" she asked herself at last in astonishment and indignation. "Am I so accustomed to judging of others by their dress that I must needs conclude that their only estimate of me is by the cost of the clothes I wear?" And she resolutely resolved to interest herself so speedily in somebody or something that her thoughts would be diverted from this unhealthy channel. It was not easy to do. She found herself in a new atmosphere. As a teacher, and as a niece of the well-known General Howell, she had moved in what was called good society, had been accustomed to meeting people of refinement and culture, people who attended lectures and bought books and read them, and read reviews and discussed them, and kept reasonably well posted as to what was going on in the literary world, both at home and abroad. People who dressed well they were too, and yet who much affected that form of dressing which is liable to pass unnoticed because it quietly fits into the general whole. Mrs. Spafford, sitting over on the low couch between the windows, tried critically to study the difference between the two poles of society, for they really seemed to her as far apart as that. These people talked, and talked well. That is, they used refined language and well-sounding phrases, but there was a curiously superficial tone to it all. She mentioned books of which she was confident they had never heard. She advanced opinions which were met with a well-bred stare, or, at the utmost, with a bewildered bow. Yet they talked glibly of the latest matinee, and what a divine voice the latest musical favorite had, and how perfectly exquisite the collection of paintings was at the recent exposition. Yet did she attempt to individualize paintings, and discover which school, or class of studies, or varieties of landscape, form, color, or style were considered the more exquisite, she was met with that bewildered look and half-doubting assent which may mean almost dissent, so undefined is it. In the world of books it was much worse. She could not be sure that those with whom she chanced to talk had read anything, or were informed beyond the mere titles of certain, not so recent publications. The authors of those might be foreign or American, male or female, for all knowledge that one could gain on the subject by talking with those who had heard of them. Mrs. Spafford found herself bewildered. These ladies, some of them, talked freely with each other, and laughed much, and seemed to be enjoying themselves, but the subject was always something that she did not quite understand, and that they seemed incapable of explaining. Nearly all of them were strangers to her, most of them being those who had patronized the festival more by eating its cake and oysters than by actual hand-to-hand help. Others of them being, indeed, from the city in which she had spent the last 7 years of her life, yet being as utterly unknown to her personally as though they had occupied separate worlds. Jennie West, her schoolmate, was present, it is true, but she was constantly the center of an animated group of young ladies and gentlemen, who held themselves entirely aloof from the married portion of the company, and had much merriment and much chatter among themselves. Mr. Spafford, manlike, had found speedily a pleasant center among certain men whom he met constantly in business life, men who gave no attention personally to the distinctions of society. Therefore he felt at home, and was evidently enjoying the evening. Again and again did our bright-hearted little woman try to rouse and throw herself into the whirlpool of talk about her as one who was interested, and had something to contribute. It seemed all in vain. She even realized that she hushed the flow of talk on one or two occasions by attempting to join. Was it the effect of her blue muslin? Back to that again. Mortified with herself, and with the failure she was making of the evening, she suddenly leaned forward, ostensibly to caress a sweet-scented vine that was reaching up to look in at the window, but really, with one hand touching that and the other carried for a moment to her eyes, she sought refuge from her tormenting self, or, as she was fond of expressing it herself, she ran to her hiding-place. The Lord Jesus had been invited to accompany her to that entertainment. She had come in good faith, believing that he would be her companion and familiar friend. It might be that she had mistaken the surroundings. It might be that the atmosphere was not a congenial one for him. Yet surely he would abide with her, and help her in honest effort to serve him even here. She leaned back again presently, and welcomed with a bright smile the young man, Will Coleman, to her side. It seemed a good omen that the first to come to her after this struggle should be Will, for she had been seeking an opportunity to talk with him. "You are not social," she said cheerily, "at least, not with us. You have never been to see us in our new home." "I'm coming, though," he answered. "My good intentions in that line have been sadly interfered with, but I am on my way. I don't suppose you could imagine how anxious I am to see you keeping house. I can't get over the queerness of the idea that you are actually a married woman, settled down in life. How does it seem?" A close observer would have detected an undertone of anxiety, or at least a most unusual interest in the experiment of housekeeping. "Why, it seems just what it always does to every happy woman, a delightful spot and a satisfying life." "Do you really believe that?" There was visible eagerness in his tone now. "There is such a difference in women. Most of them seem to me of the stamp who could not be happy unless they had 4,000 a year to spend on housekeeping alone, and enough more to devote to mere pin money. I don't believe ladies in general like housekeeping." "You are slandering ladies in general. I don't think you are intimately acquainted with many true women who are happily married." She spoke earnestly enough, but not in a way to invite answer. The truth was, she did not want to talk with Will Coleman in a way that would precipitate him into housekeeping. She was by no means sure of Jennie West on a salary of $800 or $900 a year. "I don't feel like discussing domestic economy with you just now, Will," she said, speaking quickly to ward off the question that she saw was coming. "I have been watching for an opportunity to ask you if you have settled that other question yet about which we talked so much a year ago or more." "Oh," he said lightly, "how can you expect me to remember which subject you mean? Didn't you lecture me on every conceivable topic that winter and spring?" "Will, you know exactly what I mean." "Do I? Well, then, I must confess neglect. I'm afraid your unworthy servant must still cry, 'Go thy way for this time.'" "And when is the convenient season coming?" "My dear Miss I beg 10,000 pardons, I mean, my dear madame, how can I tell? I am neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet." "Oh, Will, how you disappoint me! I am almost sorry you have come up to this end of the city to live. There is so much here that ought to be done, and earnest-hearted young men are so sadly needed. If you were not here, it is possible that an active Christian might be put in your place, and we need him so much." The young man thus addressed made a profound bow, too low to be considered other than mockery, as he said, "I'm sure I ought to express my gratitude after that. Your consideration for me, then, amounts to this, that if I were out of the way being a scapegrace, it is possible some good, pious young deacon might reign in my stead." The grave face did not change. "You want to turn me away from the thought, Will, by wheedling me into explaining what needs no explanation. You know what I mean. I have said all to you that I know how to say, and you were honored with such a father and mother as few have. You know the way perfectly. You could be a power among the young men in this part of the city, and a power like what you could be is most sadly needed. But since you choose to be only a stumbling block, it is natural for me to wish that in your place someone might have come who would give the needed help." "You have grown cross since you became a housekeeper, Mrs. Spafford. I think I have heard that domestic life had a deleterious effect on the nervous system. How can you call me such an ugly name as a stumbling block? Don't I do my best to set your Christian young men an example? I am always at prayer meeting. Neither rain nor heat nor pleasure keeps me from the lecture room on Thursday evening. Last Thursday 3 of your young members went downtown to the comic lecture, but I was faithful to my post and led the singing, if you will remember. I do the best I can. To be sure, the boys will not always follow my example, but am I to be blamed for that?" There was a grieved expression about his handsome mouth, and a sound in his voice as of one who had been unjustly arraigned, and a wicked look of unutterable fun in his eyes. Perverse young genius that he was, he knew that his moral life and exceedingly punctilious adherence to all the outward forms of religion were matters of comment among his acquaintances. He knew there was not an object in which the church was supposed to be interested that did not receive from him more hearty and patient assistance than from almost any of its younger members, male or female. And Mrs. Spafford, knowing this, knew also that he prided himself upon it; that he was careful to make his life so moral, his actions so beyond reproach, as to actually bring a reproach upon the members of Christ's flock, because, as he had once gaily expressed it, this disreputable wolf would persist in acting so much more like a sheep than the sheep themselves did. This marked feature of the young man's character had been the source of much anxiety to Mrs. Spafford. As a teacher, she had been somewhat familiar with young men, and knew the rocks on which they often made shipwreck; and though this was by no means a common one, it seemed to her all the more dangerous. "I don't think young men of the present day very often stumble over their own righteousness into the pit, but I am certainly afraid that Will Coleman will do it." This she said to her husband in one of their confidential talks. She hesitated as to what to say to Will at this moment. He was looking down at her out of his roguish eyes, they saying as plainly as words could that his position was perfectly unanswerable. "Will, do you know the 11th verse of the 18th chapter of Luke?" It was apparently so sudden a change of subject, and so unexpected a question, that the young man regarded her with a bewildered air for a moment, then slowly repeated the words. "The 11th verse of the 18th chapter of Luke? I don't believe I do. It doesn't sound familiar some way. Though it may be one of those verses that I rattled off in Sunday school 1,000 times or so, between the ages of 4 and 10. If you would kindly start it for me, as the teacher used to do, perhaps I could go on." Mrs. Spafford shook her head. "I don't want to start it for you. I want you to find it some evening in the quiet of your own room, and read it carefully, and consider it thoughtfully, and ask your own heart if there is any reason why I should think of it when I talk with you." Will, with a very important air, drew a notebook and pencil from his pocket. I'll attend to that item of business at the first reasonable opportunity. Give me chapter and verse again, please, in order that I may make no mistake." "What are you two moralizing over?" It was the clear, ringing voice of Jennie West that asked the question, a voice that, despite his efforts to the contrary, that always set Will Coleman's pulses into quicker throbbing. She looked so pretty this evening. She was dark-skinned and dark-eyed, and knew precisely what tint to wear to set off her face to the best advantage. Also, she would have compassed sea and land, had it been necessary to have secured the tint. Will Coleman, without raising his eyes from the book, knew, or thought he knew, that the very loveliest form of flesh and blood that the earth contained stood before him. Isn't it strange with what different eyes different people see? Mrs. Spafford, looking upon the pretty vision, thought only, "Jennie is always a trifle overdressed for the occasion. I wonder when she will tone down, and what will do it." "I am writing out my text," Will said, in answer to the question. "I'm going into the theological line. Haven't you always had a sort of unspoken feeling that I had mistaken my vocation? I'm about to change. This is to be my first sermon, which I am to prepare in the solitude of my own thoughts, of course. I don't know when I am to present it to the public." "What is the text?" laughed Jennie, to whom this nonsense sounded irresistibly funny. "As to the wording, I am not quite sure. My memory is at fault sometimes, promising young theologue though I am. And strange to say, I have forgotten my pocket Bible. But I am noting the figures so as to be prepared for the aforesaid solitude. I presume I shall spend hours over it tonight when I reach my home." "Oh, I haven't doubt of it. Meantime, come and help make up a set for a quiet little promenade. Not a dance. Callie, don't open your eyes in horror. It is to be just the tamest sort of a promenade. The minister himself might join in it if he were here." "It is just the thing for me to take a decorous farewell of the world in," said Will, and offering his arm with alacrity to the dazzling vision, and bestowing a deferential bow on Mrs. Spafford, he vanished. "And Jennie is a Christian!" This is what the somewhat sad-hearted young worker thought as she looked after the two. She was so certain that Jennie's type of religion did not commend itself to the keen eyes of Will Coleman. What was the result? Why, being very deeply interested in her, and unwilling to admit even to himself that she was a poor type of anything, he straightway concluded that there was very little besides form and words in the whole matter. Such being the case, those who were the least trammelled by forms, and said the fewest words about the matter, were the more agreeable people to be with. Yet this young man was always having war with himself and his views, because he could not help respecting Mrs. Spafford's religion. As for Mrs. Spafford, thus left to herself, she was at a loss what to do. Certainly she was strangely out of her natural element. Moreover, she began to doubt whether it was true that in gatherings like these there was really any chance to drop a seed, hoping for harvest. She looked over at her husband, bright, genial, apparently having a delightful time. What was he talking about? Why did those gentlemen about him seem so interested and animated, and withal so sensible? Why could gentlemen have so much better time than ladies, anyway? What should she do next? If she could get a peep at her watch unobserved, and discover whether it were not almost time to go home, she would like it. Yet what had become of her views about mingling socially with people, and giving and getting? "I don't seem to be able to give anything," she told herself in despondent mood, "and certainly I don't find anybody who is giving to me." Altogether, if time could have rolled back a few 100 years, and she could have sat down beside that disheartened old Elijah during the brief hour that he halted under a juniper tree and made his moan, she would have been in just the mood to sympathize with him. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 Subtle Distinctions. There was a little rustle of silk just at her side. Silver gleams of it swept over the edges of her quiet blue muslin, and turning suddenly she found that Mrs. Evans had slipped into the vacant seat and was holding out her gloved hand to clasp her own. "I have been looking at you over in this corner for quite a little time, and longing to get to you. You looked so cool and still, and seemed to be having such a quiet, pleasant time." "Given over to the selfishness of my own thoughts," said Mrs. Spafford, smiling brightly on her. "I must bestir myself and try to be social." "Oh, don't. It seems to me tonight as though every one were trying to be social. If we could all give up trying for a little while, and just be it, without any effort, it would be such a rest." The undertone of intensity in her voice told of such unrest that the listener was startled. Moreover, she was surprised to hear such an original and earnest sentence from this fair follower of fashion. Truth to tell, Mrs. Evans was just a little startled at herself, and made haste to add, "Oh, I don't mean that. I beg your pardon. It must have sounded very strangely to you. I didn't think what I was saying." "Does it really seem to you that there is no genuine sociability in the world, that it is all simply outside effort?" "Oh dear no, that would be a dreadful thing to say. I don't think I know what I meant, I just happened to say it." Mrs. Evans was manifestly frightened over the thought that she had overstepped conventionalities. Mrs. Spafford undertook to reassure her. "Oh, I know, you were simply speaking aloud your random thoughts. But I wonder if there is not great truth in it? Wouldn't you like to know, for instance, just how much genuine enjoyment there is in this house this evening?" "I don't believe there is much." The tone in which Mrs. Evans spoke was so almost fierce, that it told her companion, as well as words could have done, of a mental strain of some sort, so great as to unfit her for enjoyment in such a place. Instantly there came to her heart a longing to speak a comforting word to this storm-tossed soul, whatever might have caused the storm. How could she do it? Where begin? Did the fair face, so flushed just now with her own inner feeling, belong to the king? If so, was the trial or the burden or the annoyance beyond his power of soothing? She ventured a suggestion that, if answered frankly, would give her light. "Oh, I don't know. Are not many of these people Christians, and are they ever other than happy, at least in a degree, when they are doing that which seems to them a right and proper thing to do?" Mrs. Evans looked utterly bewildered. "Christians?" she said, repeating the word in a dazed way. "What can that have to do with an evening party?" "My dear friend, what place in life is there that a Christian has not to do with Christ?" "I don't believe I know what you mean." The answer was so curiously simple and direct that it embarrassed the questioner. She hesitated what to say next. There was, however, such a troubled look on the child face turned toward her questioningly, that she longed to speak comfort. "Aren't you one of his own?" She spoke the words tenderly, and something in the tone of the suggestion brought a rush of tears to the young wife's face. "Oh, I don't know," she said hurriedly. "I don't know what I am. It seems to me as though I am less than nothing. I haven't the kind of religion that you have, that is, if you really mean that it has to do with everything. I am a member of the church, and I try to help the church along a little, as much as I can, but I don't know how to do even that. And that makes me remember that I resolved, if ever I had an opportunity, to ask you what I am afraid you will consider an impertinent question, but I really don't mean to be impertinent. I ask it because I am in search of help." She had turned the edge of the conversation in so skillful a manner that Mrs. Spafford was afraid they would not get back to real heart work, but she answered promptly and cordially. "You may ask me anything you please. I will promise not to be disturbed in the least." Well, then, I beg your pardon, but Mr. Evans has a business acquaintance, I believe, with your husband, and knows the amount of his salary. All business men know these things of each other, I suppose," spoken in an apologetic tone, "and what I couldn't help being perfectly bewildered over was your having money to give for the church debt, feeling sure that you would have it from month to month, you know. I hope you will not think this unpardonable impertinence," she went on hurriedly. "I assure you it is not a matter of mere idle curiosity." "I am sure of it, my friend. I am not in the least annoyed. But I want to tell you, my answer illustrates what we were speaking of a few minutes ago. That has to do with Christ." "What has?" "Why, the money to give. I am not giving my own money, it is his, and he lets me spend it on his work. If it were mine, I might be tempted to spend it on myself; but since it belongs to him, of course it is a mere act of common honesty to give it back to him." Her listener was amazed. It was as if she were listening to an unknown tongue. Then suddenly light broke over her face. "Do you mean that what you give is a sum left you in trust to use in this way?" "That is really what it amounts to," Mrs. Spafford said, perceiving meanwhile that her companion did not understand and that she must speak plainly. "It is simply this, my friend. Mr. Spafford and I believe that the old direction, or rather law, about consecrating 1/10 of the income to the Lord, holds good today. It wasn't instituted as a type of Christ, you know, and therefore was not annulled as the types were, when he came. We think the 10th is as much his own today as it ever was, and therefore we use it for his work, he graciously permitting us to act according to our judgment as to where to spend it." "But I don't see how you can do it," persisted Mrs. Evans. "Rich people can, of course, and people who are comfortably off, but if one cannot live on his income and keep out of debt, how has he a right to give part of it away?" "Perhaps he hasn't, the part that belongs to him. But you and I are talking about the part that belongs to the Lord. I take it that I have no more right to use his money for my own needs than I would have to use yours, should you give me some in trust." "Oh, well," and there was a shade of coldness in the tones of Mrs. Evans's voice. It was evident that she judged her companion as a visionary person who could not or would not talk everyday language. "That is pleasant to dream over, I know, but I don't understand it. So far as your argument is concerned, I can't see why it would not apply to all the money that we have. It is all the Lord's." "No," said Mrs. Spafford, leaning forward and speaking eagerly. "See here. Suppose you were to give me $100 a year, with this explanation: I furnish you this, or the means of securing this, for your own needs. You are to spend it as carefully and as conscientiously as you can, for whatever you intelligently believe it ought to be spent, with this exception: 1/10 of it is to be given every year to the support of whatever object you might choose to name. Would I have any right to use the entire sum, and say I had no money for that cause?" Mrs. Evans's eyes had a thoughtful, troubled look. The illustration was so simple that she could not fail to catch its force. "I hardly know how to explain to you what I think," she said hesitatingly, "but it seems to me if I had plenty of money, and power to do what I chose, I wouldn't impose such a restriction on your little, when it was difficult for you to make the ends meet." "But suppose, dear friend, you were gifted with the power of foreseeing all my future, and knew it would be a world of good to me to become personally interested in the various benevolences of the day, and knew also that you could make the $90 left me reach as far, or farther, than the 100. "Do you really mean that people who give systematically out of small incomes get along better than those who do not?" "I really believe that the Lord, when he said, 'Give, and it shall be given to you, good measure, pressed down, and shaken together, and running over, shall men give into your bosom,' meant just what he said." "I don't think many people believe in giving 1/10 of their income. Do you? Not many, perhaps, and yet I believe there is a larger proportion of such people than is generally supposed. But the main question, after all, is whether the Lord Jesus believes in it. If you have not examined the Bible lately with special reference to this matter, suppose you and Mr. Evans take it up for discussion and study. I should so much like to know what conclusion you arrive at. A painful flush overspread Mrs. Evans's face, and, after a moment of embarrassed silence, she said, in a low voice, "My husband is not a Christian, Mrs. Spafford. We never study the Bible together about any subject." "Oh," said Mrs. Spafford, and then she, too, was embarrassed. So much so that it seemed to her there was really nothing left to say. Perhaps she had peculiar ideas. Be that as it may, she could not get away from the feeling that to be a married woman, and to have chosen for life one who could not sympathize fully with you on that most vital of all subjects, was a cause for great and lasting sorrow. What word of comfort was there that she could speak? What she felt like saying was, how could you, loving Christ, link your very soul to one who loved him not? But of what use to say this now? Would it not even be cruel to say it? She tried to gather her thoughts away from the revelation so painful to her, and think of something to say calculated to help this perturbed soul. How could she best remind her that there was all the more need for a close personal union between her and Christ, since the earthly union, which was instituted in part to symbolize the heavenly, had fallen below its mission? While she hesitated, and the troubled look on Mrs. Evans's face in no way lessened, Mr. Evans came over to their corner. A bow and a cordial greeting for Mrs. Spafford, but no time to tarry. His business was with his wife. "Lovely evening, is it not, Mrs. Spafford? And this is a very pleasant entertainment. I hope you are enjoying it. Eva, my dear, come and fill out this set. 2 more are needed." Mrs. Evans arose reluctantly. She did not want to fill out the set. She did want to stay and talk with this quiet-faced woman, a woman whose face indicated no shadow of inward unrest. True, she did not understand her, and had been disappointed somewhat in the turn that the conversation was taking, but she was by no means ready to leave it. Mr. Evans, however, spoke with the air of a man who was accustomed to have his wife answer promptly and with alacrity the call to dance, and led her away with a smile and a bow. Once more Mrs. Spafford was alone, and she was still a trifle depressed. The evening was going in no sense according to her planning. Among her hopes had been this one of an earnest talk with the young wife, whose troubles of various sorts were beginning to tell so clearly on her face. But the talk had come to naught, had refused to turn itself into the intended channel, and had finally been broken into by a dance. Some more unfinished work, with no chance to take up the scattered stitches so far as she could see, and go on with it again, content to fill a little space, if thou art glorified. The couplet set itself over and over in her thought. They had been favorite lines in her girlhood. The whole poem had been a favorite with her mother. Well, she was content to fill the little spaces. It was just what she had desired to do this very evening. Quiet corners, with here and there a word dropped for her Lord. Such had been her plan. But the plan had not seemed to work. She had tried, so she thought, and then she asked herself, had she tried after all? Could she not have said better words to Will Coleman if her heart had been more in it? Could she not, even in that little moment, have helped the troubled wife, turned her directly to the great Helper? Was it possible that her effort had been half-hearted? That the blue muslin had obtruded itself in a way to distract her thoughts? It seemed to Mrs. Spafford a very discouraging evening. But it was not yet over. She had resolved upon leaving her retreat and mingling with the rest when it was again invaded. This time a middle-aged woman, with prematurely gray hair massed like a crown on her shapely head, and the simplest and quietest of toilets, less conspicuous than the blue muslin, dropped into the other corner of the tete-a-tete. "I think I shall have to introduce myself," she said pleasantly. "I am Mrs. Temple. A long-continued absence from home has been all that has prevented my calling on you. I know your husband." Now what was there about this lady different from those with whom she was surrounded? Mrs. Spafford, even in the first moments of their acquaintance, tried to analyze the charm. Refined, cultured, exceedingly well-bred, so were all those about them. Yet there was a subtle, undefinable difference, a something that drew the younger lady's heart and made her realize, even at this early moment, that she was talking with one in sympathy. What a delightful half-hour it was that followed! Their talk took a wide range and touched upon a great variety of subjects. On every one they were in sympathy. Thinking of it afterward, Mrs. Spafford tried to recall how the lady made known her connection with the great family of Christ. She certainly did not say in so many words, "I am a Christian," and yet it was apparent from the very first. "She is a person to study," Mrs. Spafford told herself. "She carries the atmosphere about with her. She almost wears a uniform. Yet how simple and becoming it is." "By the way," said the new acquaintance, half rising to leave her, then dropping back, "have you organized as a church yet for the foreign work?" "I am not sure that we are organized for anything unless it may be festivals," Mrs. Spafford said, laughing. "But I don't believe I know what you mean. Is there any special organization?" "My friend, didn't you know that we women have taken a stride into the center of things, and are moving on the ranks in a thoroughly organized and impressive manner?" Mrs. Spafford promptly confessed her entire ignorance, whereupon her new friend launched forth into a description of the first beginnings of the Woman's Board. She found Mrs. Spafford a ready listener and an eager questioner, promptly possessing herself of details with the manner of one who means to use them. "But 10 cents a month is such a very little sum," she presently objected. "How can you hope to accomplish much?" "My dear, that is one of its beauties, not the accomplishing little, but the smallness of the sum. Don't you see it admits almost every woman in Christendom? I mean, of course, the Christian women. Even the very poor, whose hearts are in the work, can come into fellowship with us, and when the thousands of Christian women rise up in force and pour in their offerings of 10 cents a month, unless you have settled yourself with paper and pencil and computed it as I have, you cannot make yourself imagine what a grand sum total it will be." "I can have some faint conception of it," the younger lady said, her eyes shining. Here was a work in which she could participate. She thought of the box of jewels at home, waiting for a channel through which to flow. Not all waiting, it is true, for channels were plenty, but she saw her way clear to join this grand movement, and her questioning grew more eager. How did they organize, and when meet? Who conduct the meetings? How were they conducted? "I'll tell you," Mrs. Temple said, increasing in enthusiasm in proportion as her listener warmed with the subject. "Come down to our next meeting. We meet on Thursday, in the 12th Street Church. There you will see and hear and get more than I could give you in hours of talk. We have some grand ladies on 12th Street who have taken hold of the work with enthusiasm, and they will be just the ones to help you. Oh, you must organize, of course. Every church called by the Master's name cannot surely do less for him than that." "But, Mrs. Temple, don't you find among your members some who are not in sympathy with the movement?" As Mrs. Spafford asked that question, their hostess flitted past them with a smile and bow, and the questioner may have had a vision of herself trying to interest Mrs. Bacon in the new movement. Mrs. Temple's voice dropped lower, and she laid her ungloved hand impressively on her neighbor's. "My dear friend, We do not find 1/3, even 1/3, of the Christian women of our church interested enough to attend to what we are saying and discover what we are trying to do. It is this fact that has roused me to my present pitch of enthusiasm. We have need of missionaries right here at home. We must evangelize the Church of Christ and get it to take hold of its privileges." "I liked that plainly dressed woman with whom I was talking when you came up better than all the rest of them put together. She is simpler and plainer than the others, more like my kind of women. I fancy I could go to her house and enjoy a nice quiet little tea in a very plain way, and be happy in hearing her talk. With most of them I felt a sort of not at home feeling." This opinion Callie confided to her husband on their homeward walk. He, as he was much given to doing when a good deal astonished, indulged in the whistling of a strain or two of music before he answered. "My small, plain, modest little woman, do you happen to know who the lady was with whom you were conversing, and who is your kind of people?" "I only know that she is Mrs. Temple, and belongs in the 12th Street Church." "Let me also inform you that her husband is Junius J. Temple, Sr., the wealthiest man in the length and breadth of the city, and their house in which you propose to take that plain, quiet tea is much the finest one that can be found within 100 miles of us." "I don't care," his wife said, laughing. "Nevertheless, I felt at home with her. I didn't think of money in connection with her, nor of my blue dress. I can't describe to you the difference, but some of the people kept me all the time thinking about my blue muslin, instead of attending to what they were saying. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Yet Lackest Thou. A great trial had come to Mrs. Spafford, even the formidable one of having to say good-bye to her husband for the space of 36 hours, and spend an entire night alone in her pretty box of a house. The firm by whom he was employed, having flinty hearts, had directed that the husband should take the first morning train to a certain inland town, there to transact some business, and the earliest return train he could hope to make was the evening one, 36 hours afterward. Years afterward, Mr. and Mrs. Spafford were wont to look back upon this first sharp experience with laughter, that it had really been so sharp. Not that they learned to like separation one whit better than on that first day, but simply that all the strong, stern lessons of life were behind instead of before them, with their wealth of discipline, and they had come to take calmly, philosophically, even thankfully, because they were no worse, the little everyday crosses that at first seemed so hard. But this first day in which Mrs. Spafford ate her lunch alone as usual, but without being able to look forward to the 6:30 car, and the cheerful little dinner that she should have ready for 2, seemed to her 1 week long. They had had a great time, her husband and herself, planning for that lonely night. Callie Howell had spent many a night alone in her boarding house up in the 3rd story, almost as far removed from neighbors as she was in this little box, with neighbors close on every side. But Callie Howell alone and unprotected, and Mrs. Warren Spafford with a husband to look after her comfort, were two very different beings. The said husband very peremptorily decided that she must on no account stay alone. Then they cast about them for the proper one to stand her protector during that long night. Viewed in the light of a protector, the one whom they finally selected, or more properly speaking, who selected herself, was an amusement to Callie. It happened that Jennie West was among their afternoon callers, and on being told of the circumstances, promptly offered her services as night watchman. Thus it came about that on Thursday evening it was Jennie who, with beautiful unbound hair flowing far below her waist, sat in Mr. and Mrs. Spafford's private room, and talked, while Mrs. Spafford moved around, closing blinds, turning down fastenings, and examining bolts and keyholes in that restless manner which comes over lovingly guarded wives when the protector is away. "Oh, do sit down," said Jennie at last. "You have slipped that bolt and slipped it back again 3 times. I'll warrant it is as safe now as you can make it. Do you fidget around this way when Mr. Spafford is at home?" Whereupon Mrs. Spafford admitted, with a shamefaced laugh, that particular bolt had not been drawn before since they had occupied the house. "Well, then, what are you about to-night? I didn't know you had a cowardly streak in your nature. Come and sit down. I want to talk with you. I will be responsible for any robber who comes through that keyhole without your looking at it again." Mrs. Spafford laughed, and came away from the keyhole, and let bolts and locks alone. But she did not sit down. She felt too restless and lonely to settle herself for a talk with Jennie. She stood before the dressing bureau, and began to draw the pins out of her own hair, and Jennie, apparently considering her as settled as she could be under the circumstances, commenced her talk. "Callie, have you seen Will Coleman since the evening of Mrs. Bacon's party?" "Only in the distance. I bowed to him at the foot of Green Avenue yesterday." "Well, did you know he was half vexed with you? He thinks you were unnecessarily hard on him the other night. You are apt to be severe, you know, Callie." "Am I? Still, I can't recall anything I said to Will that sounded hard. Did he particularize?" "Why, he said you called him a hypocrite outright." "I guess not, Jennie." "Well, a Pharisee then. Something of the sort. You as good as told him that he had too high an opinion of himself. He said perhaps he had. He knew some other people who were troubled, in his estimation, with the same fault. But it wasn't exactly the thing to tell them so to their faces. Oh, he was real cross. I had all I could do to make him believe that you couldn't have meant a word you said." Mrs. Spafford turned an amused face toward her champion. She was so indifferent as to what Will Coleman thought of her personally that she could afford to laugh. "My dear Jennie," she said, "did you consider that complimentary to me? Don't you know I always mean what I say? Will is evidently a little confused in his statements. I said not a word to him about hypocrites or Pharisees. By the way, there is a shade of difference in the meaning of the 2 words, don't you think? What I did was to refer him to a certain Bible verse, which I said reminded me of him when I read it. If he sees more personal likeness there than I do, surely I am not to blame, and he should not attribute the knowledge to me. I am sorry I offended him. Tell him to come and see me, and explain what ought to be apologized for, and I'll attend to it. What I tried to do was to have a serious talk with him. He disappoints me in so many ways." "Disappoints you? I don't know why he should. You must be very hard to suit if Will Coleman disappoints you. He is one of the most moral young men I know." "Jennie," said Mrs. Spafford, after a thoughtful pause, "I want to ask you a question now. If you think it is rude, you need not answer it, you know. Are you engaged to Will Coleman?" "Engaged? What an idea! And he a clerk on a starving salary. Why, he can hardly support himself. You don't suppose he thinks of marrying?" "My dear, his salary is larger by several hundreds than my husband's." "Oh, well, people are not all like you. I could never manage things as you do, plan about every match I struck, and all that sort of thing. Callie, why on earth don't you burn gas? The idea of your poking around here with a horrid, ill-smelling kerosene lamp when the gas is in every room. Now, what is that for?" "Economy," said Mrs. Spafford, with a smiling face. "If you were a housekeeper, you would be aware that the gas in this region is extremely expensive, and makes really a startling difference in the week's accounts. But, my friend, don't be guilty of slander. This is a little gem of a lamp, never thinks of smelling badly unless some ignorant person turns the wick too low, or ill treats it in some way." "Oh, well, now, it's horrid, and you needn't pretend you don't think so. The idea of having to fill and trim the vile thing! I tell you what it is, Callie Howell, I think you have a harder time than when you were a poor school teacher and took care of yourself. And you see I never could do it for anybody. I'm not used to it. It isn't as though I had money of my own. That horrid life interest which my mother has just spoils everything. She can't give away any of her money, even to me. Oh, there's no use in talking. I never could be a poor man's wife." "I by all means advise you never to become one until you have changed your present views. There are trials in the lot which you would undoubtedly find hard to bear." "There now, Callie Howell, I don't think it will do for you to talk about folks being hypocrites. Every time I have hinted at your position as being cramped or discouraging, a great deal harder than you were accustomed to, you have put on the most complacent and provoking smile, as if you were the most satisfied of human beings, and here you as good as own that you are sorry you ever undertook it." Mrs. Spafford turned entirely from the toilet bureau and let her hair fall suddenly, and gave Miss Jennie the benefit of a pair of dangerously flashing eyes, as she said, "You need to give very close attention to what I say, Jennie, otherwise it is unsafe to talk to you. Your habit of seizing a piece of a sentence and jumping at a conclusion makes it difficult to carry on a conversation. I hinted nothing of the kind. I advised, and I do advise most earnestly, that you never marry a poor man until you change your present views of things; or, in other words, until you value wealth less and hearts more. For myself, I am not in the habit of spreading abroad my satisfaction, but it seems necessary to speak very plainly to you, and I have no hesitation in telling you that I would have married Warren Spafford if his salary had been $300 a year instead of $6, and that every day of my life I go on my knees and thank God that I am his happy wife. And I expect to thank him, through whatever trial or perplexity that may come, and I presume we shall have perplexities and trials. I never supposed that married life was made up of continuous beds of roses. But whatever happens, or can happen, I shall continue to thank God that I am Warren Spafford's wife. Until you can be sure of such a feeling as this toward the man whose name you are to bear, without regard to the accidents of wealth or poverty, I do most earnestly advise you never to marry. Am I understood?" "Bless my heart!" said Jennie West. "I do believe, Callie Howell, that you would have made a good actress. I didn't know that you had so much fire. What a pity you couldn't have had the chance to try it. I shouldn't wonder if you could have made your fortune." The blazing-eyed young matron turned back to her glass and her hair, the light dying out of her eyes, and her mouth breaking into a smile. She believed she had been a simpleton for showing, or trying to show, Jennie West a glimpse of her heart. "So you do not mean to marry Will Coleman?" She asked the question in her usual quiet tone. "Not until he asks me, at least," with a nervous little laugh. "What makes you talk so much about his marrying? I believe he has as little idea of it as I have. He knows he cannot afford to support a wife. It would make him miserable to bring a woman down from a station in which she was fitted to shine, and oblige her to live from hand to mouth, as you and Mr. Spafford are obliged to do. He as good as said so." "Mr. Spafford and I are very much obliged to him," the wife said with curling lip. Then, after another thoughtful pause, "Jennie, I don't know but you might mistake my meaning in one respect. I am far from wishing to see you the wife of Will Coleman, and I should think there ought to be insuperable objection to him from another point of view than his poverty." "I can't imagine why." Jennie's eyes flashed now. "There isn't a more perfect gentleman in the entire city. He has had the advantages of good society all his life, if he is poor, and he has a real good education. I'm sure people consider him unexceptionable." "Is he a Christian?" "Oh, well, he isn't a church member, if that's what you mean." "It isn't what I mean. I am talking about being a Christian. It has always seemed to me almost as plain as the 10 Commandments that the Bible pronounced against a Christian marrying an unconverted person." "I think it is all nonsense," burst forth Jennie, with burning cheeks. "How many people do it? Half of our church, I do believe, is made up of women whose husbands hardly ever come to church even. They are not members, anyway. And yet they support the church with their money and all that. My dear Jennie, does your Bible read, 'Do as half of our church does about these matters,' or does it individualize responsibilities?" "Well, I don't care. If I wanted to marry a man, I would, whether he was a church member or not." "Whether he was a Christian or not, do you mean?" "Yes, I do." "But, Jennie, you don't mean that you would not try first to discover what the Bible said about the matter, and what Christ wanted you to do?" "The Bible doesn't say anything about it." "How can two walk together unless they be agreed?" "We are agreed," said Jennie softly, with deeply flushing cheeks. "I never saw any person who suited me more perfectly, met my ideal more fully than Will Coleman. And as for his being a member of the church, what difference does that make? Look how regular he is in attendance, always at church and at prayer meeting. He told me himself that he hadn't missed a Wednesday evening since he came up to the branch store, and that he was a regular standby. The people depended on him as much as they did on the minister. Look at that for an example. Bless me, I've missed half a dozen Wednesday evenings this spring, and Will told me himself that you and Mr. Spafford were both away one evening." "Yes," said Mrs. Spafford, quietly. "My husband was detained downtown until nearly 9 o'clock, and I had no one to go with." "That's it!" spoken in triumphant tones. "Church members are always being detained, but you never hear Will Coleman making such excuses. I heard him myself once decline an invitation to a club meeting on the plea that it was prayer meeting evening." "And boasted over it to the next half-hearted Christian he met, I am almost certain." This Mrs. Spafford thought, but did not say. What was the use in talking with Jennie? The next question was put hesitatingly, as one who was feeling her ground. "Jennie, are you making Will a subject of special and persistent prayer?" "Of course I pray for him. I do for all my friends, though I think this minute he is a great deal better than I am. I need his prayers ever so much more than he needs mine. I don't know what you mean by persistent prayer. It sounds rather irreverent to me." Then there came to Mrs. Spafford's heart the same doubtful twinge that she had felt so often before for Jennie, as to whether she herself had really the root of the matter in her, or was only, as she was so fond of expressing it, a church member. But there was still one question that she wanted to ask. She had been trying to get to it all the evening. "Are you ever a little troubled about one of Will's habits, lest it may grow on him?" "No, I never was troubled for a minute about any habit of Will Coleman's. What do you mean?" Then did Mrs. Spafford wish she had not spoken, but now she must go on. "You know at these large parties that he attends he frequently takes wine? Have you never feared it might grow into a habit?" "I wonder who doesn't? There isn't a gentleman in our set, so far as I know, who refuses it. Troubled at that! The idea! Callie Howell, I believe you would like to put all young men into a rose-lined work-box and keep the key yourself." "I would like to put their names on a total abstinence pledge," she said firmly, "and I don't hesitate to say that I tremble for all young men whose names are not there, unless indeed their feet are anchored on the rock, and their paths shielded by Christ himself. The pledge is only a crutch, of course." Jennie West was getting very angry. "For my part," she said haughtily, "I would just as soon a man would drink wine as to smoke cigars. I don't see the difference between them that you seem to." Mrs. Spafford's cheeks glowed hotly now, but she steadied her voice into calmness. "Yes, Jennie, I see a difference, and I think so do you, but I do not uphold smoking, you very well know." "Yet you married a man who smokes cigars every day of his life, a dozen of them for what I know. I wonder you would be guilty of marrying him, since you are so particular." "I didn't know it." The very instant that she had said these words she wished them unsaid. Well she might. "Didn't know it!" repeated Jennie. "Well, upon my word! He deceived you then, this paragon of a husband! And here you have been rhapsodizing to me over the bliss of your married state. Really, Callie, I don't think you ought to preach any more to-night." The hair was bound up long ago for the night, and Mrs. Spafford had nothing to do with her eyes but to give Jennie the benefit of the blazing light in them, but her voice was quiet enough. "Perhaps it would be better not to talk any more to-night, since we seem incapable of understanding each other. You ought to know that my husband is not a man given to deception of any sort, at any time. He has grown up from very young manhood with the habit of smoking one, not a dozen, but one cigar a day. If he thought anything about it, he supposed I knew it, but his education has been different from mine in this matter, and he regards it as a trivial thing. I do not, and had I known of it before we were married, we should have talked about it together. Since I did not, there was no way by which he could discover my views. But you know, and I know, that there is a wide difference between smoking a cigar a day and drinking a glass of wine a day. You and I know that earnest Christian men of to-day do the one with impunity, and the other almost never. I think neither are right, but I make a wide path between the degrees of wrong. But, Jennie, even if your sneer was a true one, are not the cases very different? You are a younger woman than I by several years. You are not only unmarried, but according to your own statement, unbound by any pledges or even intentions, while I am married. What is proper for me to say in friendly warning or suggestion to you, about one who is only a friend, might become a gross insult for you to say to me about the man whom I have sworn to love and honor as long as my life lasts, might it not?" Said Jennie, "Let's go to bed. I'm sick and tired of the whole subject." And they went to bed. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. They measuring themselves by themselves are not wise. Meantime, could you have looked in at Will Coleman's room, you would have found him one evening reaching to the row of walnut shelves which contained his books, and bringing therefrom a handsomely bound copy of the Holy Bible. He surveyed it with a critical eye, then blew the dust carefully from its gilt edges, commenting the while after this fashion: "My landlady doesn't look after dust much more carefully than she does after some other things. That's a fact. I really wish she would take better care of these books. I don't believe they have been disturbed in a week." Then he opened it, naturally first to the fly-leaves. There had been times when it annoyed him to have the habit of looking at the fly-leaf so frequently that it had learned apparently to linger of its own accord. There was the writing, a trifle irregular, as though by a hand which, from age or hard work or emotion, trembled a little. "To my dear son William, on his 19th birthday, from his loving mother, Eunice Coleman." Then underneath, still in the same, somewhat unsteady hand, "Search the Scriptures, that they may make you wise unto salvation," is the constant prayer of your mother. It is a sad truth that, irreproachable life as he had lived, there had been times when Will Coleman wished heartily that his Bible would get over its habit of opening to that leaf, for he was uncomfortably conscious that in certain things, and things which she considered vital, he disappointed his mother. He opened quickly into the middle of the book, having no desire on this particular evening to linger over home memories. Besides, he was curious to know what verse in the Bible he reminded Mrs. Spafford of. It was several days since he had made a memorandum of the verse. Matters which he considered of more importance had for the time being driven it from his thoughts. Now, although he was dressing for an evening entertainment, having come in contact again with the memorandum, he paused in the act of fastening his cravat, and searched for the verse. Then he read it over slowly, carefully, with a deeply flushing face, and presently with a curling lip. The Pharisee stood and prayed thus with himself, "God, I thank thee that I am not as other men are." Not exactly his language, to be sure, and certainly never addressed to God. Yet this young man was fully conscious of possessing a sort of exultant feeling when he measured his fair life with that of many, he was almost inclined to say most, young men. He knew it was irreproachable from a dozen standpoints, where others, who made more pretensions than he, failed. "I fast twice in the week, I give tithes of all that I possess." Had not Mrs. Spafford more than once heard him say, with a complacent air and smile, that he was as regular in attendance at the young people's prayer meeting and the general prayer meeting as the minister himself? Had he not, in the presence of her husband, only last week, said, with a smile and a bow, "Certainly, I always lay aside a trifle for that purpose," in response to a paper which was presented him for some benevolent object. A paper, too, that had just been peremptorily, not to say haughtily, refused by his employer, himself a church member. Young Coleman felt the blood coursing through his veins in a very unpleasant manner. "Well," he told himself, "what if I have said those things? Aren't they true, I should like to know? What does Callie Howell mean by calling me a hypocrite? Whatever may be said of me, I certainly am not that. Thank goodness, I make no professions that I don't live up to, and that is more than can be said of 2/3 of the church members." There it was again. He thought of it even while he was excusing himself to himself. "God, I thank thee that I am not as other men." Was he actually disposed to say that to God? If he prayed at all, would such be the language of his prayer? Strangely fascinated by the simple story, he read on. "And the publican, standing afar off, would not lift so much as his eyes unto heaven, but smote upon his breast, saying, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. I tell you, this man went down to his house justified rather than the other. For every one that exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted." Then all the pride in this young man's heart rose up in rebellion, and his lip curled in scorn. He did not believe that he was a sinner. That is, not much of a sinner. A nice respectable one he was, he supposed, judged by certain narrow theological rules, but not such an one as would make the language of that prayer applicable to him. Certainly, if to be what people like his mother and Callie Howell called Christians, it was necessary to use such language as that, he couldn't see how he could ever accommodate them by being one. "For I honestly don't feel it, so how can I say it?" he said aloud, adding, "Thank goodness I'm no hypocrite." Then he closed the Bible with a bang, and went on with his interrupted toilet in hot haste, and it was that evening that Jennie West had been obliged to labor with him to convince him that Mrs. Spafford had not meant a word she said. Then was this the end of Mrs. Spafford's effort to speak a plain word to the young man? It was by no means the end, though Will Coleman did his best to make an end to the matter. He grew angry exceedingly over the persistency with which those verses clung to him, starting up to repeat themselves on the slightest provocation, until all comfort in his superiority was well nigh quoted out of this young man. It was perhaps nearly a week afterward that he seated himself deliberately in his room, one evening, with a determination to think this whole matter out and be done with it. What was there in it all that so annoyed him? When he really sifted out the truth, Mrs. Spafford had not told him he was hypocritical. She had merely said he reminded her of the man who was better than his neighbors. No, who thought himself better. This was a sore spot. Here he winced. Was he, then, mistaken in his estimate of himself, and did his better self really recognize it, and did that make the hurt? In truth, Will Coleman was puzzled over his own heart. "I am better," he boldly declared, and he said it aloud. "Now, what's the use in mincing matters? I'm ahead of all those fellows who belong to the church, and they know it. Why shouldn't I? Why should I be expected to go around smiting my breast and calling myself a miserable sinner when I am no such thing?" No sooner had he said the words than that hot, convicting blush rolled into his cheek again. Away back in his childhood there had been a Sabbath afternoon when he stood at his mother's knee and recited his verse preparatory to going to Sabbath school. "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind." "Willie," the mother had said, "do you understand that verse?" "Yes'm," had Willie replied with the delicious indifference of childhood to the deeper meanings of the truth. But the mother had continued, "You see, Willie, whatever else you may do, however obedient you may be to mamma, and kind to the poor, and good-natured and all that, if you don't love God, love him so much that you will want to please him all the time, want to find out his will, it all goes for nothing." This idea in varied language had been taught him so thoroughly that there was no use in these, his later days, of trying to ignore it and act as one who had not been taught. The question was, did he wish to swing loose from the teachings of his childhood as one who had grown beyond them? No, he had no wish of this kind. Fortunately for him, his education had been fair, and he was possessed of fair average talent, was an average logician, had looked into the various isms of the day, deep enough to see their utter want of logic and common sense, and had smiled in a superior manner on them all. "A man who is an infidel is a fool," had been his composed and satisfactory method of sweeping away all these ideas from his brain. He went farther than this. He took rather more than a superficial look into the evidences of Christianity, the authenticity of the Scriptures, and kindred studies, the consequence being that he asserted emphatically, "The man who rejects the Bible is a fool." On occasion he would argue in favor of these positions, and argue well. He was rather fond of arguing. Is it strange, then, when he deliberately, for almost the first time in his life, sat himself down to give the matter earnest thought, that a voice at his elbow seemed to repeat the sentence, "Out of thine own mouth will I condemn thee"? Was it a bit of bewildering sophistry, or was it solemn truth and the deep conviction of his own conscience that seemed to oblige him, reasoning from analogy, to say, "The man who, believing fully in the Bible, and in Christ Jesus as he is revealed in the Bible, fails to follow his plain directions, is a fool"? Was it possible that he, Will Coleman, the gentleman and the logician, was obliged by the force of his own logic to condemn his hitherto much admired course in life? He shifted his position impatiently, and tried to rid himself of his conclusion. "What folly!" he said aloud. "What utter folly, anyway! As if a man could will himself to love a being! I don't love God. I suppose there is really no doubt of that. Such being the case, how am I to help it?" But those Bible verses, recited at his faithful mother's knee, recited again and again to a faithful Sabbath school teacher, but dimly understood then, even with the most careful explanation, clear as sunlight today trooped up before him. A new heart will I give you, saith the Lord, and a new spirit will I put within you. You hath he quickened, who were dead in trespasses and sins. If any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Will Coleman had been entirely familiar with the theory of conversion, almost since his babyhood. He knew perfectly well that his affections, so far as God was concerned, were dead, that he was powerless to move them, that they needed a resurrection, and that it was the Spirit that quickened. He knew also that this quickening, according to the unalterable laws of the unchanging God, would never take place until he himself deliberately went to God through Christ, and asked for new life in his soul. Ask, and ye shall receive. He knew and believed that it was just as simple as that. Yet he had never asked. Why not? The simple and unpalatable truth that stared him in the face was because he did not desire. He actually did not want to love God. Then he shifted his argument, or tried to. Well, pettishly, as a spoiled child might answer one who was arguing with him, how can I help that? If I don't want to, I don't. Shall I pretend that I do? Even as he said it, his face flushed, and he was sensible of being glad that no one was by to hear such folly. Instantly his reasoning mind took up a parallel and showed it to him. I don't want to go to the store today. Shall I then go, and thus be guilty of pretending that I do? Is this matter of going to the store a duty? If it is, shall I be so puerile as to shake it off and stay at home because I happen not to want to go? What have whims to do with a reasonable man's business? Since he was a reasoning being, could he avoid seeing where such logic led him? I ought to go to God on my knees and tell him frankly that I see the way clear enough. I see that I am not a Christian, and that I ought to be, and that I have no special desire to be, and let him do with me as he will. Shall I do it? Awful question. I ought to give back this $1,000 draft which I have stolen. Shall I? When a young man reaches the point where he will deliberately say, I ought, and then questions, shall I? He is trying to stand on slippery places. Not for one instant would Will Coleman have put the claims of the owner of a stolen draft in the balance and weighed them thus, but the claims of the Son of God he hesitated and argued over. As he walked the floor and thought of the matter, he found himself unwilling to say, I will do it. And yet, so clear was his sense of danger, almost equally unwilling to say, I will not do it. When Satan cannot succeed in making deliberate decisions on his side, he at once suggests compromise. What is the use in trying to settle such an important question as this tonight? Suppose I sleep over it? Suppose I talk it over with someone tomorrow, some Christian? What for? Asked his conscience. Isn't the way perfectly plain to you? Hush, said he sternly to his conscience. I will not be driven. Tomorrow evening will be the prayer meeting. I will go as usual. I will talk the whole matter over with someone in a reasonable manner and settle it once for all. Suppose you make that long-promised call on Mrs. Spafford, hinted a voice which he did not recognize as conscience. You have always respected her religion, and you know you respect her brains. You don't want to talk with Mrs. Spafford, said that mysterious other voice which seemed somehow to be gaining control of him. She is almost fanatical in her notions. You know that Jennie West laughs at them, friend and admirer though she is. What is to hinder your having a serious talk with Jennie West? You never give her any opportunity to talk about these matters with you. What right have you to conclude that she is not as deeply interested in you as Mrs. Spafford is, though she doesn't keep harping on the subject all the while? Mrs. Spafford, remember, as good as called you a hypocrite. Perhaps if you should go to her, she would think you were just talking for effect. I'll do it, he said aloud, relieved that some decision had been reached, ignoring meantime the last suggestion, because he did not want to look closely into this plan of talking the matter over with anyone, for fear it would be made apparent to his own inner consciousness that effect or delay, or something of that sort, was precisely what he was after. "I'll write a note to Miss Jennie, and ask her to accompany me to the prayer meeting tomorrow evening. She never goes when she is up here, I suppose because she has no one to go with. Mrs. Evans never thinks of going. She is another of your church members. Jennie will be glad to go, and then she and I will talk this thing up. I'd like to have Jennie talk to me. I suppose Mrs. Spafford has given her reason to think that I am not a safe person to talk with about these matters. She has such a poor opinion of me." And there floated through this strange young man's brain a notion that for one reason he would almost say he would like to be a Christian, just to show people a few things. If he ever was converted, he told himself, he would certainly show that same Mrs. Spafford that he was altogether a different sort of a Christian from her cigar-smoking husband, who could be detained in the city until after time for prayer meeting just as well as not, and who stayed at home from church on Sunday with headache occasionally. He always had a sneer for Sunday headache Christians, did this young man, and there is an excusing word to be spoken for him, too. During his short life he had come in contact with so many of them. Not that Warren Spafford by any means belonged to the class with which he had been familiar, but it is often the case in this narrow-visioned world that people are classified who do not in the least belong together. Young Coleman ceased his nervous walk up and down his somewhat narrow quarters, opened his writing desk, selected the most delicately perfumed sheet of notepaper he possessed, and proceeded, with a chirography that was almost as beautiful as copperplate, to prepare his note. "Miss Jennie West, dear friend, can you be prevailed upon to give me the pleasure of your company tomorrow evening?" Botheration! That word was not included in the formula that was being written. It was announced in explosive tones by the writer, the immediate cause being that, as he had the misfortune to be located in the second story back of the boarding house, where the gas did not come, he was making use of a kerosene lamp, which at that inopportune moment suddenly dimmed, halted irresolutely for a second, then disappeared, leaving him in total darkness. After which, as a matter of dire necessity, the hour being late, he stumbled and grumbled himself to bed. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Perfect Love Casteth Out Fear. It was with a great many little inward flutters of satisfaction that Mrs. Spafford went about her small house one Thursday, making preparations for leaving it to its own quiet for a few hours. Perhaps it is one of the compensations to those who live simple, quiet lives, that small pleasures are intensified and enjoyed with a zest that persons who live in excitement know nothing about. The mere going downtown of a pleasant afternoon, and returning again with her husband, was an event in Mrs. Spafford's life, for streetcar fares were guarded carefully, therefore it fell to her lot to go rarely. She had determined, however, to avail herself of Mrs. Temple's invitation and attend the missionary meeting. Despite her husband's revelation as to Mrs. Temple's social status, the youthful matron felt that one of the thrills of satisfaction proceeded from the thought of meeting that lady again. "I can't help it if she is rich," she said to herself with a happy smile as she arrayed herself for the street. "She is very pleasant and cordial, and I'm going to like her just as much as I want to. What an absurd idea that because she is rich and I am poor, there should necessarily be a gulf between us. Besides, I'm not poor. I hardly know of a person who is less so." I am not sure that I can explain to you what a sense of satisfaction it gave Mrs. Spafford to be greeted among that company of Christian women. Directly she entered the church she felt it, that subtle atmosphere of congeniality. She was at home. She was in sympathy with the words that were being read from the Bible. She was in sympathy with the prayer that followed. The sweet, clear-voiced petitioner was her new-found friend, Mrs. Temple. As she rose from her knees, she rejoiced over the thought that all these grand, good women were friends. The truth is, if you are in sympathy with the atmosphere which surrounded her, you will know all about what she felt in being led into the circle of Christian sisterhood. If you are not, no words of mine can possibly make it plain to you. Still, life did not go smoothly even here. It transpired that there was something, some duty to perform, which in itself Mrs. Spafford judged must be a severe ordeal, for, during the singing of the hymn, "Must Jesus bear the cross alone, and all the world go free? No, there's a cross for every one, and there's a cross for me," Mrs. Temple slipped softly from one to another and preferred some request, which Mrs. Spafford, interested as she was in the hymn, and joining in it as she did with the full strength of her cultured voice, could not but see met with demur, with shruggings of shoulders, with distressed negatives, and as the petitioner pled, the refusals became more emphatic in manner, until one and another, and yet another lady had been interviewed, with the same result. What could be wanted? She was soon destined to know, for Mrs. Temple raised her head with a troubled air, and looking about her irresolutely as they began the third verse of the hymn, spied her new acquaintance, and came speedily toward her. "I am so glad to see you," she whispered with a cordial hand clasp, "and I do wonder if the dear Lord has not sent you to me just now as a helper. Dear Mrs. Spafford, I am in an embarrassing dilemma. Several of our ladies, who are nearly always present, strangely enough are absent this afternoon, and I have really no one on whom to depend. Wouldn't you be so kind? I know it is too hard to ask you, at your first coming, and you an entire stranger in our midst. But if you would feel that you could offer prayer with us, I would be so glad." Now I shall have to admit to you that Mrs. Spafford was startled and embarrassed. It was a new experience to her. She felt the hot blood mounting in waves to her forehead, and knew that the hand which Mrs. Temple still held trembled visibly. "Poor child," said Mrs. Temple soothingly, as one who was more than 20 years her senior had a right to speak to the young matron. "It is too hard. I ought not to ask you." Yet Mrs. Spafford's embarrassment did not proceed from the source to which it was credited. She was astonished and perplexed to discover that the cross which was pressing so heavily on this company of Christian women was simply to present their desires to their loving, sympathizing, all-powerful Lord. How could they shrink from it in this way? What was there that should be expected to so disturb her? Was it something different from prayer, more than prayer that they wanted? Was it expected that a missionary prayer should make wise reference to the different mission stations and their work, and present intelligently the special needs of each field? That indeed she could not do, and she recognized a chance for embarrassment in the admission of the fact that she, a woman and a Christian in this 19th century, was not posted. But then, immediately she reflected that prayer was different from any other exercise, in that the one addressed needed no information, was thoroughly acquainted with the needs of all mission fields and the desires of all human hearts, and yet had chosen that the heart cry should go out from his children, "O Lord, thou knowest, do unto us even as thou hast said." Mrs. Spafford, though lamentably conscious of her ignorance as regarded the work of foreign missions, yet knew that her heart desired their greatest good, and was acquainted with the one to whom to bring their case. Why, then, should it be considered so serious a thing? thought is not unlike chain lightning, you know, and while they were singing one line of the hymn, now alarmingly near its close, this woman had gone over the ground at which I have hinted, and come back to her starting point. "What is it you want, Mrs. Temple? A specific prayer for some special mission and its workers, mentioning them by name? Because, if you do, I am ashamed to tell you that I do not understand the work well enough to lead you." "Oh, my dear child, no. We do not want an address in the form of a prayer. We want simply to have our hearts brought close to the heart of Christ, and his help asked for this meeting this day." "Then I will be glad to pray," said Mrs. Spafford, simply, and she did not know that she was saying a strange thing. She had lived in another world than theirs. She had been brought up with a mother, with whom to pray was to talk with a dear and familiar friend. She had attended from her earlier girlhood a weekly prayer meeting with her mother, where the ladies prayed together precisely as they talked together, feeling no more embarrassment in the one instance than in the other. She had begun by feeling a degree of nervous tremor, it is true, at the sound of her own voice before so many, but there had been no great gulf placed between the thought of conversing before others and the thought of praying before them. Indeed, Callie Howell, when a girl of 16, had expressed herself naively to her mother after this fashion: "Why, mother, I would rather pray than say anything to the people about any particular subject, because one cannot help thinking that they may criticize the way you are saying it, or the thought itself, but of course I remember that Jesus Christ never criticizes my prayer, and that the people are all engaged in speaking to him at the same time, and therefore are not thinking of me." As a teacher, it had for years been her privilege to lead young ladies' prayer circles, present for many a timid heart its cry for help, its burden of sorrow, until prayer had come to be to her what it ought to be to every human heart, a privilege and a joy. Her embarrassment, you will perceive, arose simply and solely from astonishment over the thought that she was expected to consider a cross and a trial what was to her a joy. A curious suggestion that perhaps she ought not to feel so ready to offer that which others, so much older and wiser, and in every sense better than herself, visibly shrank from, presented itself to haunt her. If Satan could command a moment of admiration from any of his tempest-tossed victims, it would surely be on account of his unwearying ingenuity. Of course, the matter was all settled in much less time than it has taken me to present its phases to you, and Mrs. Spafford received Mrs. Temple's relieved, "Oh, thank you, my dear," and she had heard her name called as one who would lead them in prayer, and she had bowed with the rest, and for the first 2 or 3 sentences her heart kept up its questioning tumult, and well nigh drove her from her refuge. Then the force of habit and the force of will asserted themselves; nay, rather, the Spirit brooded over her, helped her infirmities, and she was enabled to shut them all out, all the questionings and embarrassments, and come as a child to its Father with her simple call, putting him in remembrance of all the great array of promises wherewith he had pillared her faith since her reasoning powers began. The prayer was very simple, very indefinite so far as regarded the special mission field under consideration, but even here the suppliant was true to her true self, and made bold confession. "Dear Lord, thou knowest that I know almost nothing about this great Africa which we remember before thee today. I confess with shame my ignorance of what has been done or is doing, or of what thy ministers or handmaidens stand in special need of there, save that I know they need our prayers. But these thy servants, who have taken up the work here at home, know all about the field, and all its pressing needs and obstacles and triumphs, and I pray thee take from each heart before thee its special burden for this portion of thy field, and give to them a song of assurance that thou wilt remember thy covenant." I wonder how many of those his servants gathered in that room, listening to that prayer, felt their cheeks burn with the thought that they knew extremely little about Africa or its missionaries, and were not conscious of any special burdens for the Lord to lift. What was there in that prayer to move so many of those ladies to tears? It was as simple as a child's, and as direct. Perhaps therein lay the secret. It had its reflex influence on Mrs. Spafford. She was mortified and grieved to realize that she knew so little about the foreign work. The barest general outlines were all that she felt safe in referring to. The Gaboon mission, with its different stations and strange-sounding names, were all unfamiliar. The names and circumstances of the missionaries stationed there she only knew in a shadowy sort of way. Even "dear Mr. Bushnell," to whom some of the ladies so constantly referred in their reports, as though he were inseparably intertwined with every fibre of the mission, was a name known to Mrs. Spafford only by seeing brief extracts from his letters at long intervals. Hers had been in a sense a missionary life, in that she had been for years spreading the news, and yet she realized now, as never before, that she had confined her thoughts and her aims almost entirely to the home work. So had her mother before her. Why did mother do it? She asked herself with glowing cheeks, as the talk went on, for those ladies, strange to say, were ready to read their papers, and outline their maps, and give their incidents, and talk glibly and well of the work in Africa, though they could not pray. All this seemed strange to Mrs. Spafford. To her, prayer was the first letter in the alphabet of missions, and these ladies almost seemed to have skipped it and reached the middle. "Not that they do not pray, of course," she said, horrified at her own conclusion. "But then it seems so strange that they know so much about it all, and can talk together so well, and can not talk with him." Then she tried to find explanation for her mother's course. Surely she had been interested in foreign mission work. For what portion of the Lord's vineyard was there with which the dear mother's heart had not throbbed in sympathy? Then she reflected that her mother's life for many years had been that of a secluded invalid, that their means had been limited, that current literature had been, especially in the latter years, somewhat scarce. "She was dependent on me for information as to what the church was doing," this daughter told herself reproachfully. "And how meager my knowledge was! There were no women's boards then. Oh, mother, if you had lived, how eagerly would you have joined hands with this movement! How cruel your daughter was not to keep you in full communication with what the church was doing!" Thus far, in sad self-reproach, and an unutterable longing for the presence of the mother whose heart had responded to every call of the Master as fast as she had heard, and then did this troubled heart suddenly remember, with a glow of comfort, that the dear mother was now in the presence of the Shepherd, and he could tell her all about the field. And who shall say that he could not give her willing heart special work to do for him there? Directly the formal meeting was concluded, Mrs. Temple came again to the novice who had so simply and readily taken up her cross. She thanked her again with a warmth that embarrassed Mrs. Spafford. She introduced her to a host of eager ladies, those from whose lips the unfamiliar African names had rolled so readily. And the little lady improved the opportunity to ask numberless questions. What books or papers did she need in order to post herself about these places? Where was "woman's work" to be had? What was its expense? How should she secure the names and addresses of missionaries? Was there a missionary library connected with this church or this organization? "No, but upon my word there ought to be," said one of the ladies, struck with the wisdom of the question. "That is really an excellent idea. We ought to take it into immediate consideration." Then another, "Oh, Mrs. Spafford, you must organize your church. I have been hoping to hear from that church in your ward this long time. I've been trying to get my friend, Mrs. Bacon, interested. She is the only acquaintance I have so far uptown. I haven't got her started yet, but we shall have hopes of her now. You will enthuse her, and all the rest." "I don't know," said Mrs. Spafford, smiling a little, though there were tears in her eyes. "I think I need an infusion of general intelligence. I never realized before that I was so utterly ignorant on the subject of missions. Why, I always supposed I was interested. I have prayed for missions ever since I was born, and really I never knew until to-day that I had almost no actual positive knowledge concerning their present work." "That lady is thoroughly awake," Mrs. Temple said, looking after the newcomer with a satisfied bend of her head, as Mrs. Spafford, having discovered that it was nearly time for Warren's car, and she should miss that coveted ride up with him unless she hastened, took sudden leave, not before promising boldly to do her best at effecting an organization in their own church. "She is wide awake. I knew when I talked with her last week that all she needed was a little help to set her into a blaze. We shall hear from her, you may depend." "Yes, madame, she is awake. What a pity it is that you, sweet Christian lady as you are, could not awaken to the fact that if you were as thoroughly enthused at this moment with the spirit of missions as the young woman you have just helped to waken, were as thoroughly consecrated in heart and pure as she is, you actually have tenths enough to so swell the coffers of the foreign boards that they could do more in 1 year than a long life's giving of such tenths as she can accomplish. That is, counting it in dollars and cents. Thank the dear Lord for counting above these. Thy prayers and thine alms, said he to Cornelius. Mrs. Spafford may give her tiny jewels with joy, remembering the wording of that sentence. After all, it was a so-called chance word which set the pretty blaze of enthusiasm into a white heat. As she went down the aisle, she came in contact with a small, fair girl, not more than 18, with a pretty, girlish, not to say childish, face, who grasped her hand with an eager, tearful sentence. "Oh, dear lady, let me take your hand. I want to thank you for that prayer. I never heard anybody pray so tenderly before for missionaries and their families." "Dear child," said Mrs. Spafford, stooping to kiss the fair face. She looked so small and sweet that the action was involuntary. "Do you love the missionaries so much? What has given you such a special interest at your age?" Then the blue eyes filled with tears as the tremulous voice said, "Oh, dear madame, my eldest brother gave his life for the heathen." "And my elder brother gave his life, his wonderful life for them all." This was what Mrs. Spafford thought, but did not say. This was what made the flame of love to which fresh fuel had been added that afternoon burst into a glow, the light of which shall burn on and on, after Mrs. Spafford's actual earthwork shall be done, and she shall have gone home to her mother and her God. Good work was done for Christ that day, more than the workers knew. Away under the waves of a tropical river there lay the bones of one who had given his young life for missions, a life nipped in the bud, it had been said, strangely cut off just after its full consecration. And yet that consecrated life spoke to Mrs. Spafford that summer afternoon, as nothing else had ever done. "And I heard a voice saying unto me, Right, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord. Yea, saith the Spirit, they rest from their labors, and their works do follow them." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Conflicting Duties. Have you ever observed what a difference a night's sleep is apt to make in one's feelings and plans? Things which appear entirely reasonable in the darkness and loneliness of one's room by night are liable to take different shape to us by daylight. The feeling works both ways, often deterring us from that which would be entirely right and wise to do, and sometimes holding us back from what would have been foolish in the extreme. Realizing this, do you believe that young Coleman finished the letter by daylight which he commenced at night, and sent it on the same errand that he had planned? I think you understand his character well enough to know that by morning the entire idea had taken an absurd aspect to him. He paused in the act of dressing, and read the lines already written, and laughed. Miss Jennie would think I had made a violent exertion to be attentive, I fear, if she had received that. I wonder what she would say to that dried-up prayer meeting anyway. What possesses me to go so steadily? I believe I had some notion, last night, of going into the thing a little deeper even. But I have returned to sober common sense this morning. I don't believe it will pay to let Mrs. Callie exercise such a surprising power over me. She thinks I am a hypocrite for going to meeting. Well, perhaps I am. Just as well to gratify her and stay away occasionally anyway, instead of being so alarmingly unlike the rest of the sheep by my regularity. Pity to spoil that sheet of notepaper. Miss Jennie likes very delicate notepaper. I've always observed that she buys the finest. Let me see, how could I finish that in a reasonable manner? He sat down to this problem and studied over it a few minutes, until apparently it was settled in a satisfactory manner, for he dashed off a few lines, enclosed the whole in an envelope, and sealed and directed it with a complacent air. Thus it transpired that Miss Jennie West, who was again with her friend, Mrs. Evans, having come up to spend several weeks while her mother made a long-promised visit elsewhere, came down to the dining-room where the poor, troubled housekeeper was at work trying to decide whether the remains of yesterday's roast could be made to piece out today's dinner, holding in her hand an open letter, and appealed for sympathy, delight in her voice. "Look here, Eva, I'm invited to the opera at Bellevue Hall tonight. Isn't that lovely?" "Very," said the weary housekeeper, turning from her bone which had an alarmingly small portion of meat left on it, and trying to smile. "Who has invited you?" "Oh, Will Coleman, of course. He is the only one of my friends who penetrates to this hiding place so far uptown. It is real splendid of him, I must say, for the tickets for this opera are awfully expensive, and I don't believe Will indulges in that way very often. I haven't seen him out at any of the summer concerts even." "I should like so much to go," the young wife said, a common sense of the deliciousness of the music stealing over her. The opera had been an attraction for her of which Jennie West knew almost nothing, in that she tingled to her fingers' ends with music, and memories of enchanting sounds heard in Bellevue Hall in the days gone by thrilled her at that moment like an electric shock. With Jennie it was a nice place to go to show one's new hat and gloves, and see the styles, and have a charming ride with one's companion, and a delightful little series of chats between the scenes, and enjoy oneself generally. The music was really the smallest part of the attraction. Nevertheless, she was prepared to sympathize with Mrs. Evans. "You poor child, what Bluebeard's husbands are! I declare, if I were you, I wouldn't stand it. You don't go anywhere. I don't believe you have been downtown to an evening entertainment since you moved up here out of the world. I really believe Dane treats you shabbily. If I were you, I would insist on being taken tonight. It is a rare opportunity. We don't often have such an entertainment as this will be, especially in the summer." Mrs. Evans was painfully given to being led by the voice that last sounded in her ears, and Jennie West had, at all times, a stronger influence with her than she ought to have had, but there were some things that could bring the indignant blood to her forehead and the ring of decision to her voice. Timid woman though she was, too much given to meek acquiescence in the opinions advanced at the moment, it was not wise for anyone to criticize her husband in her presence. Yet this was one of the most ordinary rules of etiquette which Jennie West was every day violating. Rarely so glaringly, however, as at this moment. "Dane is not a tyrant, Jennie, nor am I a slave, as you seem to imagine. We do not go to evening entertainments very often, it is true, but it is because neither of us wishes to go, and I don't allow even a cousin to speak to me of my husband in a way that I consider insulting." She was really astonished at the coldness of her own voice. So was Jennie, astonished and a trifle alarmed. She did not wish to offend her cousin Eva. Her house was too convenient and pleasant a place, especially since she had moved uptown. "Mercy!" she said with an attempt at gaiety. "How you do snap one up! Marriage isn't improving to one's tempers. You used to be as mild as a June morning, Eva, and now I declare you are enough to frighten one. I didn't mean anything either. I'm sure you and Dane may devote yourselves to each other every evening for the rest of your lives, for all objection I shall make. I'm glad you enjoy it, though I am sure I never should. Come upstairs, do, and advise me what to wear. I wish I had a new opera cloak, mine is really getting shabby. Though, to be sure, at this season of the year cloaks don't so much matter. It is almost a wonder Will would go to-night, he is so regular at prayer meeting. I didn't know but there was some whim, or promise to his mother, or something of that sort, which kept him so constant in attendance." "Why, surely," said Mrs. Evans, "it is prayer meeting evening, and you and I were going." "I know it. We shall have to wait until next week, I suppose." The plan of going together to the prayer meeting that evening had been proposed by Jennie herself, and eagerly agreed to by Mrs. Evans, who remembered that it was her husband's evening to be late. Also, as the trials and burdens of home life pressed thick around her, she looked about at times almost wildly for some sort of refuge. Constantly her mind reverted to Mrs. Spafford, and the calm which rested on her fair face whenever the storm-tossed housekeeper met her, and as often as this occurred, she went back to the bits of conversation which she had had with her, and remembered that bright and natural as her manner had been, her words turned steadily toward Christ as the centre of all her plans, whether of housekeeping or benevolence. The aim in life seemed to be the same, whether the topics were grave or petty. Thinking of it all, it was impossible not to be forced, at times, to the conclusion that Mrs. Spafford had something connected with her religion, of which she, Mrs. Evans, knew nothing. What if she could find it, and show it to Dane, and it would unravel the snarl into which life was growing for them? For hide it as she would, from Jennie West and from every other outside eye, the daily puzzle was every hour growing more intricate, and the gloom was gathering heavier on Dane's forehead. There were times when Mrs. Evans's heart was well nigh bursting with its disappointed hopes, its loneliness, and its foreboding. She had no wish to attend an opera. It had been a momentary whim, which passed as soon as it was mentioned. She wanted the tangles of her life smoothed out. She wanted to make a happy, peaceful home for Dane. She bitterly felt that she did not know how to do it. But she went upstairs with Jennie, leaving the roast to plan for itself, and appeared to interest herself in blue silk and white lace and natural flowers and fresh kids, and really went off into a reverie that had to do with herself and Dane only, rousing suddenly to the sound of Jennie's voice as she said, "I suppose Callie Spafford would think I was perfectly awful to do it. But then, if one tried to follow Callie's rule of life, one might as well turn Catholic and go into a convent and be done with it." "To do what, Jennie? What does Mrs. Spafford think?" The sound of that name always had a tendency to rouse Mrs. Evans. "Oh, she thinks everything is wrong, and everybody on earth is awry, save her own sweet self." was Jennie's testy answer, as she twitched at the somewhat crushed artificial flowers in her hand, and tried to make them look natural and fresh. "She is the last person I should think of calling an egotist," said Mrs. Evans. "Well, she is self-righteous, and narrow, Eva, just as narrow as a knife blade. She used to be so at school, the girls were always making fun of her notions. But she grows worse and worse. I don't see why, either. Warren Spafford wasn't so much more particular than the rest of the world before he became acquainted with her, so it isn't his influence." "But what do you mean she would object to just now?" "Why, she objects to everything. Whatever she doesn't do is wicked. And she doesn't go to the opera, so of course that is wicked." "Wicked to go to the opera?" There was amazement in Mrs. Evans's tones. She had actually never come in contact with a class of Christians who held those views. "But what is there wrong about going to a good opera?" "Oh, goodness knows! I don't. If you expect me to give reasons for all that Callie Spafford thinks is wicked, it will keep me busy. Everything is wicked, I tell you, but singing psalms and going to prayer meeting, and eating just enough to keep you from actual starvation and giving away the rest. It is bad enough for me to go to the opera at any time, but to go on prayer meeting evening, actually to beguile Will from his regular attendance, she will consider the unpardonable sin." Miss Jennie spoke with unusual asperity. Truth to tell, her conscience was somewhat troubled. Not about the opera especially, she was too shallow to have given those matters serious thought, but about herself in general, or Mrs. Spafford's opinion of her. Like the rest of the world, she respected Mrs. Spafford. The pointed questions which that lady had asked her but a few evenings before, concerning Will Coleman, had stayed by and troubled her. What if she ought to exert a different influence over him? She would she stopped twisting her artificial moss rosebuds for a full minute and gave the matter serious consideration. Yes, she would really like to see him a Christian. Not a poky one like Warren Spafford, never going to operas or dances or anything, but after all a prominent Christian, one who led in prayer at public meetings, and made addresses, and was put on committees and consulted, and all that sort of thing. He was calculated to shine in such a sphere, she believed, and perhaps she really ought to use her influence. In fact, she did and meant to. Hadn't she told him more than once that she wished he was a church member? And what had he done but laugh at her, and tell her that he was ahead of her church members now, the most of them, and so he was. But then people would persist in not understanding his position because he would not join the church. She had half a mind to talk to him about it this very evening. It would be a real nice opportunity while they were riding downtown together, or on their way back. Certainly a much nicer time for confidential conversation than they could have during the short walk from prayer meeting. By the time Mrs. Evans had turned the subject over in her mind, and was ready to speak, Jennie had recovered satisfaction with herself, and was complacently managing the moss rosebuds. "Well, perhaps, Jennie, one ought not to go to an opera on prayer meeting evening. I never thought of it before, and I presume I have done it a great many times, but, when you think of it, it does look inconsistent. Why don't you write Will to choose some other evening, and go with you to prayer meeting tonight?" "Because I don't believe in any such thing. That is a la Callie Spafford again. I should expect to accomplish nothing more than to arouse Will's prejudices. I have seen that sort of thing done a great many times, and I hope never to make such a mistake. Eva, do you think these rosebuds a shade too pink to fit my blue silk?" "I do not. But why should consistency arouse his prejudice, Jennie?" "It isn't consistency. It is self-righteousness, making a parade of one's religion. People ought to yield their own wishes for the benefit of others. Just think how absurd it would look in me to send Will Coleman word that because it was prayer meeting evening I could not go with him to the opera, when he knows as well as I do that there is a prayer meeting every week in the year, which I can attend if I want to, while an entertainment of this sort is rather a rare thing, for me at least. You know I don't get to these expensive entertainments very often. Can't you see what a self-righteous look that would have to a young man, especially if he were not a Christian himself? If I were a married woman, I would make it a point of conscience to go wherever and whenever my husband wished me to. It is the only way in which I should hope to influence him to my ways of thinking. I think you ought to try that with Dane. If you were ready to go with him to places of amusement, quite likely he would be ready to go with you to prayer meeting." You should have heard Miss Jennie's complacent tones. She was growing exceedingly well satisfied with herself, and had already forgotten that husbands were Bluebeards, and her cousin a martyr to the stay-at-home propensities of Mr. Evans. Her listener found it impossible to accept theories so suddenly. Neither was she ready to refute them. A radical defect in Mrs. Evans' education had been that she had too few pronounced opinions of any sort. Her cousin Jennie's views looked somewhat plausible, but she was not ready to accept them because of the reference to Mrs. Spafford and her opinions. Mrs. Evans was growing every day more sure that when there was a difference of opinion between Mrs. Spafford and Jennie West, the former was almost certain to be in the right. So now she determined to reserve her judgment, even in regard to the strange announcement that operas might be wrong, until she could hear from Mrs. Spafford's own lips why she thought so. Meantime, Jennie's words set her off on another train of thought. "I have never asked Dane to go to prayer meeting with me." Jennie faced around on her in righteous amazement. "Why, Evangeline Evans! I should think you would be ashamed to own it. And you a member of the church these dozen years." "Well," said the wife apologetically, "you know they never went to prayer meeting from Uncle Horace's, and before that, when Mamma was sick, I got out of the way of going. And so, since I have known Dane intimately, I really haven't been in the habit of going myself. It is strange. I have been thinking a good deal about it lately, about my not going. I never thought of asking Dane. Perhaps he would go if I asked him. I think I shall try it." "I should think you should," said Jennie. And she dressed for the opera in a still more complacent state of mind, feeling sure that she had set poor Eva on the right track to do some good to her irreligious husband, and more determined than ever to urge Will Coleman that very evening to unite with the church and take an active part in its public duties. "It is everything he needs," she told herself confidently, "to make him a perfect Christian gentleman." And then the carriage came, and she went away in state. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Seed Sown on Thorny Ground. During these days, Mrs. Spafford was very busy. She had undertaken what proved a Herculean task. Like many another worker, it was fortunate that when she began, she did not realize the magnitude of the undertaking. Indeed, to her short-sighted eyes, nothing seemed easier than to go among Christian women and enlist their cooperation in a missionary society. It is simply because they, like myself, have not had their attention called to it before, she said to her husband, when she was trying to explain the lethargy of the church on the subject. "See how I have lived all these years, doing nothing for the cause, and it is not because I was not interested. I was brought up to consider missionaries of better blood than I, but I simply did not realize anything that I could do for them, or rather for an object so far away from home. We are just waking up as a people to understand the power of little gifts. Of course, this church will join hands with the others. 10 cents a month is so small a sum. Why, Warren, even we can give it, and have quite an amount left for other channels." And Warren had listened and smiled in a covert way, believing in his heart that he knew the world better than his wife, yet so resolved was he not to dampen her enthusiasm, that he resolutely refrained from expressing a doubt, but let her go on her way rejoicing. She came home from an afternoon's campaign, with plumes sadly drooping. In a degree she had gauged the spiritual atmosphere about her. It would have been impossible to be a regular attendant at the prayer meeting and not do that, so she looked for apathy in certain quarters, and a reluctant consent in others, and expected to meet with many expressed fears that it would be impossible to succeed, but she had not looked for actual outspoken opposition. And to think of finding it in the very center of influence! She had by no means a high idea of Mrs. Bacon's religious life. The difficulty was that she had no conception of any sort of religious life which wasn't, to say the very least, in favor of missions. It was astounding to discover that Mrs. Bacon could not be said to even approve of them. "My dear Mrs. Spafford," she said, and to Mrs. Spafford there was always something peculiarly exasperating about this beginning, "have you ever carefully studied the entire subject, and discovered what an immense amount of money has been expended on foreign missions already, with what few returns? Why, to me it is actually appalling! When I look over our own fair country, and see the need for money on every hand, the miserable homes and the miserable children, and the squalor and filth and wretchedness everywhere about us, and then reflect what immense sums we are annually sending abroad to those wretched heathen, I cannot help being indignant." Now I suppose it would be almost impossible to describe to you what a strange, puzzled feeling this gave Mrs. Spafford. It was such a new idea, she did not know in the least how to answer it. The words she spoke were not intended for an answer, they were simply floating through her mind, suggested by, she did not see clearly what, and she thought aloud, "He hath made of one blood all the nations of the earth." "Oh, well, I suppose so, in one sense, and yet I think you clearly recognize a difference between your own household and the beggars on the street?" "Not in the sense that they all need feeding." Mrs. Spafford was gathering her wits, and began to see the strangeness of the talk. "Yes, even in that sense, you will let the beggars starve and look after your own household if you have not enough for all." "Dear madam, no. I have no right to do it. I must share my children's crusts even, with the children of those worse off than they? But what has this to do with the subject, after all? Has not the Church of Christ bread enough for all the family?" "I am not good at talking in metaphor," was Mrs. Bacon's half-smiling answer. "Let us come down to plain prose. You want to start a missionary society in our church to help the foreign work, and I say frankly, I am a very frank woman, that I do not believe in the foreign work. I think we have heathen enough at home to look after, and, until they are all civilized, we ought to spend our money and our energies at home." This time the answer came promptly, and the speaker believed that she recognized the prompting voice in her heart, "But isn't the direction, 'Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature'?" "That was given to the early apostles, and of course they went into all the world that was then known." "Yes, but in the same breath, to comfort his children, he said, 'Lo, I am with you alway, even unto the end of the world.' And the disciples to whom he then spoke have been in his visible presence for hundreds of years, and the world is not yet ended. The comfort lasts yet, and so, therefore, must the commission. Besides, Mrs. Bacon, in our own country are there not churches enough, and Bibles enough, and praying men and women enough, so that all may know the way if they will? The seed is planted. There is no doubt but it will grow. The question is, ought we not to plant it in other lands, and give other nations of the same blood an equal chance to choose?" Oh, no doubt there are churches and Bibles enough." The tone in which Mrs. Bacon spoke would have led one ignorant of her position in the church to suppose that she almost sneered at both Bibles and churches. As if all that poor people wanted was churches and Bibles and prayers. My dear madam, they need shoes and potatoes a great deal more. Think of the money thrown away on the cannibal Africans! Enough to have fed and clothed and educated all the poor in our own land, and with no return at all. Now indeed was Mrs. Spafford aghast. No return! Why, Mrs. Bacon, whole villages among those cannibal Africans are clothed and in their right minds today, and hundreds of them have gone to swell the company in heaven, which you know is to be made up of every kindred and tribe and tongue and nation. Oh yes, I know a few of them have professed conversion, though whether they understood what was meant by the word is rather doubtful, I suppose. But think of the cost, and of what that same amount of money would have been accomplished at home. What was the matter with Mrs. Spafford? It seemed to her, in thinking afterward of this conversation, that her thoughts flowed only through Bible channels. Was it possibly another proof of the faithfulness of a God who said, "Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it"? She did not think of it at the time, it simply seemed the most natural thing in the world for her to say just then, "What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?" I did not think that the worth of a soul could be estimated in dollars and cents, Mrs. Bacon. Is not that what Christ meant to teach us when he asked that solemn question? But Mrs. Bacon was growing irritable. She did not like to argue, except with a certain class of people. When she was irritable, she was always more or less rude. So now she said, with smiling face and stinging voice, "My dear Mrs. Spafford, what a remarkable memory you must have! I think, during your leisure hours when you were a teacher, you must have memorized the entire Bible. It must be very convenient in conversation, when one is at a loss for words, to slip in a Bible verse. But I don't suppose if the entire Bible were repeated to me, I should change my mind. I am very pronounced in my opinions. I am entirely absorbed in home missions, and I really believe, so long as there is anything to do for our own home land, that at least people who have little to give should not dribble it up and send it no one knows where, on the plea that they are going to reform the world." At the commencement of this sentence, Mrs. Spafford felt her cheeks growing red, and her heart beating fast, and knew by these and certain other uncomfortable sensations that she was angry; but, before its close, the angry feelings had subsided into mirth. It was such a curious idea to her that Mrs. Bacon believed herself to be entirely absorbed in home missions. How was she proving it? "She will be the very person to visit when we are ready for our sewing school, and home for orphans, and several other enterprises that we ought to start in this ward," she said to herself as she arose to go. But the time had not yet come for these, so, aloud, she said, "I am sorry, Mrs. Bacon, some of the ladies of the 12th Street Church suggested you as the person to take hold of an organization such as I am trying to effect. I quite looked to you as a leader." If Mrs. Spafford had realized it, she had left her most powerful arguments for the last, and produced them after it was too late for them to tell. An instant flush overspread Mrs. Bacon's face, and her eyes were ablaze with a look that showed she was vexed at having made admissions that would cripple her, perhaps unpleasantly. To be a leader of anything was a temptation, and to be expected by the 12th Street Church people to lead was a matter of great importance to Mrs. Bacon. Still, what could she do now but abide by her strong words? "When everything is done at home that ought to be, perhaps I may assume foreign responsibilities," she said with an attempt at a smile. After the thrust she had received, it is, perhaps, strange that Mrs. Spafford should have quoted another Bible verse, but she felt that she could hardly have kept her lips from saying, "These ought ye to have done, and not to have left the other undone. It may have been those very words that tempted Mrs. Bacon to say, with her most compassionate smile, as she arose to follow her caller to the door, "My dear Mrs. Spafford, you ought to go more into society, and then your time would be too much taken up to leave room for any of these restless movements. I know how it is. Young housekeepers, who are commencing life in a modest, quiet way, never have much to do, and you have been accustomed to such an active life, no wonder you reach out after something to take your time. But there are pleasant people all about you. I presume you can make a congenial little circle right among yourselves and have very pleasant times." After that, perhaps Mrs. Spafford would have been almost more than human if she had not gone home with burning cheeks and angry eyes. The truth is, this dear Christian woman was very human indeed. She got the better of the anger after a little, but the sad-heartedness remained. Such people as Mrs. Bacon have their influence. In the course of a few days, Mrs. Spafford was astonished to find out how far her influence extended. Nearly all the ladies of the church were more or less affected by the fact that the leading one in their midst, so far as wealth and position were concerned, had refused to countenance the new movement. It is true they were variously affected. Some declared that it was just what they would expect of her, that she was a selfish, narrow-minded woman, and gave less in proportion to her wealth than any other member of their church. At the same time, these outspoken persons were by no means willing to set Mrs. Bacon a better example by taking the lead in an enterprise which she chose to ignore. Others said that Mrs. Bacon kept herself well posted, and if she did not think an organization of that sort would succeed, it was not worth while to undertake it. Others still declared themselves in sympathy with Mrs. Bacon in believing that there was work enough to do at home. In short, after a vigorous canvass of the material within her reach, Mrs. Spafford wearily admitted to her husband that she had found almost no helpers. "Some are willing but timid, and some are bold but opposed," she said, half laughing, and yet feeling tired and discouraged enough to cry. "I don't believe it is my forte to work up such an organization. I have done my best, and failed at every point. I don't think I understand women. I find that they surprise me so." "You understood girls uncommonly well, and they are the material of which women are made," replied her husband, with the air of a man who stood ready to do valiant battle with any one who dared dispute his wife's ability to understand anything and accomplish the impossible. She gave heed only to the first part of his sentence. "You understood girls uncommonly well." This was true. As a teacher she had been skilled in the art of leading and guiding the bright, pretty, wilful girls committed to her care. She had oftentimes succeeded where others failed. She knew she had a peculiar sympathy for girlhood, which seemed to give her a power over them. She was inclined to be half shy of women who were older, or even quite as old, as herself. She had a curious feeling of youth and inexperience when with them, but with girls she felt at home. "That is an idea," she said, looking brightly at him. "I might do something with the girls. They have young ladies' bands." Over this thought she pondered until at last she resolved to act. No more individual calling, carrying the downheartedness from one house, to be perhaps increased by her reception at another. She resolved to make a bold stroke and get the girls together. To be sure, she knew very few of them. Never mind, when was she ever at a loss what to do with a company of girls? So, on the following Sabbath, bright-eyed girls gave curious, inquiring glances from one to another, wondering by whose planning they were summoned to meet at No. 207 Chestnut Avenue on Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, to consult together concerning a matter of importance. There was an eager buzzing of tongues over the event. "Girls, do you know who sent the notice? Isn't it queer? Angie Powers, are you sure you didn't have a hand in the matter? And you haven't the least idea what is going on? How funny! 207 Chestnut Street. That is where that bright-looking Mrs. Spafford lives, isn't it? Do you know her, girls? I do. I met her at the festival. She and I cut cake half the afternoon. I think she is perfectly lovely. If it is anything she is interested in, I'm going to take hold of it, for I know it will be just splendid. Isn't it queer that we can't find out the least thing about it? I declare it is as good as a surprise party. You are going, aren't you, Angie? Oh, yes, go, of course. It would be rude not to. Mrs. Spafford is a stranger. Beside, it may be something real splendid. I like her face. I've never met her, but I sit where I can look at her all the time in church, and I was wishing only last Sunday that I knew her. These are only a few of the questions, answers, and comments that fluttered broadcast wherever the girls gathered in knots during the week. As the days passed, and it became apparent that none of their number were taken into confidence, or knew aught that was to transpire, the interest deepened. And by 10 minutes past 3 on Saturday afternoon, Mrs. Spafford's tiny parlor was filled, even to overflowing into the dining room, with bright, eager, expectant faces. Whatever the girls might decide upon after they heard what was to be said to them, they were certainly on the high tide of enthusiasm now. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. A Problem. All the girls in Mrs. Spafford's parlor bestowed puzzled glances on each other and were silent. Mrs. Spafford had been talking with them eagerly and rapidly. She was full of enthusiasm herself. She looked to find a response from at least some of them. She had unfolded her plan to organize a young ladies' mission band, to be connected with other bands in the city, to be governed by the rules already adopted by the majority of organizations. She had explained the nature and object of the meetings, had suggested methods of conducting them, plans for interesting others, the amount of money that would be expected from each member, and the few and simple rules by which they would be governed, and then she had asked if they were ready to enter into some such effort, modified and enlarged as time passed, according to their views of things. It was at this point that she was met with profound and puzzled silence. Evidently the girls were astonished, and also a little disappointed. They had indulged extravagant fancies in regard to the possible object of this mysterious meeting. It was a descent into a prosaic world to have the call mean nothing but a mission band. "I don't know anything about missions or missionaries," ventured at last one of the bolder spirits, with an embarrassed little laugh. "Neither do I am sure," chimed in another voice, which Mrs. Spafford afterward learned was apt to be a leading one. Thus encouraged, each and all began eagerly to disclaim all knowledge of mission fields, all acquaintance with missionaries, and, I had almost said, all desire to become educated in these directions. "Oh, well," said Mrs. Spafford briskly, "then we are the very people who ought to have a mission band. One of its objects is to become acquainted with the field, and to have an intelligent knowledge of missionaries. Shall we not by all means try to supplement our educations, which seem so deficient in that direction? I say we, because I have recently awakened to the fact that I am alarmingly deficient, and I want you gay young ladies to rouse me to a pitch of enthusiasm. Come, let us vote to organize forthwith, and make a complete success of it, and stimulate others." Still those girls looked at each other and held back. They were not touched even with the romance of missions yet. It looked like the dullest of all ideas. They saw no possibility of getting any fun out of it. And what do most girls at a certain age live for but fun? "I don't know," Marian Wells said slowly. It seems to me that our mothers are the proper persons for such work. They are interested, and they know what to say when they get together, and we don't." Then Mrs. Spafford: "That is just the point. The mothers, some of them, know what to say, and the daughters want to learn, so that they will know. Besides, don't you know that it takes girls to push these things? I look to you to set the mothers an example. Doesn't it strike you as a pleasant thing to think of meeting and studying up these matters together, each adding a bit to the general interest? Mrs. Temple tells me that the young ladies in the 12th Street Church enjoy their meetings exceedingly." "The trouble is," said Addie Stowell, speaking evidently for a number of them, "or at least the trouble with me is, that I really haven't any money to give. I could go to father and coax him to give me 10 cents a month, I suppose, and he would try to do it, but really he has just as much as he can do to get along, and I know even 10 cents a month would be inconvenient to him sometimes. Besides, I never could see any sense in girls going to their fathers for money to give, and then calling it their giving. It is my father who does the giving in such cases, and why shouldn't he do it in the first place without having to pass it through my hands? It always reminds me of mother letting me carry the scissors to auntie when I was a little thing, she taking hold of the points. I always supposed that I carried them, and was highly delighted, but I would like to feel that I had gotten beyond that stage." Mrs. Spafford turned toward the eager, energetic speaker with a gratified face. Here was her first breath of encouragement. Here was a girl who thought for herself, and had thought out certain problems sufficiently at least to desire to find the answer. Having broken the ice of reserve, there were many voices to sustain her. "I feel very much so," declared one and another, and yet another, until half the young ladies in the room had assented. "Of course I can go to papa for money," exclaimed Miss Lily Archer, toying gracefully with her parasol as she spoke, "but what is the sense? Papa gives for missions, always subscribes largely to the boards, and that is just the same as our giving, of course. So I think there is no use in asking him for more. Besides, what a miserable little drop in the bucket 10 cents a month would make." "That would depend upon how many drops fell into the bucket," said Addie Stowell promptly, who always came out on the side that seemed to her at the moment the logical one, whether or not it contradicted a previously expressed opinion. "Don't you have a definite amount of your own, to spend according to your judgment?" questioned Mrs. Spafford of the fair Lily. "Oh dear no! I never could get along with definite amounts. I am never definite about anything. The way I do when I want a thing, I buy it and send the bill to papa, and he pays it, and that is the end of it." And Miss Lily looked around on the group of girls less fortunately situated with a pretty little air of superiority. She was glad that her father was a millionaire. As for Mrs. Spafford, she extended her inquiry, and found that in all that company of girls, some of whom had fathers quite able to furnish them with small amounts of their own, and teach them how to systematically use them, only 2 were being thus educated. Then of course she gave some moments of thought to that useless wish, which has been wished over so many times that it is threadbare. If she could only get the ear of the fathers and mothers of the church, and beg them to bring the next generation up with a due sense of the importance of individual responsibility, and the relative value of money and souls, the work of evangelization would be done. Meantime, taking life not as she would have made it if she were a grandmother, and these were all her grandchildren, brought up by her thus far, but as it was being lived before her now in all this flutter of prettiness and silliness, what was she going to do with them? She confessed to herself that making pretty machines of them, to be used in passing 10-cent pieces from their fathers' pockets to the treasury of the church, was as little to her mind as it was to Addie Stowell's. Yet here were the facts. Those who could have asked and secured definite amounts to use as they pleased, did not please to assume responsibilities, would much rather live in the careless, irresponsible fashion that they had been educated. Beside, even though they had caught the fancy, they were not sufficiently interested in missions to pledge 10 cents a month, and conscientiously abide by the pledge. They could promise, oh yes, and so could parrots, and she was afraid that there would be almost as much sense of the sacredness of a promise in the one case as in the other. Another fault growing out of the fact that she was not their grandmother, and had not brought them up. Another point. By far the larger majority of these girls could not have commanded definite incomes, ever so small. Their fathers were, some of them, too poor, and in other cases thought they were too poor to do anything of the sort. Then there were always some without fathers, a few already dependent on their own exertions for support, and most of them had so many wants, real or fancied, that given a certain sum of money to spend as they pleased, Mrs. Spafford was almost sure that they would please to spend none of it on such an unknown cause as foreign missions. "I don't believe in foreign missions anyhow," murmured Lena Bacon, and though the others hushed her warningly and shook their heads towards Mrs. Spafford, and were too carefully educated in etiquette to believe it proper to express their views on this point in such a presence, yet they were by no means too well educated not to agree with Lena. If anything was done with these girls, it must be foundation work. "First principles that should have been learned at their mother's knees," murmured Mrs. Spafford, and then she showed what manner of spirit she was of, by saying also to herself courageously, "Very well, Callie Spafford, they will never learn them earlier, now see if you can teach them." How to begin? That was the question. It was not a new question to Mrs. Spafford. She had thought of it many times during the past week, and was in part prepared. "It is very evident," she said in a clear, businesslike tone, "that the first thing we need to do is to make some money." Now she had the attention of every girl. A scheme for making money they were always ready to hear about. Nay, they were ready with suggestions. "We might have a festival or fair or something of that kind," immediately, and with eagerness, said one of their number. Whereupon equally eager voices joined in and affirmed what they thought, to meet and make fancy articles and have a fair would be just lovely. Mrs. Spafford was in no sense dismayed. She had not lived through 25 years of life, and managed many girls, without having heard frequently of fairs and festivals, and old folks' suppers, and young folks' concerts, and character parties and tableaux, and mum socials, and socials that were not mum, and oyster suppers, and strawberry and ice cream festivals, and any and every other imaginable device for obtaining money for the cause. She knew this disease in all of its phases had special possession of the girls, and must reach its crisis. One thing was certain: if "out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh," the hearts of these young misses were very much set on matters of this kind, for they immediately became voluble, and Mrs. Spafford had to rouse herself from her study of human nature and plunge into the thick of it, for fear they would have a tableau party organized before her eyes. "Why do you suppose we always think of devices of this kind whenever we talk about money for the cause of Christ?" It was a general question, but, after a little astonished pause, Addie Stowell answered, "Why, because we girls have no other ways of raising money. When we want to give anything, and don't want to coax our fathers to do it and let us call it ours, we're just obliged to make fancy work and have fairs, and oblige people to buy. What else is there to do?" "Why, Mrs. Spafford, do you object to such methods of raising money?" "Let us see if we do. Miss Stowell, didn't I hear you say you could not command money of your own? Suppose you could use some to good purpose if you had it." "I'd like to have the chance once," said Addie, with prompt emphasis, and the girls laughed. Very well. Now I propose that you make a number of fancy articles, tidies, pincushions, and the like, and some cake and perhaps coffee, and have a fair in the course of a few weeks at your house, and announce it in church for the benefit of Miss Addie Stowell, and on the evening in question let all these young ladies flutter around and beseech people to buy your tidies and cushions and cake. Be sure a good price is set on them. Perhaps just twice what they are worth will not be too much considering the object. And let an almost persecution be kept up during the evening by yourself and friends for the sake of the cause. How would that impress you? Mrs. Spafford! said Addie, with glowing cheeks, and eyes that did not seem to know whether to sparkle with indignation or dilate with amazement. Why, Mrs. Spafford! chorused a dozen other voices, and laughter and exclamations of astonishment and dismay were the order of the next few minutes. Meantime, Mrs. Spafford asked calmly, "Have I caricatured church fairs in the least, young ladies? Isn't it a true picture?" "But, Mrs. Spafford, that would be a personal matter, so different from a church. Why, it would be a perfect insult." "My dear girls," and the gravity of their hostess's voice quieted all the company, "shall we be more regardful of our own personal reputations than we are of the cause of Christ?" Utter silence for a moment, and then Marian Wells came to the front. "But, Mrs. Spafford, of course we know that church fairs, and all such things, are managed disgracefully generally. But suppose we had one that was managed right. Say we worked hard and got a great many pretty things ready, and just set a proper price on them, such as everybody would own was what they were worth, and then had our entertainment without tormenting people, just letting them buy what they pleased, and kept out all objectionable things. There couldn't possibly be any harm in that?" Mrs. Spafford hesitated, not because she had naught to say, but because she was not certain of her material. Could she take real high ground with them? Come out from among them, and be ye separate. Would they understand that? Be not conformed to this world. Would they understand that? If meat maketh my brother to offend, I will eat no meat while the world stands. Would they understand that? Studying their faces, bright, pretty faces though they were, she much feared that it would be like speaking in an unknown tongue. "Well," she said thoughtfully, "I presume I shall differ with some of you, but do you know I have a tendency toward being independent, like Miss Stowell. Wasn't it you, my dear, who never liked to ask your father for money to give, and then pretend you had given it yourself? I agree with you. I don't like to work hard on a yellow dog, we will say, curled up on a piece of canvas filled in with black or blue or something, and then have Mrs. Jones say to her husband at the tea table, 'My dear, you must give me some money tonight. I suppose I have got to go to that fair. The girls are urging me every time they see me. I shall have to buy something, of course. I think I shall get that yellow dog that one of them has been at work at so long. They will have a horrid price on it, of course, and I shouldn't think of affording it for a moment if it were not for the cause. Of course we must help the mission work along.' So Mrs. Smith comes to the fair and buys my yellow dog and shows it to her friends and says it is not very well done and was a ruinous price, and she doesn't really care for it, but of course she had to buy something, and so for the sake of the cause she took it. Now whose money is that which the yellow dog earns? If Mrs. Smith speaks literal truth, hers or mine?" It was impossible not to laugh, and many of the girls being quick-witted saw the point, and admitted that they had often been cross for days over the remarks that they had heard about work being bought, not because it was admired or desired, but for the sake of benevolence. "When, in fact, there was no benevolence about it," declared Addie Stowell stoutly. "Mrs. Parsons is forever talking in just that way. always buying things at fairs and festivals out of pure benevolence. It is no such thing. She always haggles and minces until she gets the worth of her money, and more too, and buys just exactly what she wants, and calls it charity. I don't believe in such people." "I don't believe in educating people in that way," said Mrs. Spafford promptly, taking advantage of Addie's illustration. "Haven't you often seen gentlemen eat 50 cents worth of oysters and cake and cream and fruit and celery, and I don't know what else, and pay 25 cents for it all, and think they were being benevolent?" "Hundreds of times," said Addie. "But now look here, Mrs. Spafford, what can be done about it? There is no other way that I know of for us girls to earn money. I wish there was. I hate the whole thing myself. I never went to a performance of the kind in my life that there wasn't a fuss of some sort before it was all over. Somebody's feelings are always being hurt. Somebody takes too much on herself, or somebody doesn't do anything but mince around and give directions. Oh my! I know all about it. But I don't see any way out." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Measuring Character. "What would you say to our going into business?" It was Mrs. Spafford who asked the question, with as composed an air as though she was saying the most commonplace thing imaginable. No wonder the girls stared. "Going into business?" repeated Addie Stowell at last. "Why, Mrs. Spafford, what can you mean?" "I believe it is feasible," their hostess said, thoughtfully. "I think it probable that each of us can do some special thing very well by which we could earn money. What is there to hinder our uniting our forces and earning it? How is it, Miss Addie? Can't you at this moment think of a branch of industry which could be made a fair exchange for dollars and cents?" "Why, yes," said Addie, hesitating a moment. Then smiling, "I know how to crochet almost anything, if people were willing to buy it after it is done." "Very well. Suppose now, for the curiosity of the thing, we learn if there is not a branch of work for each of us. I, for instance, can do plain sewing, perhaps a little that is not so very plain if I choose. Who embroiders, and who braids, and who hemstitches?" The subject proved to be one which unsealed all lips, and the girls found, greatly to their amusement, that not one present but asserted her individuality by promptly selecting something from the great field of fancy work that she liked to do. In fact, would rather do a little of than not. "But then," declared Addie, "I don't know what good it will do us. Who wants to buy such things? They only do it for the sake of benevolence, and we have to coax and coax until I'm just ashamed. Besides, Mrs. Spafford, I thought you didn't believe in it at all." "What, in going into business? Oh, yes, I do. I am a firm believer in money making. Legitimate business of any sort I have a great respect for. I don't propose a fair, you understand, with an evening of eager, exciting work, with spirits wrought up to fever heat, to be followed by days and sometimes weeks of reaction, when all the ordinary work of life becomes vapid. This that I propose is an entirely different matter." Still the girls looked from one to another, and then back to her, and were evidently greatly bewildered. "It is a conundrum," laughed Addie, at last, "and I don't believe we can any of us guess it. If we all give it up, will you tell us the answer?" "It is just as simple," declared their hostess, smiling, "as that 2 and 2 make 4. I am proposing a partnership business, based from the very first on strictly business rules and regulations, without an atom of benevolence about it. Why isn't it an entirely reasonable thing? Suppose, for illustration, that we had a room in the central part of the town, suited to our needs, and there we opened a— well, until we find a better name, we will call it a fancy store, though I do hope we should develop a taste for strictly useful articles as well as fancy ones. Now, what if each of us was willing to advance, not contribute, you understand, but advance 50 cents each as a capital? With this capital we purchase each some material and manufacture 1, 2, or 3 articles for sale. When all is ready, we open our store, say for 2 hours on Saturday afternoons, one of our number serving as clerk for the first Saturday, another taking her place on the Saturday following, we meantime promising that the store shall be kept supplied with the article or articles which we have promised to make, provided its returns justify the purchasing of more material. We ask no one to buy for the sake of benevolence. We put no extravagant prices on anything in the name of benevolence. We conduct our business in all respects as our fathers and brothers do, dividing the income each month amongst the stockholders, and pledging ourselves to use 1/10 of it in benevolence. If it shall amount to 10 cents a month for each of us, our way will be clear to organize a young ladies' band." Then what a tumult there was in that little parlor! They all talked at once, and laughed and exclaimed, and stormed the inventor of this strange scheme with questions. She had need of all her wits. "But, Mrs. Spafford, how could we plan so as to supply the demand? Suppose we had but 1 pincushion, for instance, and every mortal woman who appeared on some Saturday afternoon should insist on having a pincushion. Women are just so perverse." "Then we would have our secretary notify the members that all the pincushion force were desired to put their brains and fingers to work, and make pincushions in view of the next Saturday's onset." "Where would we get our material?" "We would need a buying committee, or rather a buying partner. That is quite common in all large firms, some 1 or 2 whose duty it would be to purchase material, write orders to be sent in as to what was needed, and the money for the purchases calculated beforehand, and drawn from the funds held by paying clerk." "Suppose she hadn't money enough for the purchases?" "Then we should manifestly have to do without the material until such time as we could afford to enlarge our business." "Couldn't we buy on credit?" Both Mrs. Spafford and Addie Stowell shook their heads emphatically at this, and Addie said, "No, ma'am! You don't catch me launching out in any enterprise that hasn't a solid cash foundation. I should expect my father to disown me forthwith. If there is anything he hates, it is the credit system." "What if we become bankrupt?" "There is no danger of it," Mrs. Spafford answered promptly. "A business done on cash principles has no occasion for bankruptcy." "Well," said Marion Wells, when the babel of tongues was somewhat subsiding, "it is a novel idea, certainly, and it is a great deal more fun than a fair. But, after all, I can't see what special difference there is in the right or wrong of the matter. I think fairs are all right, but if I didn't, I fail to see why I shouldn't condemn this also." "Why, you don't think stores are wrong, do you?" This question, in various forms, was leveled at her by several of the girls at once, Mrs. Spafford sitting back a silent listener, and enjoying this sharpening of their wits. "Oh, well," Marion said, "of course it was nice to use such phrases, but also of course it wouldn't be a real store, nor conducted on any such principles. It would just be a fair or bazaar or something of that kind with a different name." This made Mrs. Spafford sit erect and speak decidedly. "Not if you follow out my plan, girls. I warn you beforehand that I mean nothing but business. I think very likely that real fun, as you call it, can be gotten out of the idea, but it is not to have that for a foundation. I have been proposing a strictly business transaction, and if you vote to adopt my suggestion, it must be with the understanding that every member of the firm is held rigidly to business rules and regulations from the very outset. In fact, I hope one outcome from the enterprise, if you take it up, will be a discovery, if any of you need to make a discovery, that young ladies can be as thoroughly businesslike and methodical in their work as men. We expect to do what is strictly woman's work, it is true, and to do it in womanly ways, but those ways should never for a moment be allowed to become a synonym for looseness or inaccuracies. Now, as to the question concerning the essential difference between such an enterprise and what is known as a church fair. One of my objections to the latter way of working is the fact that there is no legitimate place for any such work. The church, even its chapel or parlor or lecture room, by whatever name you call its smaller rooms, is not, and according to my idea, should never become a place of merchandise. Buying and selling may be very legitimate transactions, but we don't want to see them carried on in a church. Even when we hire a hall for the purpose, it is not actually suited for such a purpose, and the large amount that is likely to be charged for it detracts so much from the possible profits that it of itself begets in us a feverish desire to make up that leak by enormous profits, or questionable side traps, like post offices and lemonade wells, even if we do not descend to the actual coarseness of ring cakes or grab bags. This plain speaking produced a sensation. The girls bestowed speaking glances on each other. Convenient elbows were nudged, and one or two quite loud ahems indicated that some portion of the audience considered another portion of it touched on sensitive points. None of these little asides did Mrs. Spafford pause to notice, but hastened to add, "Then another and very important drawback is the fact that preparing for a fair always brings a period of feverish haste and excitement. The eventful evening about which so much talk has been made, and of which so much is expected, is chosen and announced, and draws near, and the gay young workers wake up at the 11th hour to discover that they are not nearly ready for it. Then come late hours, and neglect of books and study, and duty of almost every sort, and the girls run hither and thither distractedly, unable to think of anything but the approaching crisis. Finally it comes, and the last day before the final crush is often filled up with heart-burnings caused by mistakes made or quick words spoken under the impulse of haste and strong excitement. Haven't you admitted here this afternoon that such is nearly always the case? Besides, I wonder if any of you can have forgotten the distressing reaction of the next morning, when only a very few of you rise to the degree of self-abnegation necessary to helping royally in the clearing up. The rest stay at home and are miserable, because their consciences hint that they ought to be helping, and those doing the work are miserable because they are tempted to say sharp, uncharitable things about the people who are not helping. And for days thereafter there seems to be very little in life worth doing, while, at the same time, nothing looks so improbable as that they will ever want to go through the trials of another fair. Now all this is unnatural and unhealthy. In business life it is very different. There is a regular routine, which never, or at least need never, rise to an absorbing height, to be followed by days of reaction. Besides, there is no temptation to lose all delicacy of feeling and sense of propriety, and make oneself a nuisance by tormenting people to buy what they do not want, because it is for the church. As if the church were a beggar, and must be supported by public charity!" Mrs. Spafford's cheeks glowed. She was very sensitive where the honor of the church was concerned. As she looked at the matter, it had been made, by those who should have guarded its reputation carefully, to wear the guise of a pauper long enough. Some of the girls laughed. They thought their leader peculiar. They were incapable of taking such high ground. Why should they not be? Their mothers before them had not taken it, had not so educated them. But there were 2 or 3 whose thoughtful faces and earnest eyes helped Mrs. Spafford wonderfully. She could plainly see there was material here for growth. If only 2 or 3, and those leaders, could be educated, even at this late day, to take such a stand as she was sure ought to be taken on all these questions, The generation to come would see a reform. But whether most of the girls saw the principle at stake or not, they saw the novelty and were interested and excited over the scheme. To go into business, to make money, to be partners, and have a buying committee and a money drawer, and a scheme unlike anything else that had ever been tried, was something that they could understand and appreciate. With but one exception, they voted unanimously in favor of the scheme. Miss Lily Archer was sure it would not meet with mamma's approval. "Mamma has peculiar ideas," she said, looking down with sweet shyness and toying with her fan. "I beg your pardon for saying so, but I am sure she will think it unladylike." Poor little Lily Archer! Mrs. Spafford had herself seen her personating Rebecca at the well, dressed in a startlingly picturesque costume, dipping up lemonade for certain fast young men, who laughed and talked too freely with the Jewish maiden to represent either ancient history or modern propriety, according to the views of some. But the fair Lily, as unlike the Jewish type of features and color, by the way, as her mimic lemonade well was unlike the spot where Rebecca watered the sheep, had never been taught that style of propriety. Also, she had seen her in a tableau, personating a richly dressed and richly jeweled dishonorable wife, receiving a tender caress from a man who was not, even in the tableau, her husband. And neither she nor her mother had considered this unladylike. What could be expected from such? Nevertheless, Miss Lily did not positively withdraw. She said she would think about it, would talk with mamma. It was all so very new and queer. Nothing like it had ever been done "in our set, you know." Oh, she would help, make pretty things, and buy them very likely, and of course she would give the 50 cents. Why did they have such a ridiculously small sum to start with? Oh, as to giving, and all that sort of thing, of course she would help, but she couldn't put her name down as one committed to sustain the enterprise, at least not now. And just here Mrs. Spafford interposed. No, they would not take her money. If she were not ready to join heart and hand in the work, they would have none of her. It was right that she should consult her mother, of course, they were all to do that. Nothing was to be definite this afternoon, except plans to be submitted to the heads at home. The only question to be settled was, do you agree heartily, uncompromisingly to all this, if mother and father do? Still, Miss Lily's name would not go down, and Mrs. Spafford had discovered what she surmised and wanted to know, that "mamma" was put in as a graceful way of saying that the idea looked dull and commonplace and lacking in gentility to the fair Lily. Occasionally there is a curious offshoot from the parent tree as unlike what might be expected as possible. Just such an unexpected character did Lena Bacon suddenly develop. She shook back her gay brown curls, and flashed her bright eyes, and declared that she thought it was "just fun." 10 times nicer than any fair she had ever heard of, and she was going into it with all her heart, and could paint Christmas cards in a perfectly lovely way, everybody knew, and they'd see what she could do. "What shall we do for a store?" queried one, and the question brought a sudden lull, and all eyes looked inquiringly at Mrs. Spafford, as though she were then and there expected to produce a store ready for occupancy. "We need a room in somebody's house," she said promptly, "a good-sized, convenient room that some person, who has more house room than she needs, will rent to us on reasonable terms. Oh, yes, indeed, we must pay rent. This is not benevolence, remember, it is business. Who of us wishes to beg a house to live in rent-free? Where shall we find the person to appeal to who has unnecessary house room?" Immediately all eyes were leveled at Addie Stowell. She lived with her father, mother, and young brother in the old family mansion which had been almost in the country in the days long ago, before the city moved up so far. The family had been old, aristocratic, and wealthy. The wealth had departed, but age and aristocracy were left. Still, it was no sham aristocracy. The family had no more idea of trying to profess themselves rich, now that they were poor, than they had thought of professing poverty in the days of their wealth. But a store in the old Stowell homestead! That was a leap somewhere, surely. And yet the house was so large, and so roomy, and so quaint, and so exactly what would delight every girl among them. Addie laughed. "You all look at me as though I owned a first-class store in my own right," she said gaily. "I know what you are every one thinking of. You see yourselves at this minute selling tape and thread and pins in our big old shut-up parlor. Ought we not to have a thread and needle and so forth department, Mrs. Spafford? It is a perfect nuisance to have to take a car downtown for everything of that sort that is wanted. I know plenty of people who think so. Well, I'll ask mother and father. That's the best I can do. We have thought of most everything to help along, but we never thought of renting the parlor for a store before. Now that's the truth. But why not? Mother'll be willing, I think. I don't know about father. Why, Lafayette was entertained in that house, you know, and General Washington himself. It ought to be dedicated to liberty and the pursuit of happiness, then, oughtn't it? Sure enough. Well, I'll see what I can do." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Last Night, Measured by Daylight. It was all fairyland to Jennie West. The evening was so lovely, the carriage so luxurious, the accessories all so perfect. She was conscious of looking remarkably well, and Will was so handsome. Then, too, as they rolled smoothly down Beckman Avenue, some of the very girls that she would have preferred above all others to have seen her under those circumstances, walked slowly by, casting admiring, not to say envious, glances at the occupants of the carriage. Will was in a specially genial mood, for he was a young man given to fluctuations in his moods, even when with Jennie West. Sometimes he was so nearly silent as to be almost moody, and his heart would be evidently busy with perplexing thoughts, but on this evening he chatted gaily, yet with a gentleness in the gaiety and a careful attention to his companion's comfort, such as made her heart throb with gratified something. Who shall say whether it was love or pride? The subjects for conversation were numerous, and sufficiently interesting, so that Jennie, while she thought of that important matter about which you will remember she intended to talk with him that very evening, she told herself it wasn't a suitable opportunity just now, she would wait a little, and as they neared the whirl of the city, she said, still to her inner self, "When we are coming home will be just the time for a grave subject like that. There are too many people looking at us now, and it is too light and bustling, it is almost like being in society. When it is dark and quiet all around will be a much more suitable time for earnest talk. Will is so full of life now, I presume he will have calmed down by that time." So she dismissed the prayer meeting as a topic for conversation, and gave herself up to pleasure. As for the opera, it was all that operas generally are, and perhaps more than some. The simple truth is that this young lady and gentleman, in purity of sentiment, were above the play to which they were listening. The style of dressing presented was such as covered Jennie's face with blushes, and made her attendant wish several times that he had not been such a fool as to bring her. The main reason that either of them endured in quiet that which offended their sense of propriety was because the house was well filled with fashionable people whose position in society Jennie at least thought was such as to warrant one in being pleased with whatever pleased them. So, though she blushed, she also laughed. Moreover, there was, of course, a great deal to enjoy. The carefully studied scenery, the witching music, the exquisite play of light and shade, The exquisite toilets all combined to fascinate a wiser head than Jennie, at her best, possessed. The fact that a great deal of the singing was in an unknown tongue was a greater source for thankfulness than at least these two realized. However much she might have desired to admire, because it was a fashionable opera, and the fashionable world admired it, I feel sure that could poor Jennie have understood the meaning of some of those sentences, she would have blushed not only, but would have withdrawn herself from that indecent presence. Whatever may have been said of the larger portion of the audience, I am glad to be able to tell you that Will and Jennie could not translate, and never had heard translated, much that they listened to that evening. This being the case, what was there about it all that seemed such an intoxication? Is there something peculiarly sensuous in music? Jennie found herself yielding more and more to the spell which she did not understand. Had she been familiar with the Lotus Eaters, she might have quoted from their story to describe her sensations. Life, real, actual daylight life, seemed horrible to her, something to shrink from, dread. To sit forever surrounded by all the soft and tender and exquisite sights and sounds, the dreamy lull of music floating around her, Will Coleman slowly swaying her elegant fan to and fro in exquisite time with the music, this was life, happiness, heaven. Nothing else was worth a thought. Did she put all this nonsense into words? Not at all. She was not even conscious, save in a dim way, that she thought it. She did not know that her mental faculties were actually intoxicated. Well, it ended at last, as even such hours of bliss will end, and they passed out into the darkness. Only for a moment. They made their speedy way to a refreshment room, and Jennie daintily tasted an ice, while Will drank before her eyes a glass of wine. It was something that he rarely did before her, something that he knew she, in a sort of fashion, disapproved. Yet tonight he was excited, and felt that he needed it to steady his nerves. Besides, was her disapproval so very great? She only shook her head at him and said, "Oh, Will, I am ashamed of you." But she smiled, and looked so pretty while she said it, that he felt provoked to tempt her to say it again. "She is as pretty as a witch to-night," he muttered, as he drained the last drop. "I wish I could take her to the theatre, or to the opera, or somewhere, every night of her life, and there were no days between to think about. I wish I had a fortune. Hang it all, I wonder if I dare take another glass." It was more fortunate for Jennie than she knew that he decided another glass unsafe. His was not the sort of brain that could bear even one glass steadily, and he hurried her somewhat abruptly away from her ice and into the carriage. In a few moments they left the brilliantly lighted streets and were alone and quiet. No society now, nothing to prevent that earnest talk which Jennie was to have had with her friend that evening. The soft, balmy air hovered around them, and the holy stars looked down on them, and every influence of nature was calming and ennobling. What was the trouble with Jennie? Every nerve was in an intense and unnatural quiver. She had by no means calmed into her ordinary self. Life was an intoxication still, not a grave, day-by-day reality. She didn't think of the days at all. Only the witching, star-lighted nights, and soft cushions, and careful hands to draw her wrappings about her. She hummed a bar from the most dreamy strain that the opera contained, and said, "Wasn't it perfectly lovely, Will?" "Did you like it?" he asked her, and he looked down on her, and she looked beautiful to him. Neither did his voice have its usual poise. He had the added excitement of a glass of wine to combat. "Like it?" she said ecstatically. "It was heaven." The comparison did not jar her, neither was it said with the intention of being irreverent. Her senses were aglow. Do you think, during that 4 miles drive, she said anything to him about the prayer meeting, or about joining the church, and leading in prayer, and taking his position as a responsible and prominent member? The church! She forgot its existence. What had the church in common with this entrancing, star-lighted night, with the weird strains of the opera still sounding in their ears? Just now, would she have cared to hear his voice in prayer? What mattered whether he was ever an officer of the church? I do not wish you to understand that any of these thoughts presented themselves for her to settle, for they were simply so utterly unimportant that she forgot them all. "Jennie," her companion said, looking down on her as she curled in a graceful little ball among the cushions, "don't you wish we were 1,000,000 miles from home, and it was going to take us forever to get there?" Ah me! As they count distances, who understand the relative importance of things, how many million miles were those two from home? God grant that it may not take them forever to reach there. This was a speech that Will Coleman, in his cooler moments, would think silly, would sneer over. It is a pity for a man to make remarks to a woman that even he himself will have to sneer over when he remembers them afterward. But Jennie was in no mood to help him. "Yes," she said, with a delicious sense of dreaminess to her voice, "I wish nothing was anywhere." What did that mean? Not even Jennie knew, and if she didn't, who should? The young man kept looking at her. He hesitated a little, he struggled dimly with his judgment, but it was such a witching night, and she was so pretty, and— well, he was in no mood to struggle. Why should he? Why should anybody do anything save exactly what he wants to do? "Jennie," he said, and he bent his head lower, and drew her wrapping more closely around her, and herself more closely to him, "dear Jennie." Do you think I am going to tell you what was said? Even over such a miserable little caricature of love as this, for the sake of the high and holy feeling which it imitates, I would draw the veil of silence. You can imagine what was said, the impassioned words that were spoken, the solemn promises that were made. What a solemn pity it is that neither of those young things, for so far as regarded their knowledge of life and its responsibilities and solemnities, both were young, what a pity that they should play with promises so sacred, nor realize that the eternal God, looking down upon them, heard their vows, and recorded them for their eyes to meet again after this living is over. It was not until hours afterward that Jennie, all her pretty things thrown wildly around Mrs. Evans's guest chamber as she overturned a pile of laces to find a stray brush, was reminded by a glimpse of her Bible that she had designed this evening's conversation in a different channel. "I declare," she said aloud, pausing in her search, "I never said a single word to Will about joining the church or anything. I forgot every breath about it. Oh, well, how could I be expected to know what strange things he would have to say to me?" And she blushed and laughed to herself in the light of the tardy moon that was just flooding the eastern sky. Then the soliloquy went on. "I shall have opportunity enough hereafter to say what I choose, and he will be bound to heed what I say besides. I wonder if we shall go to many operas together. Will said the music was well enough, but— oh dear, what nonsense he talked to-night! I wonder if he meant half of it." There was a happy light in her eyes. She fully believed just then that he meant much more than half of it. But it was thus that she dismissed the subject of the church and Will's proposed prominent part in it. No, I mistake. It was not dismissed yet. Her thoughts reverted to it the moment she knelt to pray. If ever Jennie West was to pray for her friend, you would think it might be on the night when she had promised to be his forever. But she found, I cannot say to her dismay, that it was even harder than usual to hold her thoughts. They would flutter around that eventful evening, and live over again its scenes. If her thoughts, while she knelt there in the attitude of prayer, could have been photographed before her, I fancy they might have startled her a little. They ran somewhat after this manner: Our Father, who art in heaven. I really don't know whether I care to have Will join the church after all. People can be good without that. He is real good, I am sure. If I ever do half as well as he has done, I shall be content. Hallowed be thy name. Some people have such overstrained ideas about a public profession. Callie would think he ought never to go inside of an opera after that. I wonder what Callie will say to the news I have to give her. As if there could be any harm in operas. I'm sure the music was heavenly, and the whole scene, the lights and flowers, and the colors and everything, was unlike earth enough to make one think of heaven. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Will is such a perfect gentleman. It is a pleasure to have him even pick up one's handkerchief, he does it so gracefully. I wish Callie and her husband hadn't so many notions. I fairly dread to tell her about it. She will have a lecture for us both. I don't want to be as good as Callie is, now that's a fact. She is too good for this earth. She ought to wait until she goes to heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. If he only had money he would be just perfect. What a shame it is that his old aunt didn't leave her property to him. I hate the sight of that prinking, red-haired niece that got it all. She thought she would get Will by the means. I'll show her that she missed her calculation in that respect. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Will shall take me to the theater occasionally, anyhow. I've never been to the plays that I want most to hear. For thine is the kingdom. Do you imagine she realized the two trains of thought which she was carrying on? I don't think she did. The form of the prayer was so familiar to her that she did not need to hold her thoughts to the words, and she was so used to letting them flutter off in that wild fashion on whatever chanced to occur next, that she did not feel the startling incongruity. At the close of the formula she did draw her thoughts away long enough to put up one sincere, if selfish, petition. Oh, Lord, please take care of my dear Will. I wonder if he has gotten home yet. This last sentence not included in the prayer, but insisting on presenting itself in the same breath to be thought about. As for Will Coleman, he dismissed the carriage at the corner, feeling the need of a walk in the cool, quiet air to calm his blood after all the excitements of the evening. What he thought he kept entirely to himself, not even expressing it by a whistle. He let himself into his boarding house in a very quiet fashion, quietly made his way upstairs, lighted his lamp, and saw first that Bible lying open exactly where he had left it several days before, lying on his bookshelf where he had lain it, proof positive of the amount of daily care his room received, and of the amount of Bible reading that he had since done. He seized it now, closed it roughly, without a glance at the fly-leaf, and tossed it to the topmost shelf without a word. The next morning there was no moonlight, no starlight, no music, only for the young man a sense of exhaustion following the late hours and intense excitement of the night before, and the dull headache which always followed a glass of wine. "Hey-ho," he said with a weary yawn. "I've got to get through another day at that confounded store, selling potatoes and onions and cabbage and cheese. I wish the world was made of rose leaves, and we dined off nectar and ambrosia. $800 a year, and house rent and cabbage and what not, to say nothing of opera tickets and carriage hire and kid gloves. 6 buttons on them, too, I counted last night. I wonder that didn't steady my nerves. What a confounded simpleton I was. The idea of my acting like a youth with 10,000 a year. Still, I don't know how a fellow was going to help it. The music and the witchery generally got hold of me, and she is as pretty as a doll. If it weren't for money it would be all right. Some people succeed in making money in this world, but they don't do it selling onions and the like for other folks to pocket the profits. I believe I must cast about for a better way." And Jennie? Well, it was morning with her, and the flowers she wore the night before had withered, and the witching curls of her hair were one irritable snarl. Also, she heard Mr. and Mrs. Evans in their room talking too loud, Dane was, when the guest chamber had an occupant. "The fact is, Eva," this is what she heard him say, "the fact is, we must retrench in some way, or I must just admit that I am a dishonest man and cannot pay my bills. I have no sort of idea how I am to meet those already made, and they grow larger every day of our lives. There is mismanagement somewhere." "Pshaw!" said the lady in the guest chamber, as she jerked out a whole frizz which had tied itself up into a million cross little knots. "If Will ever ventures to speak to me in any such fashion as that, he'll be sorry, I can assure him. Bills and retrenchment and embarrassment. I wonder if I am doomed to hear that story all my life. If I thought I was, I'd want to go to the next opera and have a good time, and drown myself in the river on the way home, Will and I." Isn't it a sad beginning to a union of care and trial and responsibility and pain, when the first morning afterward looks just as it did to those two? And yet they thought, poor things, that they loved each other. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. An Open Door. "We must have somebody who understands business better than we do, to sort of manage us and things generally." This had been Addie Stowell's half-laughing, half-serious announcement on the day when, the Stowell parlor having been secured and plans in general carefully matured, the now thoroughly interested girls had met to arrange plans in detail. Addie's suggestion met with instant approval, and at least a dozen voices declared that Mrs. Spafford was just the one to take care of their heads and their money. That lady who had foreseen the necessity for some such arrangement, and believed, moreover, that it was important to select a woman rather than a girl for general manager, resolved to accept the appointment without further discussion. "Very well, I will arrange to be your confidential clerk and manage the finances of the firm to the best of my ability until such time as we shall agree to have a younger and more sprightly assistant. I make one proviso to the effect that you will empower me to secure a helper where I choose, one who shall, under my direction, do whatever work which would naturally be in my province that I choose to give her. This will not relieve me from responsibility, for I will engage to be responsible for the doings of my chosen helper." This was agreed upon, and the managing clerk took the chair. From this moment the process of organizing the somewhat ponderous firm, and getting the machinery in running order, went on rapidly and satisfactorily. The truth is, the managing clerk had not lain awake for several nights without results. She knew exactly what she wanted her firm to do, and the way to set them at it. It is no part of my intention to take you through the details of this unique business. You can imagine that the task was not an easy one, and that there were constant pitfalls to avoid. It is rather with an experience which, as we see events, grew out of this plan that I have to do. Mrs. Spafford, in suggesting the importance of a sub-clerk for herself, had a plan in mind. Her heart was very much set on getting nearer to her fair and, yet so often, sad-faced neighbor, Mrs. Dane Evans, getting near enough to help her, for that she was sorely in need of help grew daily more evident. The lines on her face were deepening, and there was a pitiful pallor creeping over it that told of a weary heart struggling with some burden daily growing too heavy for her to lift. Could she be interested in this enterprise of the young ladies? Could she be prevailed upon to give them help by becoming associated with their leader, not to assume more responsibility, but to take certain duties easily performed, and perhaps much to her taste, upon herself. And then, could it be hoped that, in the many conferences which this partnership of responsibility would involve, they would get nearer to each other, so near that, in time, she would accept Mrs. Spafford as a tried friend, and let her help, if she could, in the spot where she needed special help? And then, could not this servant of her master hope to lead that tired heart closer to the great burden-bearer? Such, in brief, was the plan toward which Mrs. Spafford was quietly working. Not seeing her way clear, but seeing a little entering place, perhaps, she resolved to push in that direction, while she watched for more light. It was over this entire matter that she studied, and frequently prayed, while she went about her home one afternoon. Not a word had been said to Mrs. Evans as yet. The managing clerk had been watching her opportunity. So much depended on one's first impressions of things. Having prayed much over the whole scheme, she found herself looking often from the window, watching the clouds, for the day was dull and rainy. "I don't know why it should seem so important to go over there on this day of all others," she said to herself. "It is raining, and is not a day when one would be likely to expect a call unless the business were urgent. Mine certainly can wait several days if necessary, and yet I feel impelled to go this afternoon." She made all necessary arrangements for the evening meal, which she and Warren looked forward always to enjoying together, and settled herself at the window with her sewing. There was no use in thinking about going out while the rain came down so steadily, and the wind was blowing too. A thoroughly disagreeable day. It was easy to settle oneself outwardly, yet she found that she had not gotten away from the impression that now was the time. She sewed steadily for a few minutes, then rolled up her work with a resolute air. "I will go now," she said decidedly. "Why shouldn't I? I am not afraid of the rain, and she may be very lonely. I cannot get away from the feeling that this may be my opportunity." Resolved upon being as informal as possible, and have her appearance fit the day, she donned waterproof and rubbers, and, umbrella in hand, sallied forth, knocking at the little side door of the small house, instead of ringing the front door-bell. There was no response to her knock. She stood dismayed. So strong had been the impression that she was to come on just that afternoon, that to find the house apparently deserted was a keen disappointment. What, then, had the pressure meant which had seemed to her so like a voice directing her steps? "The house doesn't look closed," she said, still arguing with herself. "The curtains would be dropped if she had gone for the day. I wonder if I may venture to the kitchen door. Perhaps they cannot hear a knock at this point." So she stepped around the neat little box of a house to the kitchen door. No, it was ajar. Somebody was at home. She knocked boldly. No response, and the wind was whirling her umbrella about in an insane fashion, and the eaves were dripping on her head. It was a very disagreeable spot in which to wait, and yet somebody in this little house was at home, and the resolute caller was unwilling to beat a retreat. "I'll step in," she said boldly. "I am getting all wet standing here, and I can explain the intrusion." A moment more, and she was in the tiny kitchen. It was a scene of dreary desolation. The fire in the cooking stove was out, not decorously out, as in many a thrifty household at that hour of the day, but there was every indication that it had gone out ruthlessly, and with malice aforethought. The hearth was ash-bestrewn, a dishpan half filled with greasy water occupied the top, while certain pots, kettles, and various other cooking utensils stood around in dismay. The kitchen table, too, was a scene from which the tidy housekeeper turned quickly, appalled at herself for venturing in, and almost feeling as though Mrs. Evans could never forgive her for looking on the desolations of that kitchen. Not a person was to be seen, and the uninvited guest had just resolved to slip quietly away, and ring, perhaps, at the front door, if she could not bring herself to give up the visit, when she heard that which startled her into a change of plans. The unmistakable sound of bitter weeping came to her from the only half-closed door of the adjoining room. Not only weeping, but lamentation. A voice as of one in almost mortal agony, either of body or mind. All manner of conjectures rushed through Mrs. Spafford's mind. Mrs. Evans might be ill, might be in a sudden and terrible affliction, and was certainly alone. Could she hesitate any longer on the ground of intrusion? Certain it was that she could no more go home with the wail of that voice in her ears than she could leave any other fellow creature in distress and do nothing to help. Pausing only to set her dripping umbrella in a safe place, and close the kitchen door, she stepped quickly across the room, pushed wide the intervening door, and stood face to face with Mrs. Evans, who sprang suddenly to her feet, a look of utter astonishment, by no means unmingled with indignation, struggling with the tears on her face. "Mrs. Spafford!" It was every word she said, but a whole volume of wounded pride and resentment over this unwarrantable intrusion were pent up in the voice. Mrs. Spafford stepped quickly to her side and laid a gentle hand on her arm. "My dear friend, I seem to you to have been guilty of a great rudeness, but indeed I mean no intrusion. I came to your kitchen door on an errand, and, finding it ajar, and no one quite ready to answer my knock, I took the liberty of stepping in a moment out of the storm, and heard your voice as if in pain or distress. I feared you were alone and needed help, and I came to offer it. I will go away at once, only believe me, I had only a heart full of love and a longing desire to help you." Before this sentence was completed, Mrs. Evans had sunk again in a little heap on the couch from which she had risen, and with the pitiful cry, "God knows I need help, if any one on earth does," burst into a perfect passion of weeping. Her visitor bent over her a distressed, doubtful face. Ought she to go away from one in such bitter mental agony as this? Yet what could she say to help or comfort her that would not seem like an attempt to pry into the secrets of another? "Dear friend," she said, and her voice was very tender, "I think you know where to look for help, no matter what your trial or burden. Whether it be great or very small, he is equally ready to have it brought to him and left there. Why don't you ask his help? You are one of his own." "I am not, burst with passionate tears from the poor, burdened heart. "I am nothing at all but a miserable woman who has made a failure of everything that I ever undertook. I ought never to have taken the responsibilities of a wife and a housekeeper upon me. I am a failure in every sense of the word. I ought to die and go away out of the world and give others a chance to live." What desperate talking was this from a woman who had been a beautiful and treasured bride but a short time before? What could be said to her? Was not this a matter with which a stranger ought not to intermeddle? What if it were only a childish outburst of passion over some misunderstanding between her husband and herself? An outburst, the memory of which, and of the fact that there was a human eye-witness, would humiliate her to the very dust after it was over. Again and again, even in those few moments, did Mrs. Spafford chide herself for having entered that kitchen door. Yet she could not leave her now, and thus. Besides, what if this were a genuine sorrow, a pain which did not go away after the first outburst? She remembered the drawn look on the young wife's face, and greatly feared that the burden, whatever it was, stayed with her. Also, what did that voice mean which persistently urged her toward coming over here in the rain of this very afternoon? What was there that she ought to say to this child woman? All these thoughts passed swiftly, then she spoke again, still in that low, quieting voice. "Dear friend, whatever you are, no matter what mistakes you have made, no matter how unfit you feel, you are dear to Christ at this moment. He loves you and waits for you. He has infinite power, and infinite wisdom, and infinite forgiveness. There is nothing that he cannot forgive, and nothing that he cannot help you to do if it is right that you should do it. I speak with authority, for I have tried him. Yes, with better authority than that, for he has said it. He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7 there shall no evil touch thee. It is his own voice speaking. Go to him for help, and as sure as the sun shines above these clouds, you will get just what you need. Never mind whether you are one of his children or not. Claim the place of a child, because you need to be, and wish to be, and mean to be one from this moment." She spoke rapidly, with a sort of eager positiveness, and yet calmness. It had the effect of quieting the bitter sobs, but she could not tell how much heed had been given to the direction. She waited in silence a moment, then spoke again. "Is there any way in which I could help you, or shall I go away and come at another time?" She received no answer at all. In great doubt as to what to do next, she stood before the drooping figure with its face buried in its hands. Just as she had resolved to slip quietly out and trust to a note in which she would pour out her heart in sympathy, Mrs. Evans raised herself to a sitting posture, brushed back the disordered hair from her swollen eyes, and said, with an effort at dignity, "I beg your pardon, madame. I have been saying some wild and foolish words to you, I am afraid. You must not think anything of them. I do not mean what I said, whatever it was. It isn't often I give way to my feelings in this manner, but, indeed, I am so miserable and so helpless." The voice, which had been growing more tremulous with each word, suddenly broke into another burst of tears, and the poor lady buried her face in her hands again. Mrs. Spafford's resolution was taken. At least she could not leave a soul in distress. Afterward she might regret the intrusion, but now that she had intruded, that part could not now be helped, she would do what she could to guide this struggling heart into the light. She sat down beside Mrs. Evans and laid a tender, caressing hand on hers. After all, that seemed the utmost limit of her power. But Mrs. Evans was trying hard to control herself. A moment more, and she sat erect again. "I hope you will forgive me," she said humbly. "I am very weak and foolish. I really am in great trouble, Mrs. Spafford, and yet it is nothing that I can explain. My life seems such a failure to me. I cannot write it, because I do not know how to begin, which way to turn. I have meant right. I meant to make the sweetest, happiest home for my husband that a man ever had, but it is not my fault, nor Dane's. Mrs. Spafford, I may as well tell you, it is the miserable money. We cannot live on our salary. We are in debt, and going deeper every day, and we see no way out. And my husband blames me. Of course he does. Why should he not? A wife ought to know how to spend the money that her husband earns in such a way as to bring him comfort and not misery. And I have not done it, and cannot do it. I have tried, and made a miserable failure. It is my fault, you see, after all. To-day the whole dreadful sense of failure broke over me, and I felt that I could not bear it any longer. The troubles of this awful day have just broken down the little strength and pride that I had, and I gave way utterly. There now, I have told you the whole wretched story without intending to. I have humiliated myself to the lowest depths, and dragged my husband down with me." And the hot passionate tears rolled down her cheeks. Mrs. Spafford put a firm arm around the shrinking, trembling form of the excited woman, and spoke in quiet tones, "My dear friend, let me talk to you a moment, quietly and reasonably. You have done no very dreadful thing in saying to me, as a friend, that you find it hard to bring your expenditures within your income. That is not so strange a thing that it should seem to you a startling or even a humiliating matter. Neither is it a strange thing that you have failed. I am older than you, I think, at least in experience I am many years older, and I know just how hard a matter it is to get the whole bewildering machinery of household life into running order. I am not surprised that you should have grown utterly discouraged, and believed yourself to be making a humiliating failure. What you need is a determination not to give way to any such feeling. A resolution to meet and conquer this problem, and show your husband that you are a general equal to the emergency. It can be done. And, dear friend, I want to repeat to you what I said at the outset, that no perplexity is too commonplace to take to the Lord Jesus Christ. I know people who suppose it would be almost irreverent to take their domestic bewilderments to Christ. I cannot think what kind of a friend they imagine him to be, if they are afraid to go to him with everything. I should never have dared to assume the cares and responsibilities of our home, if I had not known that I could go to Christ for direction as to how to wisely spend the money he put into my hands, and how to order all my affairs so that there would be no friction." Mrs. Evans had dried her tears, and was looking with troubled and yet puzzled face at her guest. "That only makes me feel," she said, suddenly interrupting her, "just as a number of things you have said at other times have made me feel, that your religion and mine were so utterly different, that they could not both of them be religion. And lately I have come to feel that, among the other things that are utter failures in my life, my Christian experience stands first. I never had any Christian experience. I thought I loved Christ and wanted to do right, and I said so when I united with the church. But I tell you truly, Mrs. Spafford, I have not known anything about him. I have done nothing to please him, and I shouldn't know how to commence. And besides," she looked down now, and a deep flush spread over her heretofore pale face, "I will tell you the truth," she said, after a moment of hesitation. "I suppose it is very wicked, indeed, I know I am very wicked, but I will speak the truth today if I never do it again. If I could please my husband, make his home what it should be, I shouldn't care whether I pleased anybody else or not, even Christ." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Serving Christ in the Kitchen. If Mrs. Spafford was shocked by this last sentence, she had resolved not to show it either by voice or manner. It became apparent to her that Mrs. Evans was under too strong excitement to weigh her words carefully, or to have a realizing sense of what they conveyed. And while this loyal servant of Christ felt with a thrill of pain that it might be, and doubtless was, too true, that this woman was putting the earthly love before the heavenly, still the present did not seem the fitting time to help her realize the sin and folly of this. She spoke in calm, reassuring tones. "Christ smiles on all unselfish human love, you know, and on none more surely than that sanctioned by marriage vows. And true women love and honor you for your desire to be all that a wife can, not ignoring, as too many do, the little things of life. Now, dear Mrs. Evans, do you mind putting somewhat into detail the difficulties that just now present themselves? Possibly they are such as my longer experience can help you surmount. I do not, of course, mean a detail that will be unpleasant to you, but, in short, let us lay aside formality entirely. I am a neighbor, and I am a friend. Let me help you. What is the special burden today? You see, I am well aware that each day in a housekeeper's life has its special burden." At the sound of her visitor's quiet voice and matter-of-fact sentence, Mrs. Evans, who was not by nature a lover of scenes, and who had been really struggling to regain composure, felt her overwrought nerves growing calmer, and presently said, a vivid flush overspreading her face, "I can hardly see how you can help despising me. I almost despise myself. The simple truth is so very humiliating. I have been acting like a spoiled child instead of a woman. Nothing is very dreadful. Indeed, nothing dreadful in any sense has happened. It is just a culmination of small difficulties. They have been gathering and gathering about me for weeks, and this miserable afternoon I broke down under them." Her lip was quivering, and she was on the very verge of breaking down again. "It is the old story of the last straw that disabled the poor camel," said Mrs. Spafford good-humoredly, without a trace of sentiment in her voice, and yet, someway, the voice conveyed sympathy. "I know all about that. I have had just such days. Sometimes the last straw is an exceedingly hateful, ill-shaped one. In what form did it appear to you?" A little gleam of a smile quivered for a moment on Mrs. Evans's face. "It is ill-shaped, certainly," she said quickly, "and I think she has been more hateful during the last 3 or 4 days than I ever thought a human being could be. Mrs. Spafford, my Betty went away this morning, just before lunch time. She has only been with me 4 weeks, and has been by far the worst one of them all. I have had 9. This morning she served the most insufferable breakfast. Burnt toast, and dreadful coffee. I don't know what she could have done to it, nor to the chop for that matter. I know we couldn't eat it. Even the potatoes were dreadful. Baked potatoes! I didn't think they could be spoiled, but these were soft and wet, and miserable! Mr. Evans went to his business without so much as a cup of coffee or a bit of bread. And when I went into the kitchen, as soon after as I dared, to remonstrate with Betty a little, and to see if she could not promise to try to do better, before I had spoken a dozen words she became fearfully angry, used dreadful language, declared she was overworked and underpaid. She was what they call a cheap girl, Mrs. Spafford," this last spoken with a burning blush. "I thought I would try her, and see if a little of our heavy expense could not be cut down in that way. But indeed I paid her what she said she had been getting, and you know for 2 of us she hardly could be overworked." Mrs. Spafford hardly knew whether to laugh or cry over the anxious questioning sound in the trembling voice. Its owner had evidently been terribly shaken by the formidable Betty in the morning, and could not yet speak of her with composure. "And what was the conclusion of Betty's wrath?" she asked, resolved not to commit herself by giving an opinion either way at present. "Oh, she went away. She said she would, declared that nothing could tempt her to be abused in this house any longer. And she would warn every girl against me. She would leave my character at the intelligence office, and I would find myself spotted, whatever that means. I was perfectly amazed. I had not said anything to call forth such an outburst, and I thought she was excited over something else, and would quiet down if I left her to herself for a while. So I went away, and stayed upstairs all the morning, so that the sight of me would not anger her. But when I discovered that it was long after lunch time, I came down to see why she had not rung for me, and to make some arrangements for dinner this evening, and she was gone. And Mrs. Spafford, if you could see the kitchen she left." Whereupon Mrs. Spafford drew a little breath of relief. Then the poor lady had been too much absorbed in her grief to realize that her guest had seen it. "The fire was entirely out, and the breakfast dishes not touched, and a great many dishes that must have been used yesterday and left unwashed, standing around. Kettles, you know, and saucepans, and ugly, greasy, black dishes, with things sticking to their sides." Nothing more utterly disgustful than the look on Mrs. Evans's face can be imagined. Her guest's laugh rang out merrily at last. She could not help it. But her friend's trials were too real to admit of laughter. "It is dreadful," she said with a meek face, "to be foolish and so dependent upon others, but I have really been in utter despair this afternoon. Not for that reason simply," she hastened to explain, while the shadow instantly deepened on her face, "but as you say, it was a sort of last straw. Not so much of a straw to me either, for I never made a coal fire in my life, and though I tried hard to set that one going, the ugly black lumps looked fiercely at me, and stayed as black as before, after all the waste paper in the house had been used, and a great many matches. Mr. Evans certainly ought to expect his dinner when he gets home, since he went without his breakfast. But what can he possibly find to eat in this house I cannot see, and the rain was so steady it prevented my going out to find another girl. Indeed, to tell you the truth, I had a horror of trying to get another. It seemed to me I would rather starve, and so the whole miserable sense of my failure in every way as a mistress, or as a worker, rushed over me, and in addition to all the rest, just overwhelmed me. Dear Mrs. Spafford, I don't know why I am telling you all this foolish, unwomanly story, wasting your time and pouring into your ear a tale that can certainly be nothing but weariness to you. It is not like me thus to parade my annoyances. It is not, indeed. I ought to beg your pardon." She had sat erect during this last sentence, dried away the last tear from her hot cheek, and was struggling hard to put on the sweet dignity of hostess, which was generally so becoming to her. Meantime, her guest thought rapidly, taking a surreptitious glance at her watch. Should she insist upon taking this troubled wife to tea with her, sending little Tim, who did her errands, down to watch for the car that generally brought the two husbands, and so have one of those quiet tea parties that she was always telling Warren about? Her bread was fresh and excellent. She had made a treat for supper in the shape of a soft ginger cake, and the potatoes which she meant to warm, by the addition of a few breadcrumbs and an egg, could be made into patties, and do duty for 4. Oh, yes, the way was plain enough, to carry out this project, but was it the best way? Swift thinking, even while Mrs. Evans was trying to call back her matronly dignity, then she shook her head. No, it wouldn't do. The sore-hearted young life was not in a tea-party mood, and it was just possible that there had been words passed between husband and wife during the attempt at eating that uncomfortable breakfast, which had made wounds. If this were so, they could be better healed between husband and wife alone. She must give up her little tea. Then the other plan should be made to work. She slipped her watch back into its pocket and spoke briskly. "You are telling me all this because you are a sensible woman, and paid me the compliment of believing my offer of sympathy sincere. And you know that, to a Christian woman, there is no higher privilege than to be able to help a sister in Christ. Now, dear friend, listen to me. I don't wonder a kitchen left in the plight which you describe should look formidable to you, but it doesn't to me. I have conquered one many a time, coal fire and all. Moreover, I can show you how to do it so that it will cease to be a hopeless thing to you. Now, I want you to further prove your faith in my hearty friendship by letting me go with you right into that said kitchen, and reduce it to a state of meek and dainty subordination. Then you will get your husband as nice a little supper as he ever ate in his life. Get it with your own 2 hands, and my word for it, he will have an unusual appetite." With eyes that were full of astonishment did Mrs. Evans for a moment gaze on her guest. That this proposal brought her into contact with a form of friendship to which she had heretofore been a stranger was evident. That she was puzzled to know how to receive it was equally evident. Only a moment the look of bewildered irresolution rested on her face, and then she said suddenly, "I believe you do mean every word you say. Thank you. I need help. I believe I need just the kind that you are willing to give. I will accept it gratefully." There was a happy light in Mrs. Spafford's eyes. This simple, sincere answer had shown her that she was not mistaken in her estimate of this fair young housekeeper. She was a woman to be helped, not only, but to be loved. Feeling still assured in her heart that this was no time for more important matters, without more ado Mrs. Spafford urged an immediate assault on the kitchen, and thither the 2 women went, Mrs. Evans only pausing to say in a distressed tone, "If I only had a large apron that would protect your dress." "Never mind," her guest answered cheerily. "My dress is only calico, and washes nicely." Then she set to work on that forlorn stove. "You see," she said, resolving upon working and lecturing at the same time, "coal is splendid for burning after it has been coaxed long enough. It is very hard-hearted, needs a pretty large gathering of kindlings blazing all around it to set it a good example. I suppose this is the place where they are kept, is it not? Your house is arranged like mine." Saying which, she opened a door, disappeared for a moment, and returned with her arms full of neat billets of wood of uniform length. These she built up with skillful interlacing, inside the wide-mouthed monster, Mrs. Evans looking on with interested yet incredulous face. She had had an experience with these heartless black lumps that the skillful engineer was piling in with such composed face. She did not believe they would burn. But they did. "They are conquered," the younger lady said with a relieved sigh, as the flames shot up through the interlacings and curled themselves skillfully around the black lumps, which soon began to emit a flame peculiar to themselves. "They recognize a superior power, and do not dare to act as they did with me so short a time ago." Now, if you are a skillful general of a disordered kitchen, possessing the ability to marshal pans, kettles, and pails into orderly ranks, and make them retire to their places, you know how steadily the small kitchen yielded to the spell that was now upon it. If, on the other hand, you have the misfortune to be one of those who, though able to play 16 pages of Chopin, or some other distinguished composer, without a mistake, yet look with absolute dismay, yes, even terror, on the interminable paraphernalia of a well-stocked kitchen, you can appreciate the feelings with which Mrs. Evans watched the rapid transformation of hers. They were such tiny places after all, kitchen and pantry, and the water was so hot, and soap so plentifully used, that, to a skillful workman, it could not, you know, take much time, but it looked like magic to Mrs. Evans. "I wish I could do it," she said eagerly, as she lifted the shining plates from their bath in the hot rinsing water, and set them to drain, after the copy which had been set her. "How smooth they feel, and how shining they are! Betty would not recognize one of them. Mrs. Spafford, I tell you truly, if I only need not have another of those girls enter my house, I should be happy enough to shout. I cannot tell you what a terror they all are to me. They do nothing right, and I know just enough to be sure of that, but I don't know how to help it, and I am afraid of them all." "Why don't you do without them?" said Mrs. Spafford coolly. "Little bits of homes like yours and mine are too small and precious for hired hands to touch, if we have strength enough to guard them from it. I just enjoy getting dinner for Warren, and we have the coziest little breakfasts." Mrs. Evans's eyes brightened wistfully. "If I were only you," she said, and she thought of the $3 that had to be transferred each week from her purse to that of her tormentor. If it could be saved! "If I were only you! But I don't know anything about it." "Learn," said Mrs. Spafford coolly, as though it were a very simple matter. "You would be surprised to see how soon you could manage this nice little home to your entire satisfaction. Mrs. Evans, what are we going to get for a treat for your husband this evening?" The bright look faded from the weary housekeeper's eyes. "There is very little in the house," she said, her cheeks flushing. "It rained so, I depended on Betty. I meant to have a leg of lamb and some vegetables." "Too late for those," declared the cook. "Besides, we want to be dainty, you know, not go into anything so gross as legs of lamb." This with a merry laugh. "I see a dish of potatoes in the pantry. Do you ever stew them in milk? We used to have cream when I was a girl and lived where milk was a necessity, not a luxury, but now I use milk and find it answers nicely. I can show you how to serve a dish that I fancy you will enjoy." Mrs. Evans gratefully agreed to be shown, notwithstanding the fact that in her ignorant heart she was skeptical about making that ugly-looking dish of cold potatoes fit to eat. Still, her forehead did not clear. "I wish Betty had controlled her temper long enough to have baked bread," she said sadly. "We have nothing but baker's bread, and my husband dislikes it so much." "Then let us have some dear little soda biscuits as light as puff balls. I saw a cup of sour milk on the shelf, and felt just like taking it down and making something nice." "Sour milk!" said poor Mrs. Evans, aghast at the idea. Yes, indeed. You have eaten the little white puffs often, I presume. They are easy to make. It is the very thing. I will set you to making them while I get the potatoes ready to cook. Then while they are baking, you can cook the potatoes." "There is some steak," said Mrs. Evans hesitatingly. "Mr. Evans doesn't dine downtown. He only takes a plain lunch, so I like to have meat for him, but I don't know that I can manage steak." Very meekly she spoke. She knew no more about broiling steak than she did about those biscuits which Mrs. Spafford so composedly talked of her making. "Oh, yes, you can," declared the brisk voice. "That is easy. Now about the biscuit. There is a quart measure. First you sift a quart of flour, now just so much butter. Wait, this little plate will measure it nicely, and serve you for the future." Thus she moved with careful steps, putting her directions as clearly and as briefly as possible, until Mrs. Evans, her face flushed, her eyes shining, stooped and set in the oven a row of small, round balls that she verily believed would never be anything but burnt dough. How could anything so simple and so quickly done ever transform itself into something fit to eat? But when the stewed potatoes were tested with a delicious mouthful, according to Mrs. Spafford's direction, when the bit of juicy steak lay meekly between the wire gridiron, and was being skillfully turned, and emitted a delicious odor through the kitchen, and when the lumps of dough came out of the oven the plumpest, flakiest little puffs that her eyes had ever beheld, when the tea was steeping, and her husband's key was heard in the front door, and Mrs. Evans was alone, her good angel having but a few minutes before washed her hands, rolled down her sleeves, and vanished through the back door, having given this parting word, "Now, Mrs. Evans, I want you to tell me whether your husband likes stewed potatoes or not, especially of your stewing, and soda biscuit of your making." Mrs. Evans, thinking of her, of the words that she had spoken that day, of the work her hands had wrought, and of the courage and hope which she had breathed into her, had much ado to keep the tears from starting again. They would doubtless have had their way but for the fact that her delicately broiled bit of steak was ready to be served. The tears were stayed, but her heart was full of grateful love, as she said to herself, with a resolute little pressure of her lips, as though she were speaking the words in her heart, "She is a blessed woman. I believe God sent her to me in my misery. She doesn't know all she has done for me today. There is something else that she can teach me. I shall know the difference between her religion and mine. She has something that I have not, and if it is for me, I mean to have it." "You will have to dine off bread and milk tonight," declared Mrs. Spafford, with smiling eyes, to her astonished husband, who was reviving their neglected fire when she appeared through the rain at the side door. "I have been out all the afternoon. I found an open door which I have entered, I verily believe, for the Master's sake." "God bless you," he said, looking down on her tenderly, when she had told so much of her story as she felt she had a right to tell. "If you can make a home over there, like this of ours, I believe you will save 2 souls instead of 1 from shipwreck." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Ends Meet. It is not my purpose to give you a detailed account of my friend Mrs. Spafford's life, nor of her plans of work. Indeed, I could not if I would. The story of a life must, of necessity, be fragmentary. Bits here and there from actual everyday experiences. It may be that some have mistaken my design in telling you somewhat of this true woman's experience. I may have been expected to give in detail the management of a Christian household on small capital. All the little economies, the plans, the self-denials, the failures. Such was by no means my intention. Mrs. Spafford's quiet economies and self-denials shall be left like those of hundreds of other Christian women, with God and her husband. I may even have been expected to prove that she found it possible to keep to the Bible doctrine of tithe giving and yet not starve. Thank the Lord that many and many a Christian life proves that. There is little need that Mrs. Spafford's history should be added. The truth is, I love to linger over these first beginnings, but there is need for haste, and I must ask you to step over a chasm of almost 2 years before you take another peep at the pretty little home. And I must own that you will find it in shadow. There has been much sunshine during those 2 years. There has been progress in the mission work to which my friend has devoted as much of her means and her heart as was possible. There has been a white day in her life when she went to the great reunion of Christian women, met to compare notes and devise plans for the future. She has had the pleasure of seeing a great church filled to overflowing with Christian women on the platform presiding, planning, managing, with the skill of generals trained to the service, and enlisted for life or during the war. She has heard the voice of prayer from lips that were once unaccustomed to the service, and from lips that once were sure they could not speak, save in the solitude of their own rooms. She has heard addresses such as thrilled her heart and nerved all her powers to new effort, addresses from the lips of women. She has even lived to see Mrs. Bacon appointed a district collector for the Woman's Board, and heard her offer, in silvery tones, an address of welcome to delegates from a distance. Oh yes, she knew the world moved. Meantime, it had moved in a quieter, but no less certain way, right around her. I hope you do not imagine that cooperative business enterprise was a failure? I very much doubt whether anything begun as that was, with such an end in view, and guided every step of the way by prayer, is ever a failure. Certainly this was not. The Stowell parlor had found its level. A bright, long room, lighted with many windows, brightened with flowers in summer time, and with potted plants and flourishing vines in winter, brightened, the windows and the tables, with every variety of glowing color in worsted and silk. Every step of the way had been a success. That is, after they were fairly started. There were always drawbacks at first with which to contend. There were some to say that the scheme was a wild one and would never succeed. There were some to grow weary of it very soon and abandon their efforts. There were some to sigh and predict failure because the whole world did not rush in upon them from the very first to admire and to buy. And yet it had moved steadily forward. It was on an assured footing now. There was every sort of fancy article to be had that you might choose to order. If not in stock, the trim white-aproned miss, with demure face and laughing eyes, who waited on you with pencil and paper, and announced herself the order clerk, would quietly take your minute directions, taking care that they should be minute by becoming a skillful questioner, taking care that they should be in black and white, with your own name appended, and the date at which you might expect the same, taking care, too, that you should have a duplicate, so that you might expect neither more nor less than had been ordered. So careful was this new firm of its reputation. There was a variety counter, where could be found pins and needles and thread and tape and buttons, of exactly the right size and color and shape. There were endless little useful articles belonging to that class of goods that people never think about until they see, and then know they must have right away. It took a little time to accustom the patrons to the fact that this unique store was only open on one afternoon of each week, and then for a limited time. For the first few weeks, the partners were continually informed that if they were open every day, they would get a great deal more custom. Gradually, however, ladies began to say, "I suppose I could wait until Saturday for that purchase, and then buy it of the girls. It would encourage them." In the course of time, this statement also changed, and took the form of, "Oh, wait until Saturday and buy your buttons, or your edges, or your collars, at the Whatnot," for such was the simple, suggestive name that their establishment assumed, "It will really pay you to wait. They have such a nice variety, and are so very reasonable in their prices. Besides, if they haven't exactly what you want, they will take your order, and manufacture or purchase for you. They have a buying clerk who can really suit you better in the city than you can yourself, and save all the wear and tear of running around besides." When Mrs. Spafford knew that this form of talk had come to be the prevailing one as regarded their place of business, she settled down into satisfaction. Of the constant strain upon time and strength and patience that it was to this one woman to keep all the wheels of her delicate machinery properly oiled and running smoothly, I will not attempt to tell. She had one all-sustaining motive. She knew that it was, with her, work done literally for the Master. She earnestly believed that it was not only an institution for making a little money in a legitimate way, but that it was a training school. For were not all these young ladies connected with the firm, learning, not only to earn, but to give systematically, regularly, conscientiously? In Mrs. Evans she had found just the helper she needed. It was her exquisite taste, backed by the other's educated judgment, that secured to the firm its reputation for having just the very things that matched, and that one wanted. As for Mrs. Evans, what had not the enterprise done for her? Of the earnest, active young ladies' band that had grown out of this enterprise, or rather grown along with it, and become a vital element of its existence, it shall be my pleasure to tell you more at length some other time. For the present, let it rejoice your heart to know that the scheme widened daily, not only as a business, but as a circle of influence. Nothing that she had ever undertaken, with an eye single to the glory of her Master, had so filled Mrs. Spafford's heart with joy and gratitude as did this whole matter. Yet, as I told you in the beginning, over the small happy home there had come shadows. Not light ones, drooping low for a little, then flitting away. Oh, there had been many such, of course. Mrs. Spafford had expected them. She was not a child, nor yet an enthusiast. It had not been an easy matter at all times to make ends meet. Especially had such been the case when extra expenses came upon them, for they had had many an extra expense. Who has not? Many a time had the careful accountant rejoiced over that fund, ever so tiny though it was, which she had been able to lay aside from time to time as an extra. Many a time had she rejoiced over the monthly dividends from the little firm, which, though so small that they would have made a business man shout in derision, had added not a little to her hoarded extra. Out of the necessity for this extra had also grown great satisfaction. For the husband, looking on, with eager eyes, helping where he could, standing in manly admiration where he could not, was one day enabled to get his eyes open so wide that he discovered even 5 cents for a cigar to be an expense that he certainly could avoid if he chose, and seeing the example ever before him of self-forgetful economy, he could not but choose. It is true, his eyes were opened wider than that. In laying it aside, he first discovered what an almost necessity it had become, and over this discovery he was so shocked that I think he would have had courage to continue the struggle even without the motive of economy. But that it was a struggle at all was a mortification to him. "I declare," he said to himself, speaking firmly, "I'll never be a slave to any habit. I did not dream of such a thing. If 5-cent pieces should ever come as plenty with me as flies in August, and there is no danger, I'll never smoke cigars again." Not long thereafter his eyes were opened wider. He had not thought to tell Callie. It was such a small matter, and he was half ashamed that he had not done it before. It did not seem necessary to let her know what a struggle it had been. So he kept his small secret. At least, he thought so. As if such a husband could keep a secret from such a wife. "What has become of them?" she asked him one evening. And so innocent of her feeling was he, that he asked in astonishment, "Of what?" "The cigars that were to piece out your lunch?" "Oh, why, become of them? I dare say they are smoke by this time. Somebody has puffed them into thin air, though I didn't. How did you know, Callie?" She gave him only a very searching and very happy look in answer. Then, after a minute, "How could I help knowing? Why did you do it, Warren?" "A variety of reasons, little cross-questioner. In the first place, it occurred to me that, although a very small leak, it was one that might as well be stopped. You see, you set me such a persistent example on that score that I could not well help learning. And then, well, Callie, I don't know how you discovered anything about it, but you may as well know the truth. I found the habit had grown on me, was harder to break than I supposed, much harder. I could hardly have believed what a struggle it would be, and that convinced me that I must break off not only for the present, but forever. Of course, the Lord's freedmen cannot afford to bind themselves with any sort of chains." When they knelt together for family worship, which they did in a very few minutes after this conversation, there was that in his wife's prayer, in the words and in the quiver of her voice, as she laid her joy before the Lord, that her husband said, directly they arose from their knees, said it with his arms clasped close around her, "My dear, if I had known, if I had dreamed, that it was such a sorrow to you, I should have turned from the whole thing long ago. What self-gratification is there important enough for a man to be the cause of an hour of pain to his wife?" "Then I ought to have told you long ago how I felt," said Callie, her eyes brimming with glad tears. "And I think so too. At the same time, I admit that she thought within her glad heart that not all men were like her husband in his willingness to give up self for his wife's sake. And I am afraid I think that too." Meantime, though I am long in introducing him, there was another and a very important reason why Callie was glad. Do you think she wanted the father of her son to set him an example as a tobacco smoker? Not she. Where is the mother who does? And the boy was 6 months old, able to watch with very wise eyes what was going on in the world. Who is going to say how soon he might have thought the curl of cigar smoke in the air a very pretty thing? Or how early he might have become accustomed to a tobacco-tainted breath as something inseparably connected with his small world? His name, of course, was Warren, but what did the glad young mother call him for a pet name but War? I am not sure that there was not a queer significance to the name in her heart. What war there had been between her scantily filled purse and her conscience during the days when she was fashioning his cunning little garments. Dear me! Doesn't every mother know all about it? The lovely embroidery, the delicate flannels and muslins, and cambrics and lawns, too fine and fair and sweet for any but those who seem to have just come from heaven, the little babies. Yet this mother had come off victor. Soft flannels? Oh, yes, indeed, they were in her estimation a necessity. Delicate white robes, many of them, they too were necessities. But they were not so fine, nor so long, nor so daintily tucked as the mother's fond, foolish heart would have liked, and the embroidery, that apparent necessity to baby existence, if we may judge from the wardrobes of many, was very scarce. Embroidery, such as she would have liked her darling to wear, would make awful inroads on the scanty purse, and embroidery such as she could make, she was well aware, made awful inroads on time and strength. So she made war with the wish to smother her darling under such costly folly, and, as I said, came off victor. It wasn't so hard, after she went shopping one day with a lady who paid $3 for 1.25 yards of the pretty stuff, and would not join the missionary society because she could not afford it. "After all," she said to Warren, "such people help. They make one see the folly, the inconsistencies in things more quickly than they can be shown in any other way." But her perverse husband answered, "Then it is a pity they wouldn't work a trifle faster, and let more people see it." Yes, I am telling a true story. They did it. 6 months had there been this pretty little new body to think of and care for, and not a penny of debt incurred. Neither had a penny been borrowed from the sacred jewels in the box on the mantel. It wasn't easy, oh dear no. There was much self-sacrifice, much planning, much diligent forethought and afterthought. There were quiet little self-denials practiced, which cost some strength of will, but which, after all, left the head and heart calmer, perhaps, than they would otherwise have been. There were industrious hours over plain sewing for certain neighbors, who were glad to get a deft needlewoman so convenient to them. There was every penny of the carefully hoarded "extra" used. Why not? They had said gaily to each other, this happy mother and father, "Isn't he a blessed little extra?" And they had kissed him until he cried. Ungrateful baby! It needs planning and patience and sacrifice, but it can be done. Don't I tell you it was done? Yet the shadow fell. The hot days came and hot nights when the baby fretted and moaned, and in many ways made good, so his father declared, his right and title to his pet name. These nights were followed by weary days when the mother toiled and felt she had not strength to do, and so left undone, with a conscientious self-sacrifice that only those can understand who have been obliged to turn away from duties that they longed to perform. If baby had only kept well, the long, warm days would have been lived through joyfully, but he grew steadily weaker and thinner. They did not tell their grave forebodings to each other, this husband and wife, and by so much more did they press heavily on each heart. Still they tried to be brave before each other. But the father's very step, as he hurried up the little walk when the business day was done, grew to have a nervous, anxious sound in it, and his eagerly put question, before the door was fairly opened, "How is he tonight, Callie?" had such an undertone of pain in it, that she, in pity, learned to watch for his step, and to say with a smile when she could, "We are no worse, I think, papa." Yet they both knew that not to be better was in reality to be worse. "If we could only get to cooler quarters," the father said occasionally, and directly he had spoken he turned away quickly from his wife's wistful eyes. Truly, they felt as though it would have been almost as reasonable to talk about getting to heaven. Meantime, another anxiety menaced them. "Mr. Spafford," the senior partner of the firm had said to him, "you must hold yourself in readiness to go to Paxton at an hour's warning. There is some business pending which may result in our having to send you out in haste. The fact is, Howell & Company are in difficulties, and I'm afraid—" At this point he pushed to the outer door and drew his chair nearer his clerk, and there ensued a business explanation, to the details of which Mr. Spafford had much ado to give attention, distracted as he was with the query as to how he would manage about leaving Callie and the boy, and with the awful thought, what if the boy should grow worse in the night while he was away? He did not like to admit even to himself that the baby's illness was such as to justify him in asking to be excused from the trip. If he had, he was by no means sure it would have done any good. His employers were men not given to thinking of much that did not concern business. Still, he made all necessary preparations for his wife. She heard the news with a dismayed face, yet promptly realized the importance of satisfying his employers. "I wish Mrs. Evans were at home," was the instant outreach for help. She knew many people, and they were very kind, and she liked them, yet, after all, how few there are among our acquaintances whom we are willing to call in to be one with us in perplexity and trouble. Mrs. Evans had come to be such an one, but she had gone with her husband into the country during his vacation. "Addie Stowell would stay with you," her husband said, and Charlie will sleep here to be within call in case you should need—" He did not finish the sentence. He knew he would be understood. There was always before them the possibility of baby growing suddenly worse and the need of a summons to the doctor. So all the preparations were made, though Mr. Spafford said cheerily, "After all, I may not have to go." And as the days passed, and he heard no more about it, and a little cooler weather came, and the baby seemed better, the cloud lifted. So Mr. Spafford was not prepared for his senior employer's sudden message, delivered very near the close of a busy day. "Mr. Spafford, we have had bad news from Paxton. I'm afraid our worst fears are to be realized. Still, you may be able with promptness to effect something. You will need to start at daylight. I regret that there is no earlier train, but that will bring you in soon after midnight, ready for early work the next morning. Well, sir?" This last in an inquiring tone, for, preoccupied with business as he was, he could not fail to see the swift dismayed look that overspread his clerk's face. The dismay was very apparent in the tones of his voice. "But tomorrow will be Sunday." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Measured by Trial. "Well," said the senior partner, irritation visible on every line of his face, "I am aware of that, of course. On ordinary occasions we are not in the habit, as you know, of infringing on the Sabbath rest of our employees, but this is a special emergency. A large amount of money is at stake, and you can, of course, see the necessity for your being in Paxton at the earliest possible hour on Monday morning." Without doubt, his clerk was listening to the measured words, every sentence of which indicated the senior's annoyance in thus being called to account, and obliged to explain his actions. He was listening, but he seemed in doubt as to how to answer, for he hesitated, and the blood mounted higher in his face, and the silence between them was becoming oppressive. At last, raising a pair of keen eyes, he spoke in a firm yet sufficiently respectful tone. "I cannot engage to break the Sabbath, sir, even in a business emergency." "You cannot?" "No, sir. My principles, prejudices, some might call them, are very strongly marked in that direction. I cannot conceive of a business emergency which would make it seem right to me to ignore the plain direction, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy." For a moment the senior partner seemed to be too much astonished to speak. He was not a high-tempered man, at least not in the sense in which that phrase is generally understood. He never scolded, never descended to the level of loud words or excited tones, yet his word was absolute, unquestioned law through the entire establishment, and it had heretofore been Mr. Spafford's business simply to obey. In view of the long education that this man of large business had had as an undisputed sovereign, it is perhaps no wonder that he could for a moment only look his astonishment over the sudden rebellion. "Very well," he said at last, turning away and moving with his usual dignified step toward the inner office. The words were quiet, the manner in no sense changed, yet Mr. Spafford knew that he was in great and dangerous disfavor with his chief, knew it as well as he did less than an hour afterward, when one of the cash boys gave him a note written in the senior partner's clear, firm hand, which read as follows: "Enclosed fine check for $50, the amount due, and accept the thanks of the firm for the faithful manner in which you have hitherto served them. We shall, of course, have no further need of your services after today. Hoping that you will in the future meet with the success that your industry deserves, we remain yours truly." And then, through the mist that the faithful clerk felt gathering over his eyes, he could see the signatures of the firm. He even took occasion to notice the graceful curve of the capital B and the flourish around the D. So small were the details with which his mind occupied itself. And yet he also saw his home, with his beloved wife and its sick baby, and the great and increasing need that there was for money. He saw himself out of employment for weeks, perhaps for months, and his baby growing worse, slipping away from them perhaps for want of those things which money could procure. He saw actual want staring them in the face. Yet he went on with the column of figures he was adding, reached a result that he knew was correct, signed the name of the firm to half a dozen papers, wiped his pen with usual care, closed and locked his desk, delivered the keys to the proper authorities, said "Good evening," much as usual to his fellow clerks, and went out, for the last time, from the store where he had served faithfully. Yet the weight of the trial had told somewhat on his face by the time he reached home. Must have done so, though he strove hard not to let it, and said to himself, as he went up the walk, that he would not tell Callie until after supper. Nor then, indeed, unless the baby was even better than usual. Yet he had not been in the little dining room 5 minutes before she said, "Warren, what is the matter?" Then, of course, he told her. He spoke cheerfully, even smilingly, tried to make as little of it as possible, but she stood bewildered. She seemed unable to take the idea in. "Discharged?" she said. "Discharged?" repeating the word in a dazed sort of way, thinking how strange it sounded connected with her husband's name. "Why, Warren, what can you mean?" Then the whole story had to be gone over. And, after all, it was well. It was such a short story, so simple and untragical in its details, that it might almost have quieted the excitement of them both to go over it. Yet it meant to them serious business. They both knew it meant, "We have lost that which was our daily bread." There was no bank account, however small. There was not even an "extra" laid away in the private slide of Callie's writing desk. There was only that last check, out of which to pay a month's rent and the doctor's bill, and provide the 100 daily necessities of life, for how long? I will not deny that there was a sense of terrible sinking in Mrs. Spafford's heart. She had never longed for money as she did just now, as she had been longing that very afternoon, because of the white-faced darling in the crib, and she had never in her life touched so near to actual poverty. Yet the first thing she did, after she took in the entire situation, was to move her chair around the other side of the crib, closer to her husband's, and kiss his white forehead. And the first words she spoke were, "After all, Warren, there is nothing to regret. You did just what was right. Indeed, there was no opportunity for choice. You could not do otherwise, and the Lord knows all about it." Thus it was that the shadows in that home grew longer. The days passed strangely, that is, the first 5 or 6. Warren took his breakfast later, lingered over it, beyond the time for family worship, cared tenderly for War, in 100 ways restful alike to mother and baby. Did a dozen little things for their comfort during the day that he had never before had time for. Then went out on a weary round of calls in the hope of finding somewhere a situation, coming back every night a trifle more disheartened than he was the night before. It was not the time of year when vacancies were plenty, if in fact in the overcrowded city there is ever such a time. He got the check cashed, with a curious pitiful wonderment as to how or when he would get another, and paid the rent, and laid aside some that he hoped could be kept to give to the doctor, and brought home with him 5 little gold dollars that he showed after tea to his wife. "Oh, Warren," she said, understanding them at once, "I was wondering about them. Don't you suppose, do you think I mean, would it be wrong to use the $5 this time? We have no income now, you know, for a little, and baby needs a few things. Shall we borrow them for this emergency?" "Callie," he said, and his tone was low and strangely tremulous, though there was no reproach in it. We promised to swing off and trust him for emergencies. So we did, and I am very faithless. Put them in the box, Warren. Indeed, I did not mean to steal the Lord's jewels. I only thought of borrowing. She spoke quickly and had some ado to keep back the tears. But he gave the shining things to her, and with her own hands she dropped them into the blue velvet box. Before many days they had that which put the loss of the father's situation into the background. Without any question, baby was seriously worse. Oh, the dark, dark days which succeeded each other now. How can I tell you about them? Ah me, how many hearts there are in this world that need no telling. The father made no more efforts to find a situation. Indeed, there were hours in which he was able to thank God that he had none, no duty to keep him from ministering now to his child and his wife, for one seemed to need help almost as much as the other. His days and nights were alike spent in tireless watching and waiting. That one word expresses to the initiated a whole volume in itself. Alert, helpful, watching, is sometimes not so hard, but the waiting for what may, apparently is coming, with slow steps indeed, but still coming, that is what wears out human lives. It was one of those breathless summer mornings which occasionally followed breathless nights. Baby lay in a limp, almost lifeless heap in the small white crib. Too weak he felt even to smile in answer to the wistful eyes bending over him. Neither father nor mother had left him for an hour of rest during the night. Indeed, there was not a spot in the house in which they could have rested had they tried. No spot where they could get away from that faint wail. Sometimes it seemed to the father's heart, when occasionally he closed his eyes for a moment to rest them, that he should hear it always, after this, wherever he went, whatever happened. The long summer night had stretched its slow length along, mother and father alternately walking up and down the room, trying to rest the tired baby, or sitting in the large rocker, pillowing him tenderly on one arm, and gently fanning him with the other. Now the longed-for morning had come at last, and as they looked at the pinched features of the child, and then at each other, they needed not words with which to say that the night had made sad ravages. It was plain that he had failed much. For the first time since his sickness, they did not attempt going through with the form of a breakfast. That much Warren Spafford had regularly insisted on. Indeed, he had several times made a fragrant cup of coffee himself, brought it with his own hands to his wife, and with tender firmness insisted on her drinking it. This morning he sat almost as limp and wearied looking as the baby before him, making no suggestions in regard to food or rest. The awful depression of disappointment and foreboding was upon him. Mrs. Spafford turned to him at last, her eyes heavy, less with weariness than fear. "Warren, don't you think you might find the doctor before he starts on his daily round, and get him to come earlier? Don't you think there may be need of it?" "I am afraid there is." He spoke in a low, hopeless tone. It was evident to her that he had lost all heart. Her own began to give great throbs of pain, but she struggled for composure. For baby's sake, she must not yield now. She might soon have plenty of time for tears, when she had empty arms. Warren rose at once. "I will try for it," he said, still listlessly, and he sought for his hat and went away, neither of them remembering to break their long night's fast. Meantime, however, there had come another presence into the house. Mrs. Evans had returned home but the night before, had run over immediately to see how her friends were, and knew all about the great fear that enthralled them. She came quickly now into the kitchen uninvited, as her kitchen had been entered once. She moved with quiet yet skillful step around the small domain where the neatness of desolation reigned. Everything was in the sort of order that betokens that very little is being used in that region. Skillfully she built up the fire in the little stove, rapid movements to and fro, one journey home, and just as Mr. Spafford entered the front door, she pushed open the door of the little parlor which had long since been converted into a downstairs nursery. "I found him," Warren said. "He says he will try to be here in half an hour." Then Mrs. Evans, "Go right into the dining room, dear, you and Mr. Spafford, and eat a mouthful of breakfast. You will find it all ready. Oh, yes, you must, for baby's sake, you know. He will need strong arms and a great deal of care to-day. He is sleeping quietly now, isn't he? Really resting, perhaps. I will sit beside him and watch every movement. Go, Mrs. Spafford, because it is right, you know." What winning sweetness there was in her voice, and a certain quiet persistence of manner that carried a sort of strength to the tired hearts of father and mother. "She is right, Callie," Warren said, trying to rouse from his lethargy. "Right and thoughtful. Don't let us be ungrateful. Come." Now you know just how this suggestion sounded to Mrs. Spafford. How utterly loathsome to her was the idea of food. How much she longed to be allowed to sit by her baby's side just as long as she could. Yet she struggled with all this that she knew was sentiment, and arose and went out quietly to the dining room. How pretty it looked on this fair morning! Mrs. Evans had even stopped to pick 3 or 4 fresh roses just budding into bloom, and had placed them in a tiny vase beside Mrs. Spafford's plate. The table was set for 2, with much daintier care than had been bestowed on it of late. The very freshness of the napkins had a restful look to the matron's weary eyes. There was a plate of delicately, carefully made toast, and a tiny bit of steak, broiled to a nicety, just as Mrs. Evans, thanks to her teacher, had long known how to broil. No wonder that it all reminded Mrs. Spafford of her afternoon invasion into the kitchen across the way. Her husband was evidently thinking of it too. "For thou shalt find it after many days," he quoted to her, with a meaning smile, and then, as she tried to give the answering smile, the very effort to do so brought the tears, and she laid her head on her husband's shoulder and sobbed outright. It was better, too, than to try to bear that heavy strain any longer. "Come," he said, after a moment of tender silence. "You are to show your appreciation of this thoughtful kindness, and eat some breakfast now. It will strengthen you for the day." He poured her coffee, prepared it carefully, cut small bits of the tender steak for her, as if she had been a child, and although she felt perfectly confident that the very first mouthful would choke her, she sat down and ate bits of toast and steak and swallows of hot coffee, and rose up refreshed. So determined are these bodies of ours to assert their rights, no matter what the spirit is being called upon to endure. The doctor came promptly, as he had promised, but it was evident to both father and mother that he saw small need for his coming. Rather, he stood powerless before the need that he felt himself unable to supply. He was kind and grave, as sympathetic as one could expect a doctor to be, who sometimes stood many times a day by the fair cribs of little babies who were slipping away from life. "The fact is," and he drew on his gloves as he said it, "Nature will have to do all that can be done for your child. He may rally. I have seen children lower than he pull through at last. The vitality of these little creatures is something to wonder at, stand in awe before, in fact. There is one thing I should like to see tried. If you could go to the seashore with him, it might do. Sea air works miracles sometimes in cases like these. And indeed, a change of air is a most helpful thing. You may continue the medicine as before. I'll try to call this afternoon. We are likely to have a very sultry day, I think. Good morning." And this was all. and the dark-colored, nice-fitting gloves were on now and buttoned, and he was gone. All their hopes went out with him. They sat in almost stupefied silence, looking, not at each other, nor at the baby, but at nothing; trying, indeed, to look the future in the face. Go to the seashore! To be sure, it was not very far away, less than half a day's ride on the cars would bring them within the sound of its eternal roar; but for all practical purposes, so far as they were concerned, it might as well have been 1,000 miles away. Mrs. Spafford's eyes sought the jewel case on the mantel. There were 3 little gleaming dollars within, and she knew as well as though she could see inside her husband's pocket, that those and a few quarters were all the money they had in the world. $2 of the gold she had paid out mechanically but a few days before, when the church collector called. She thought of them now, thought of the dollars that had lain from time to time within its silken folds. 150, more than that, indeed, during the last 2 years. We could take him to the seaside if we had that. She did not speak the words, even to her heart. They just flitted through her mind, and there was such a touch of bitterness in them that it startled her. Still, how was she to help wondering whether the money could possibly have done anybody so much good as it would be to save her darling? "Oh, Warren," she said, and her voice sounded like a wail, "couldn't we borrow that money in that box, and I take it and go a little way with baby? He said, you know, that a very slight change sometimes did great good." "My poor dear wife, don't you remember that what is there would hardly take you to the depot in a carriage such as it would be necessary to have?" Silence for a few minutes. Then she spoke in tones that were almost desperate. "Warren, I could beg for the sake of our child." "Darling, I would beg if I knew which way to turn. Let us think. No, dear Callie, let us beg of our Father, our great rich Father. He loves our child as even we cannot. He will show us the very best to do. Let us come right to him as children who trust him, and beg him to show us the way to step." Almost before the sentence was finished they were on their knees. They were alone again. Mrs. Evans had packed the dishes in a scarcely orderly pile and gone swiftly away, not pausing even to offer to sit with baby a moment longer, or to inquire what else she could do. It had occurred to both husband and wife to wonder silently over the suddenness of her departure. Then each had decided that some home duty must have needed immediate attention. She had been long absent. Several times since she went had the bell rung. Some kind-hearted neighbor had sent to inquire after baby's health. The girls, too, had rung at the door and inquired and offered help, if there was anything they could do, and gone their ways. People were kind, but it was a city, where even neighbors were not specially neighborly, and the baby had been long sick, and none realized how sick he was, nor how much in need of help the young people stood. None but Mrs. Evans, and she had gone to her own cares. So they were alone. And yet not alone. Surely the angel of the covenant was with them during that prayer. Mrs. Spafford had often heard her husband pray, yet the intensity of feeling, the perfect abandon of self, the overwhelming cry to be hidden from this awful storm that threatened them, to be held in the everlasting arms, was something that hushed her sobs, and almost compelled her to lay hold with strong faith upon the arm of power. They were both entirely calmed when they rose up. "Darling," her husband asked, as he held her with his arm for a minute, "don't you believe, don't you know that he will bring to pass for us that which is best?" "Yes," she said quietly, and at that moment the doorbell rang again, a quick, emphatic peal. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Pocket Measure by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Answer. "It is a note for you, Callie," Mr. Spafford said, as he returned from answering the loud peal of the bell. "The man who brought it is waiting for an answer." "Read it, please," his wife said. She was on her knees beside the crib, bending over her baby. A note from some downtown neighbor expressing sympathy, this was what she thought. It was very kind, but the mother was in the mood just then to feel that human sympathy was a very little thing. Some day she might be able to thank the writer for kind words. She did not think that she wanted to take time from her baby to read them now. Indeed, she expressed as much, while her husband was unfolding the sheet. "Did you say he was waiting for an answer? I cannot answer notes now." Then he read: "My dear Mrs. Spafford, I have but this moment heard of your trouble. We are on the eve of departure for our seaside house. Expect to take the 10:20 train. I send the carriage with this, and, my dear friend, do you and your husband with all speed get into it with that dear baby and come to us. I have known sea air to work marvelous transformations in baby lives. There is no time to lose in preparation. I would not, if I were you, delay 1 hour. We have a large cottage, and ample accommodations for you all, and no more desirable spot could be found for a sick baby. Dick, our coachman, the bearer of this, is entirely reliable, and will drive you with the greatest care to the train, where we will join you. The journey is a short one. Do not wait to do any packing. Mrs. Evans, through whom I learned just now of your great anxiety, will pack a trunk with whatever you can need, and express to you promptly. Meantime, she is downtown purchasing, under my direction, sundry articles which I know to be needful to the comfort of sick babies who travel. I am the mother of 5 children. I know all about it. My dear friends, I feel so sure of your remembering that you are my brother and sister, that I do not imagine you as hesitating for a moment on the score of false pride. Our Father has entrusted me with ample means to pay all expenses of every sort, and directed me to take you, my dear kindred in Christ, under my care. I confidently expect to see you, for I know I am following the lead of Him who guides you and me. Mrs. Evans bade me say that you are only to throw together what may be immediately needed for baby's comfort. Bring your keys with you to the 23rd Street depot. She will meet you there, take your directions, and attend to whatever may need attention in your home. Yours in great haste, Helen V. Temple. Long before he had finished reading this remarkable letter, Mr. Spafford's voice had broken, and his eyes were so dim with tears that he could scarcely make out the words. The paper fluttered to the floor at last from his hands, and, voice too much beyond his control to check its tremble, yet spoke with intense feeling, "Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear." As for Mrs. Spafford, she had one of those merciful fits of really unnatural self-control come over her at that moment. The intensely practical part of her nature rose to meet the strain, and served her well. She rose up from the crib, all the pallor gone from her face, and spoke in a clear, positive voice, "Warren, the baby's clothes in the middle drawer, you know. Tumble them into the large valise. His little cap and blankets are on the shelf in the clothes press, in the blue box. My hat lies on the shelf, and my sack is hanging beside it. Is that 10 o'clock? There is no time to lose. Oh, Warren!" All the pent-up emotion, that if she had had time might have found expression, let itself out in those 2 words. Then she lifted her sleeping baby in her arms, and made swift yet tender preparation for a journey. I call you to witness to the true nobility of soul apparent in these 2, that not a momentary thought of shrinking back from the offered hand, stretched out with such lavish help, occurred to either of them. They were simply above shrinking away from help, sorely needed and royally offered. Mrs. Temple's manner of receiving them at the depot was perfect. a quick, tender clasp of the hand given to Mrs. Spafford, and low-toned words. "I am so glad you are here in time. We need have no confusion. He looks really quiet, doesn't he? The ride down has not disturbed him. I have great hope of him. Change of air is just what he needs. Mr. Spafford, suppose you seat us in the car while my husband is looking after tickets. Your wife will be able to get a little rest in the cars, I think." Not a moment's space did she leave for any attempt at thanks. On the contrary, she simply, and in a most natural manner, ignored any occasion for them, and gave herself entirely to the arrangement of details for the journey. Mrs. Evans came, at the last moment, flushed and breathless with the haste she had made, and deposited sundry packages on the seat beside Mrs. Temple, received from Mr. Spafford the keys, and a few hurried words of explanation, and the bell rang and the whistle blew, and they were off. Even then Mrs. Temple contrived to keep their thoughts and her own absorbed by the sick child. She was alert and fertile in her suggestions and arrangements for his comfort, and he showed his appreciation of her thoughtfulness by continuing his quiet sleep, so much more like rest than anything he had taken for days. Oh, you don't know, and the worst of it is I cannot describe to you, how that upper room, in which before night she was domiciled, seemed to Mrs. Spafford. A large bay-windowed chamber, delicately tinted walls, casement windows reaching from floor to ceiling, hung with simple muslin curtains, India matting on the floor, the lightest and simplest of cottage furniture, everything pure, tasteful, restful. The windows were set open toward the sunset, and just before her there spread out that wonderful sight, of which some eyes never tire, the white-sanded beach, washed forever by the ceaseless waves. She sat and listened to them as they rolled, one after another, always and always one after another, up and down the sands. She heard the steady monotone of their voices as they went on in their tireless work. She drank in the salt air. She watched the curtains sway back and forth in the breeze. She watched the baby in the crib lying quiet, sleeping, breathing in like herself the air that, it seemed to her, must be health-giving. She thought of the breathless room where they had spent but the night before. She remembered just how breathless it must be there at this moment, and her heart went out in unspeakable gratitude toward those who had of their abundance come to her in her sore need. To him who had put it into the hearts of his children to do this blessed thing. The door swung softly on its hinges, and Mrs. Temple entered, her face radiant with some new satisfaction. Only to look at it was like breathing fresh hope into the mother's heart. "Don't you think Dr. Everett is here?" she said, speaking eagerly. "He has just sent in his card, and asked if he could serve us in any way. He is an old friend. I took the liberty of sending word to him to call on us immediately. I knew you would like to have him see baby." Now, Dr. Everett was a name well known to Mrs. Spafford. He came from the same city as themselves, and only that very morning, when she sat with such a heavy heart looking down at her baby, after her physician had buttoned his gloves and departed, she had said to herself, "If I had only asked him to bring Dr. Everett with him! If I had only asked Warren to go for Dr. Everett this morning! What do I care how much he charges to come away up here? I could pay him in some way. I could beg it." Then she remembered, with another dull thud at her heart, that she had heard him bemoaned as out of town. Now, barely a day intervening, here was she out of town too, by the side of the life-giving sea, and behold, the great doctor was within reach. Not only that, but was coming that evening to see her baby. Was not her cup of mercy full? Isn't it a curious thing that histories which cover weeks of time to live can be grouped and put into a half-hour's story? The weeks at the seaside, which followed this first evening when Mrs. Spafford sat and watched the sun dip down beneath the waves, were weeks, the memory of which she will carry forever, even into heaven. So full of sweet, constant, merciful, loving kindness were they. Do you think that Mrs. Temple's kindness exhausted itself in the first day's effort? It is not so. Each passing day showed her as a marvel of thoughtful, unselfish wisdom. Thoughtfulness shone in ways that were easy to feel, but very hard to tell. There was an acceptance of Mr. and Mrs. Spafford as her guests for the season in a sort of matter-of-course manner. She made them feel free to come and go, to take and receive, as they might have felt in the home of an actual sister. Aye, as it is not possible always to feel even with sisters. She made herself one with them in their care and anxiety. She almost seemed to lift half the burden from them and bear it herself. Dr. Everett made his call and lingered beyond the time that his professional services were required, giving rather the care of a skilled nurse. He spoke hopefully, not too hopefully, because they who knew so well on what a thread the baby's life hung, would not have been able to trust an emphatic assurance of safety. But he unbent from his grave professional air, and expressed, as well as felt, sympathy, and promised to come early in the morning, and came very early, and came several times during the day, and lingered as he could not have done had he been at home pressed with care. All this gave the Spaffords a certain relieved feeling that their baby was not merely one of the many sick and suffering babies, but a special object of the skillful physician's care. The mother expressed something of this feeling to Mrs. Temple one evening, and the manner in which that lady answered gave her a little lesson which she hugged to her heart and never forgot. "I have often thought," said the elder lady, a touch of sadness in her voice, "how hard it must be for the great Physician to bear with us in our determination to think of his love and care for us only as a piece of that which he bears for the great multitude, instead of individualizing it as he constantly teaches us to do, and accepting him as caring for us with even more than the exclusive tenderness of love which we give to our own. Of course it is only a seeming with human physicians. They must exclude us when they go from us to others, and think only of them. But the heart of Christ, you know, is for each, as if each were alone in all the world the object of his care." Mrs. Spafford had no answer to make for a moment, and when she spoke she only said, "Thank you," but the words were accompanied by a look which the other lady understood. Henceforth the young mother thought of Christ as bending over her baby in his crib, exactly as though there were no other baby on earth to claim his love and skill, and her heart was wonderfully comforted. Still she thanked him daily for the human help and comfort afforded through Dr. Everett. As the days passed, and he came and went, she grew to think of him as a personal friend. She looked back often upon that first evening of his coming, and smiled over her folly, and realized that it was but the vagary of an excited brain to be so glad, so very glad, that he wore no gloves, which he drew on and buttoned as he pronounced in slow, quiet words what seemed like a death knell to her hopes. How foolish she was! Why did she care for gloves? What difference did it make how slowly the doctor drew them on, how carefully he buttoned them? Yet she found that the scene with just those little accessories had photographed itself on her brain, and all the darkness of that breathless morning came back to her, associated with that doctor standing beside her baby's crib, buttoning those gloves. Well, as the days went by, the steady kindness of those ministering never failed. Among Mrs. Temple's other thoughtful ways, there had been introduced to the household a middle-aged, calm-faced, low-voiced woman, who came in noiseless slippers and cool, dark dress, and the first time she lifted the baby in her arms she cooed to him in so motherly a fashion that he laid his tired little head down on her shoulder and went to sleep. Then Dr. Everett, when he came, greeted her with a pleased face and a shake of the hand, and stepped to the piazza after Mrs. Spafford to say to her, "I see you have Mrs. Philbrick here. My dear madam, she is worth more to a sick baby than 40 doctors, or even than a mother who is tired as you. I recommend you to go to bed and sleep all night. Baby is safe in her hands, for she is the wisest and tenderest nurse I know." There had been no talk about a nurse, no nervous heart-rending discussion about substituting some other care for the worn yet tireless mothers, but Mrs. Philbrick stayed. "She is an old friend of the family, and has come to spend a few days with us," was Mrs. Temple's explanation, and she was always hovering within call, always motioning to the mother to lie down on the bed and let herself be covered with the baby's blanket or a light shawl, anything that would not look as though she had given up the baby and succumbed to fatigue, and the rests that she took thus were many and life-giving. Also, baby, with the rare wisdom common to his age, put in his powerful plea for resting both father and mother, by taking the most obstinate fancy to Nurse Philbrick, and waiting for her when she disappeared from sight. So, gradually and quietly, she came to be the recognized nurse, and the mother was learning to turn away from the crib with a great, deep sigh of restfulness, knowing that the weight of care was being lifted. Meantime, do you think this young couple, with not a penny in their purse and no visible means of earning one, were able to keep the bewildering future entirely from their thoughts? Yes, they were, almost entirely. But alas, that I should have to admit that the reason was not because of their conquering faith, but because all these thoughts were pushed out by a present and absorbing anxiety. They could not shut their eyes to the fact that, with all the advantages of sea air and Dr. Everett and Nurse Philbrick, it was a fierce fight between life and death that was being waged over that one little baby. Ever present before them was the question, how will it end? They bore up wonderfully well. They made brave efforts to sustain each other, to appear grateful and hopeful, and in a sense at rest. But they did not trust themselves to any confidential talks, to any hints as to what might be. They just watched and waited. It was at the close of a long, bright day, nearly 3 weeks since they first came to their seaside retreat. An eventful day it had been. Baby Warren had slept quietly through the night, had awakened in the morning, his face bright with smiles, had sat up in Nurse Philbrick's arms and played a little in the old fashion, had taken his cream with a relish unknown for many a day, and the mother watching him felt that she had surely a right to let it into her heart that he was genuinely, hopefully better. All through the day he had sustained this hope, returning to many of his pretty baby ways that they had thought laid aside forever. The doctor had spoken not only cheerfully, but almost gleefully, in his morning call, and when he came again in the afternoon, had said, as he arose to go, "Well, friends, my unusually long play day is over, and I must go back to the city tomorrow morning. I have delayed for several days, in order to have the pleasure of saying to you, madame, that I feel perfectly safe in leaving this young man now in your and Mrs. Philbrick's hands. I don't think he will need a physician's care any longer." Then I think the light on Mrs. Spafford's face went a great way toward paying the doctor. There had been talk after that, much of it of course. Careful directions given, earnest gratitude expressed, and more than a hint of the strong feeling that could never be expressed in words, and then the doctor had gone away, richer by far than when he came, for he carried a weight of gratitude from 2 full hearts, and he would be enriched by their prayers so long as they lived to pray. It was just at evening, and they were alone. War had given his last touch of exquisite joy to the full day by playing for a little in the old-time rollicking fashion with his father's beard, the indescribable little coo in his happy voice speaking as plainly of returning health and strength as words could have done. Then he had gone to sleep. "Callie, see here," her husband said, turning aside from the crib, where both had been lingering, and putting a paper in her hand, which, by the sudden paleness that spread over her face, he knew she recognized as a doctor's bill. There it was, a long, long list of visits from one of the most eminent physicians in a great city. But the last line read, "Received payment, good measure, pressed down and running over. Leonard Everett." "Oh, Warren!" Mrs. Spafford said, and then this crowning act in their stream of mercies brought for the first time a rush of tears. "I have not cried before since we left home," she said, crying and laughing both in one, as she spoke. They showed it to Mrs. Temple, that carefully receipted bill, and, as they talked together of the doctor's skill and kindness, Mrs. Spafford said, "But the joy is not all ours. I think, Mrs. Temple, it must be glorious to have money, to be able to do royal things such as you and Dr. Everett are doing." And Mrs. Temple, with her hand resting on the younger woman's head, made answer, "Hush, dear, we have no money. It is all his. We are but stewards. Dr. Everett recognizes the kinship. Have we not all one Father?" End of chapter 21.